Now the microphone is at least getting lights. So
testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Testing 1 2 3. Testing.
you kept testing on that.
I guess it must be all right.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Testing.
Welcome back to the office.
Try our best to capture and start. Something happens.
I can hear you.
Good job, Hayden. Ed, Sean, Ed, Matt, Dan. I can hear you. This is Lucia. Oh, good, Lucia said she could hear us too.
More like 5, so it's on the high side.
Are we live yet?
We.
Are we on the streaming out? Yes. No audio, but streaming.
So the reason is that sometimes they say 100,000 because they need to. Yeah.
So as a reminder, council, we are streaming live. So that's something we have not ever done before, so we're experimenting with how this works. It's more difficult. We are live. This is the first time that we've done this. We've never been live before during these workshops. So we are experimenting. It is a work in progress. And so we did have a few technical difficulties trying to get going this morning. So that's a little reason for the delay. But just wanted to let you know, council, as well as everybody who's participating in the room, that we are live, and so the public can watch this. We are also going to broadcast afterwards, so that this is something that's visible for the public after.
I call this meeting of the San Marcos City Council to order. This is our annual visioning session, and today is day 1. We will continue this tomorrow. It's Thursday, January 25th of 2024, and the time is 8:58. Ms. Trevino, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Fraser. Mr. Scott. Mr. Rizzo. Mary Houston. Here. Mr. Gleason.
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez. Here. Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Four present.
Okay, and next is our citizen comment time period. Do we have anyone who signed up? I believe we have Ms. Capoletta, and she joins us online.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC. Now I finally figured out why, when it comes to community safety and collaborating, prioritizing, enhancing public services, and the use of technology, why you guys haven't implemented ham radios. It's because you can't get your cut. It's because it would give an individual in this community who's a field of expert credibility. And I find that interesting that you have an individual who's a field of expert who's offered to do this for free, and you've just dismissed me. But I want to apologize today for my wet hair. I was hanging out with my homegirl, Penelope the mermaid, and now I've finally figured out what your brainchild is for emergency communication. You've got Penelope. If we have a flood, Penelope, she can go ahead and hit up first responders to go, "Hi, I'm over on Belvin. That poor lady LMC, she warned you about that sidewalk." And she's going to use her mind control to contact fire EMS. Now the problem is when she uses her secret powers, she may lure some of the first responders, quite frankly, think she's a snowflake. Others of them are going to be worried she's a siren and lure them and jam the waves. Or maybe your other plan for emergency communications is Sidewalk Man. He uses all of his energy, the slurry of those sidewalks, though that toxic particulate that you guys use to make the sidewalks and all the blacktop overlays, that is what he feeds his energy off of. Now, the problem is, hopefully, he won't be jamming your waves as well. So it's pretty clear to me after a year and a half or almost two, now for like 2 years, that this city management team does not care about public safety to the point where you will dig your heels in and you have a golden opportunity for first responders to work one-on-one with citizens to make sure they're safe. It's not like we're on the verge of a civil war or anything, right? Or it's not like we have had multiple floods in this community. So I'm pretty sure funding the mermaid place. So my friend Penelope, she can, have all of her bling bling. You guys are taxing La Raza out of their casa. And I think it's really funny that you can use pretty language like expand programs in partnership to engage the community, to strengthen community trust, including employing strategies for reaching out to diverse populations. The diverse population don't care about that pretty language. They don't care about you guys using equity or a Patron style where you go and ask people what they want for a wish list. They want their taxes under control, and that's the promise that you guys make to the public. You need to fund fire, EMS, and the police. We don't need the bling bling. My friend Penelope said she would much rather have a ham radio infrastructure. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Mr. Vino, do we have anyone else signed up? All right, and that concludes the citizen comment time period. And Mr. Vino, will you read our one and only item today?
Yes, full discussion participating fiscal year 2024-2025 visioning workshop. Topics discussed may or may not include or be limited to growth, quality of life, economic development policies, transportation, community partners, outreach, future infrastructure and facility needs, beautification, community enhancement of core services, including future staffing and personnel needs, flood mitigation strategies, and provide direction to staff.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for being here this morning. I also want to extend thank you to our directors team who is all present here today. We look forward to having a collaborative day, couple of days with Council to discuss your priorities for the upcoming fiscal years. Also want to acknowledge that not only do we have our directors, we also have our city manager's office. So we have our diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator, Christian Smith is our economic development manager, Adam Landry is here from the library, our airport management partner, Jim Wimberly, and then obviously Carrie, who's part of our office. So just want to say thank you, and thank you to Hayden for doing a lot of the work with getting things set up for today, as well as Carrie. So this is a very important day. It kicks off our budget process, and so it's a very difficult decisions that we know you have to make. And so I definitely want to make sure that we take the time that we need to answer questions, make sure that if you have things that you would like to know of our departments, that you're able to ask those things. If they're able to provide you more information, we want to make sure that we have ample time for that. So this workshop provides that opportunity. So I'd like to welcome everyone again to this year's visioning. I believe last year's session put us on a positive path as council and directors, and we were able to collaboratively draft a more realistic and comprehensive strategic plan that covers every area of our city's operations. We made significant progress towards those goals last year, and we're going to review a few of them shortly. Visioning, as I said, marks the beginning of the 9-month budget process. Finance Director John Locke and Director of Engineering CIP Sean Condor provided great presentations at last year's council visioning that covered the foundations of budgeting and our capital improvements process. We're going to take that step further this year as we go deeper into both of these topics. After the presentation, we'll go through an exercise prioritizing budget topics to determine what needs and should be addressed sooner as opposed to those that can wait a little longer. We're also going to review the strategic plan to determine if it needs to be modified to reflect those priorities. We achieved significant goals with the fiscal year 2024 budget. However, there were still some things said during the budget approval in September that gave us pause. While we understand that approving a budget means making some tough decisions, it is our job to give you the information you need to justify those choices. Instead of celebrating the achievements and highlighting what was included, we heard frustration, reluctance, members were uncomfortable approving the budget, and that message went out to the community and was also heard by our employees. We want to do everything we possibly can this time to not have that be the case and make sure that everybody has the information early on, including your staff, to know how you want us to direct and put this budget together. We have a very deliberate budget process in San Marcos that's outlined by the city code. The process starts at a high level with visioning, today's workshop as well as tomorrow's, and budget policy. However, these meetings provide council members the chance to provide the parameters of what you want in the budget that will be presented later in the year. We can't get into many of the specifics, however, until later in this process when we begin receiving the property tax rolls from the county. The schedule does include regular check-ins so that elected officials should not be surprised by the proposed budget presented in August. We've also made it a point to increase the amount of community engagement we have surrounding the budget. Last year, we took the budget to the Neighborhood Commission for the first time and created videos highlighting the strategic goals and how they were addressed in the budget. And according to Ms. Surley, they received significant views online on social. So that is something that in our YouTube channel. So we did find that those were successful. We plan to continue both of these methods as well as recording the presentations given today so we can create informational videos and focus on the budget and capital improvements project process with our community education series. One of the things we need to come to terms with is the growth that is occurring throughout the Interstate 35 corridor. It seems there's an article every week highlighting the new mega metropolitan area of San Marcos, Austin, and all of the towns in between, or how this or that the Hill Country town is gaining more attention from new residents. The growth is going to happen, especially with Texas State's intention to increase enrollment. We need to be honest with ourselves with how we want to look in our community and be aware that that affects our financial situation. We see different attitudes towards growth in our surrounding communities of Kyle, Buda, New Braunfels, Wimberley. I tell my staff often, is that I get asked a lot about why aren't things coming to San Marcos? Why are they going to Kyle? Why are they going to Buda? Why are they going here? So one thing I really want us to ponder over these next couple of days is what kind of climate do we create, and do we let people know that we are open for business? Growth doesn't necessarily mean there will be more gentrification. However, it is more likely if we don't prioritize defining how we want to grow. It's our job as staff to make you fully aware of what those decisions mean to the city's financial situation. The comprehensive plan has focused a lot on neighborhood preservation, and importantly so. With Senate Bill 2038 now on the books, we are seeing developers opt out of our ETJ. They are building new residential developments just outside the city and outside our tax base. We really need to see how we incorporate the types of commercial and industrial components our community would like to see over the next decade to help our local economy have a healthier mix of taxpayers and ease the tax burden on our local residents. This council needs to determine, will growth continue to happen as it will, or will council have an influence in how we grow? The way to mitigate the continual ask of our residential taxpayers is to have more and higher paying taxpayers in the system, specifically commercial and industrial development. Single-family residential typically requires more city resources than the amount of tax revenue that is collected. We know this when we studied Willow Creek, so that's one of the areas that we were able to study about what that actually does in terms of recouping the costs. We know residents have different perspectives when it comes to commercial or industrial projects, but without growth in those sectors, we're likely looking at areas we need to cut instead of determining if we can provide additional services to accommodate our growth. We understand the goal of trying to keep taxes as affordable as possible for our homeowners. It's important, however, that we contemplate very intentionally the best way to get there that doesn't have long-term detrimental consequences on our community. Property tax relief is a good goal, but must be offset with other revenue sources or the understanding and acknowledgement that certain projects will inevitably take a back seat due to funding constraints. Mr. Locke's presentation will outline a number of different options that could provide additional relief at the city level. While the immediate impact may seem small, we have also included the effects of those options in future years and have also included what that's going to look like for future budgets. We can't afford to keep looking at things one budget year at a time. Council needs to understand the decisions you make today have a compounding effect that impact us for many years to come. As most of you know, the state legislature passed significant property tax relief last year with school property taxes, which is why taxpayers may be seeing school and city taxes closer together in the overall tax amounts. San Marcos, being so sales tax dependent, hurts us due to the volatility in the economy. We have to have more in property taxes to help change the ratio of how we get our revenues. We need a more balanced property tax base to help offset the swings in the market that come with sales tax. In order to achieve a more balanced state, we must examine our position as a business-friendly community. Ideally, revenue increases would come from the right mix of commercial and industrial development to lessen the burden on our residential taxpayers. The best way to get property tax relief is having a more stable tax base that can come from property taxes that consistently pay more into the system. The same holds true for our utility rates. I want to stop 1 minute there. I was talking with my team about the fact that I paid taxes in 2 different communities, one in Martindale and then also in San Marcos. And when I was a resident of Martindale, Caldwell County was my county that I paid taxes to. Their tax rate at the time was 69 cents versus Hays County at the time, that was 42 cents. And the reason for that is if you look at Caldwell County and you look at Hays County, Caldwell County is less developed than Hays County. So when you talk about being able to have property tax relief, it really is being able to have a good mix of development, because that means that your tax rate can support your community at a lower rate than it would if it's less developed. So that's just one example that I personally have seen myself. And so just wanted to bring that up when we're talking about this. So the annual demand to keep our rates low has led to spending down our ending balances, and in our electric utility has led to a downgrading of our utility bond rating. This is simply not sustainable. Today, we're going to touch on how our current trends in budgeting are affecting priority capital improvement projects. As we have shifted more of a percentage to cover operations, it has reduced the capacity to pay for much needed capital projects that continue to escalate in cost. We will go over some of these in Sean's presentation, Mr. Condor, and the outlook of some of them being completed is not very good without a way to increase our revenue significantly, which could include a bond election. Usually a municipality puts what they need in the budget, then sets the tax rate accordingly. What we've been asked to do over time is to set the tax rate, then we have to back into squeezing in the operational costs into that tax rate. This puts us in a difficult position when trying to balance things and put the highest priority on the services we deliver to the community. In addition to looking at the comprehensive strategic plan we've approved in 2023, we will prioritize a number of topics that have been discussed with you over the past year. In an ideal situation, we would be able to add all of these to our fiscal year 2025 budget, but we have limited resources and may even be more limited if sales tax reports continue to come in below forecast. Some of these will need to be pushed to future years, and we want to have an open discussion of what council would like to see prioritized. I added employee benefits, merit, and compensation increases to the list of priorities because I'm thankful that this council has done a lot to better position us for success in this area. We cannot afford to fall behind and have to catch up again later. I want to be sure we keep this in mind as we look at balancing our priorities as well. I believe we currently are in a much stronger position to attract and retain the talent that we need in San Marcos to serve our neighbors and our overall community. We appreciate the council's willingness to collaborate with staff on developing a plan that will guide not only our upcoming budget process, but our operations throughout the next few years. I'm confident we can utilize the next 2 days to prioritize the requests and needs we have heard from our council, as well as our community, in order to better position San Marcos as a strong and thriving community. Thank you for your participation. I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Chantel Seymour so she can get us kicked off. Thank you.
morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Chantel Seymour. I'm the facilitator for today. My main job is to keep us going and keep us focused on the great work that's going to happen. We have two objectives. It's two, but they're lofty. The first is review City of San Marcos strategic plan. Second, develop a list of budget priorities that Stephanie was speaking about. Okay? You should have in front of you both the strategic plan and also the budgeting priorities. Everyone has it? Thank you. I want to go ahead and set the stage and expectations for what's to come. So today, of course, reviewing the strategic plan and acknowledging the amazing work and the achievements that's been established here from all of you and staff. That's important. We're going to have someone present about the financial, I think it's Chris, the financial CIP overview, discuss the budget priorities again, and then we'll have wrap up and next steps. Tomorrow, we'll be finalizing the budget priority list. Okay? We'll be finalizing that. And then we're going to review and finalize the strategic plan goals and the outcomes and any wrap up and next steps that may need to come. I'll stop here. What questions you may have? Awesome. All right, let's get started. We're going to be reviewing the plan and acknowledging the achievements. So here are our overall strategic goals: quality of life and sense of place, economic vitality, public safety, core services and fiscal excellence, mobility and connectivity, environmental protection, and sustainability. Let's start with the first, quality of life and sense of place. And it was just a year ago I was here and we were here with these. It's amazing. All right, so under here, we have the City of San Marcos cultivates a community that promotes inclusivity, equity, and belonging as a unique sense of place due to our distinct natural, historical, and cultural assets. It commits to a healthy quality of life for families of all types. You all had under quality of life and sense of place, comprehensive planning, strong community engagement, downtown vitality, arts, culture, and special events, parks, open space and recreation, neighborhood preservation and enhancement, and housing affordability. I won't read all of the amazing achievements, but I will highlight some. Downtown area plan approved in November. The artistic board up ordinance approved in November 2023. You all created a neighborhood application for residents to find information about their utility provider. City resources are in their neighborhood and explore recreational assets. Can you go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause for the great achievements on this first one? Oh, come on. One more time. Right? Look at all of that you achieved. Pretty spectacular. We have some more. I won't read the whole list, but I highlight hosted 5 public dream sessions to engage the community members in the conversation to discuss inclusivity, I can't speak today, and equity. Staff presented concepts to City Council to temporarily activate the downtown properties the city purchased on Guadalupe Street. Continued to expand audiences, utilizing new information, sharing tools and platforms, including an increase in subscribers to the bi-weekly San Marcos News Hub newsletter and video. I think some of those videos were mentioned earlier. Please, again, let's give yourselves a round of applause for this. This is great stuff. And expanding this community. Right. The next, we had our economic vitality. The City of San Marcos fosters a vibrant economic climate for our community through new commercial and residential uses, education, workforce development, and support of new and existing businesses of all sizes. Underneath this, we had economic development policy, the business community, San Marcos as a destination, education and workforce development, and intentional growth. Here were some of the achievements, many I would say. Some that I would definitely want to point out: we implemented the Minority Business Stabilization Program. The City Council approved the lease agreement with the Austin Community College in December 2023. Legacy programs available spring 2024. We launched the Minority Business Stabilization Fund to provide direct assistance to local businesses. The Economic Development of San Marcos, also known as the EBSM Board, met twice in fall 2023 and established regular quarterly meetings for 2024. Give yourselves a round of applause. Come on. Acknowledge that. Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. We had public safety core services and fiscal excellence. The City of San Marcos delivers quality government services and improved community safety in a fiscally responsible manner with a professional workforce. Underneath, we had community safety, core government services, financial management, workforce recruitment and retention, support services, infrastructure management. Let's take a look at those achievements that were highlighted here. Some of them, I do want to make sure we point out, the police graduated 8 officers from field training. 5 are currently attending the academy, 6 remaining vacancies. A civil service exam is posted for Saturday, January 27, 2024. Downtown security cameras are now live and offering video feed. Purchase an advanced visual analysis software tool. We provided also mental health programs as well. Yeah, we have more achievements under this one, yes. We also completed a citywide pavement condition index. It's also the PCI. And the Public Works initiated a comprehensive traffic signal inspection and preventive maintenance program to proactively assess and identify issues to avoid emergency repairs. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yes, yes, yes. Next, coming up, we had mobility and connectivity. And just as a reminder, the City of San Marcos improves neighborhood and regional connectivity to provide a safe, convenient, and efficient multimodal systems for goods, services, and people of all income levels and abilities to move throughout the city. Underneath, we had multimodal transportation system, bicycle, sidewalk, and trail systems, roadways and traffic operations, and public transit. Take a look at some of these achievements. A couple that I want to point out. Total spin scooter rides have increased by 4,000 from 2022 to 2023. Increased marketing for the downtown electric shuttle. And employment pilot parking from 13 vehicles to 31. Real time, the transportation application implemented for local fixed routes and interurban routes connecting to San Marcos to Austin. Awesome. Interlocal agreement for transit partnership with Texas State University was approved by council on September 5th, 2023. Let's give yourselves a round of applause. Great stuff happening. Great stuff. Our environmental protection. Underneath, we have the City of San Marcos advances responsible stewardship of the community's natural, cultural, and historical resources through varied environmentally friendly policies and practices. We recall underneath environmental protection, we had environmental stewardship, environmentally friendly growth, resilient infrastructure, environmental programs, and let's take a look at some of the achievements. There they are listed. I'll point out a couple of them. Created education on environmental stewardship of the river, litter abatement and endangered species, grant funding awarded to help fund the Sessom Creek Drainage Project and Green Alley Stormwater Infrastructure as part of the Downtown Alley Reconstruction Project. We have more. Grant funding was awarded to help fund the Sessom Creek Phase 2 project. and we have continued work for our Aquifer Authority. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Let's really think about all the work that we did in 2023 and more work to come for 2024, 2025, 2026, and onward. Please think about all of the achievements that we just went over. And if everybody could just please stand up and give yourselves a round of applause. We did it, and more to come. Yes, yes. Awesome work. High five. Let's do the wave. Exactly. I'm going to go ahead now and turn it on over to our next speaker for the financial overview. Okay.
And while John is getting ready to start up, I know that can sometimes seem a little corny for us to do that, but I do want to tell you that it's something that we rarely do well, and that is to take a step back and really look at so much. A lot of times we're going from thing to thing to thing, and so we don't take the time to really sit back, put it all in perspective, and say, hey, look, you know what? What we've been doing has been a lot. And we want to make sure that we're sharing that success with the community, the council, and each other, just because it takes all of us working together in order to make this all possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, John.
Oh, look, I didn't even have to ask for twice. Do this. I'm gonna walk on the outside so that I can get a little bit. All right, this is an agenda of what we're going to be discussing this morning. We're going to start off with a couple of the items that we heard from City Council during the budget process, and Ms. Reyes has already touched on a couple of these during the introduction. We're going to look at the general fund, and you see all the different things pertaining to the general fund that we're going to discuss in some detail. We'll discuss the community enhancement fee and take a look at our enterprise funds. So beginning what we heard from City Council during the fiscal year 24 budget process, examine options for property tax relief, and there are a lot of different options, included in the presentation for City Council's consideration. Alternative ways to fund community enhancement, and there's a couple different ways that are included in this presentation. And also look at options to minimize utility rate increases. And there is some slides that cover the enterprise funds, which are what drives the utility rate increases. Before we get into the general fund, just a look at the impact that the Texas Proposition 4 had on the community for homeowners paying property taxes. The state had a record surplus this year going into their biennium budget, and they invested $18 billion in a property tax cut package for school districts. This had a fairly big impact on homeowners. It increased the homestead exemption from $40,000 to $100,000 for school property taxes. And it also reduced the operating tax rate for school districts. And you can see on a comparison of pre-Proposition 4 and post-Proposition 4. You see highlighted at the bottom, overall, the tax bill decreased by $1,000, and the majority, if not all of that, came from San Marcos CISD. Pre-Proposition 4, it was $3,400, post, almost $2,400. So that is what the average homeowner saw a difference in their tax bill for this current fiscal year in 24 as an impact of Proposition 4. The general fund accounts for all the resources that are not required to be accounted for in another fund, like our enterprise funds or special revenue fund, like the community enhancement fee fund that we're going to discuss. The two primary resources are property tax and sales tax. They make up over 70% of the total revenues that come into the general fund. And they help provide and support core services like public safety, parks and recreation, and other quality of life like the library. neighborhood enhancement, as well as any kind of capital improvement program as it relates to roads and other items that help support the core services. Before we start to look at new options for property tax relief, this includes a little bit of history of the property tax relief that's already been approved within the city. We begin with the local sales tax. Local sales tax is limited to 2%. That is the combined for the city and county. It cannot exceed 2%. So in addition to the 1% regular rate that cities can have, there are additional sales tax rate options that the voters can approve. A couple examples of those are the economic development and property tax relief. And the city's 1% rate began in April of '68, and the voters in 1988 approved 0.5% for property tax relief. There's a slide a little later that shows the impact of what that 0.5% does, but effectively what it does is it reduces the property tax rate that the city would have to otherwise levy. During, at that same election in January of '88, the county also approved a 0.5% sales tax for property tax relief. So that brings us to the maximum of 2% that we can have within the city. There's a 1% regular rate, and then you have the 0.5% for both the city and the county for property tax relief. Any kind of change to the sales tax allocation requires an election, and the voters can approve a change in increments of 1/8%. So this slide shows the impact of the sales tax for property tax relief. Only 30% of all cities have this, and you can see the average value of a homestead for fiscal year '25 is just over $353,000. And you see what the annual levy for that average homestead would be. With the sales tax for property tax relief, it's just over $2,000. Without it, it's over $2,500. So it's saving the average homeowner over $500 a year in the annual tax levy. And you can see that equates to about 15 cents on the tax rate. So instead of having a 60-cent tax rate, in order to provide the same level of services that we're currently providing, we would need a 75-cent tax rate for $100 valuation.
I think that's a key point. You know, a lot of times we go through information and it just kind of sometimes doesn't always sink in, but that is impactful, that basically the residents of our community, because of the decisions that have been made prior, have seen they're getting a level of service that equates more with that 75-cent tax rate. And we're able to do that in the 60/30, which is also, as John's going to talk about, below the amount that voters approved with the 2017 bond election.
Thank you. And this slide just shows the timeline of the homestead exemptions that city councils have approved over the years. The first exemption was approved in 1973 for $3,000. And you can see the changes over the years. In 2007, in addition to the over 65, the disabled exemption was added, both of those at $25,000. And most recently, in 2022, City Council increased the over 65 and disabled to $35,000 and the homestead exemption to $15,000. The over 65 and the disabled qualify also for the homestead exemption. So in total, they get $50,000. So we're going to show what the impact is, and just want to share what the underlying assumptions are in the forecast that we're going to share. The assumption is that our tax rate stays the same at the 60.30 cents, and that the homestead count grows by an average of 5% a year, and that's, by the 5-year average, which is about 8% a year. So this slide is just showing our currently approved exemptions, and you can see in fiscal year '22, the jump from 22 to 23, that was the impact from the most recent increase in exemptions that City Council approved. In total, the exempted revenue, or the foregone revenue from the exemptions went from $300,000 to $1 million. So that's the $700,000 that taxpayers were saving going from fiscal year 22 to 23. From there forward, you can see that it grows. It's estimated to grow by about $100,000 a year. So in fiscal year 28, if we do nothing but keep exemptions the same, the exemption amount will increase from 100,000 to 1.6 million.
You say that that's not the taxpayers who are saving that, obviously, that would then be the city who's actually losing the revenue of 1.6 million to provide services to our community.
Yes. The next few slides just provide some background on our tax rate. Beginning with the two different components of the tax rate, you have the operations and the debt and component, and that equals our total tax rate to 60.3 cents. We've discussed this before, that the operations side of the tax rate covers things like our core services, City Council strategic goals, investing in employees, as we've been doing over the past couple of years to attract and maintain a talented workforce, and any kind of special programs that City Council would like to do, that comes from the operations side of the tax rate. The debt side of the tax rate is for capital projects. So, those are the new roads or new infrastructure that is put in, that comes from the debt side of the tax rate. The tax rate is a balancing act, and what this slide shows is there's 74% of our overall tax rate goes towards operations. 26%, that leaves 26% for debt to cover those capital, the capital improvement program. And if the tax rate remains the same, if one of these change, it makes the other change. So in this instance, if operations go down, then the debt can go up. And the same is true in reverse. If the debt tax rate needs to go up, then operations is going to have to come down. And that shifts money from operations to debt and vice versa of what's available for operations or debt. This shows a historical split on the tax rate. And there's actually a slide coming up that shows it by percent. That's a little easier to see year over year what the trend is. Just a couple things to point out on this slide. Ms. Reyes mentioned earlier that the tax rate following the bond election that the voters approved in 2018 was 61.39 cents. And that's the highest that the tax rate has been over the decade that this slide is covering. Currently, we've been at 60.3 cents. And you can see highlighted there is 2023 and 2024. This shows that balancing act that I was discussing on the previous slide. You see the operations component of the tax rate had to increase in order to support the current operational budget by just under 2 cents. So then the debt rate had to decrease by that same amount since we kept the tax rate the same. And then over to the side, you can see what that equates to on the operations side. When you take just almost 2 cents and look at the value of a penny, which is $823,000, that equates to $1.5 million in additional revenue that the operations side had to support operations. On the debt side, it lost $1.5 million. So when you look at what kind of capacity that is, you would be able to do a one-time debt issue for over $19 million. And that 1.5 would support the debt service for that one-time debt issue. So that's the CIP capacity that we lost by shifting the 2 cents into operations to support operations. This slide is a better example of the trend. You can tell the trend here. When in 2014, we were at 50-50, and you can see that the capital improvement program side or the debt side is starting to be constrained. And in 2024, it's down to about half, it's at 26%. And this has just been, as the city has grown and more service, and we offer more services to residents, there more money is needed on the operational side in order to provide those services to residents.
What we're going to talk about a little bit, and you can go, but just basically to say that we might have gone too far as putting a lot on the operations side and not as much on the debt, because it's really constraining our CIP. So being able to do some of the projects that are, that are needed throughout the community. And so one of the things we are going to be talking about as a decision point for council is if you are willing to start looking at what that split looks like, that might help to accommodate that. So just wanted to put that and tee that up for you as we go through the day as one of those decision points we'll be asking for your direction on.
This is a slide from fiscal year 23 that shows what the tax rate split is from all of our peer cities. As we move through the fiscal year 25 budget process, we'll update this as well as some other peer city reviews that we do to show what it is for fiscal year 24. But as of fiscal year 23, this slide is showing that on average, our including the city, 38% is the average debt rate portion of the tax rate across all of our peer cities. You can see it's as low as 19% in Waco to as high as 65% in Georgetown. And the city of San Marcos is there in green. This was as of fiscal year 23, we were at 29%.
Question on that real quick.
Yes, sir.
Is that a really good example?
The microphone. Is that an example of like Georgetown's growth in the balloon tax as opposed to ours? Is why the difference is?
Yes, that's a good point. That's a point I should have mentioned on the slide is cities that are in a growth phase tend to have a higher percent dedicated towards debt, because that's more bonds that are needed to be issued to keep up with the infrastructure for the growing community. So that very well could be why Georgetown, that they're seeing a lot higher growth than maybe what San Marcos is. So their debt side is a little bit higher than what some comparative cities are.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
I got a question, just like 2 slides back where it showed like the debt operations, like back in 2014, it was like 50-50. I believe we kind of took a philosophy then to like, let's start paying down debt. And then it looked like now it's like 75-25. But what I'm hearing is this is putting constraints on like financing infrastructure projects. The way I'm thinking and looking at like your house, like you've been paying down your mortgage, but a plumber says you need to replace all the pipes. You're not going to go pay $25,000 to do that. You're going to, well, can we pull out an equity loan to pay that over time? Is that what I was hearing?
Yes, is that basically what we've done is because before we had a lot more to debt fund and we were doing that and we were maybe not necessarily having as much to go around in our operations to take care of some of the just basic core service needs that we needed. And so, yes, so now what we're going to do is we're going to talk to council a little bit about how do we try to find the right balance. And so try to find the right balance within our tax rate that helps to support some of the more robust community development projects in the CIP, neighborhood projects, and that sort, and then also still provide stuff on the operations side, because of course there's impacts, as Mr. Locke talked about. If you do something to one, it takes away from the other. So any property taxes that you can grow on, within the community, that helps to provide more revenue so that you can offset it by doing some of the things that you're doing. Because the homestead exemption, like that 1.6 million you talked about, that comes off of the revenue that we could see for CIP projects and things like that also.
In layman's terms, it would say we need more business that has a stronger tax base, so we don't have to tax our citizens as much.
Exactly.
And that's how we're going to be able to lower our debt rate.
Yes, exactly. And it doesn't mean that we have to just say, hey, we're open to anybody and everybody that wants to do business. We can still be selective. It's just a matter of trying to make sure that we're getting more and that we're not sending a message out there. If that's where this council wants to go, that we're not open for business, that is the way to really achieve better property tax relief, because you're able to have more people at a higher rate paying more consistently into the coffers, so that we're not having to continue to go and tax our residential property owners.
Okay, that brings us to a forecast on what we think our debt rate is going to look like. And it's just based on these assumptions. City Council has already provided its guidance to include, that we can include stormwater in with the general fund's capacity to provide the stormwater management capital improvement projects. This has pushed off any kind of rate increases needed on the stormwater side. And so that assumption and guidance continues through 2025. So the numbers that we're going to see on the next slide include the current 2024 certificates of obligation issue, as well as an assumed $36 million in 25. And then from 2026 and beyond, we're just keeping it static at $20 million. We also are going to assume that the tax rate remains the same at 60.3 cents. And that, as we already discussed, when we get to the operational forecast, any unused amount goes into operations. So this forecast goes hand in hand with the operational forecast as well. And then looking at our taxable valuation increases, we're assuming a 6% increase in 25, and then 10% in 26 and 27. And from 28 on, it's 5.75%. Yes, ma'am.
And by that, are you talking about our tax base?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's our tax base. And for reference, our 3-year average is 15%, and our 5-year average is 14%. So when you look at these estimated growth numbers, those are well within what we're seeing of what our average growth and tax base is. So this slide, it has a lot of information on it to be able to back into the numbers that we're showing that we have over there in the box. It's showing what our taxable value is once you pull out all the TIRZ information, the tax increment reinvestment zone. And it shows what the estimated debt service would be based on those assumptions on the previous slide. And it shows what our maximum current debt rate at the current debt rate, it shows what the maximum debt service available is. And to the right of that, if you see parentheses on the amount over under, parentheses means that given our current tax debt component of the tax rate, it's not enough to cover the estimated debt service. So that means that we're going to have to shift some money from operations in order to cover it. So as you look through, you can see the additional tax rate needed, and it gets up to just over a penny by the time you get out to 2033, 34, and just under a penny even as early as 2026. And then the last column there shows the tax rate percent. So that's that split where we saw the percent split between operations and debt. With those assumptions of issuing debt over the next few years, it still would not exceed about 28% total. And anytime that you see the parentheses over the over or under there, that money is coming from the operations side to cover that shortfall. So yes, ma'am.
If you go back to that slide. So you've got the amount that we would be under, saying that would have to come from operations, but you also have additional tax rate needed. So is it either or? We either pull from.
Yes, well, it's kind of,
Or both.
it's showing the same thing in a different way.
That was my question.
Yes, ma'am. So for instance, 2025, we're 587,000 short, which is the equivalent of 0.006 on the tax rate. So that's the amount of tax rate that would have to come from operations over to the debt side, so that we would be flush here on for our debt service payment.
Okay, because it says additional tax rate needed, and I was thinking that was on top of the 60/30.
No, good clarification point. No, it is not in addition to, it is just the amount that we need to shift from operations to debt.
It was the additional tax rate needed that threw me.
Yeah, it's the additional debt tax rate needed, right? So this assumes that our tax rate stays the same at 60.3 cents all through this forecast. One of the things that staff is working on is a debt management plan, and this is something that ultimately will be approved, presented, and considered by City Council. And obviously, we already have our fund balance policy, as City Council knows, and the general fund, that's 25%. Those are the reserves that we have in the event that any of an emergency or something catastrophic happened. We have 25% to fall back on. The debt portion of the tax rate, that's that portion that right now was floating around 27 to 28% in that forecast, should be anywhere between 30 to 35%. That's a healthy level of debt service. And as you know that from the previous slides, our current is 26%. As we're forecasting out, we're going to have to get up to about 28% just based on those level of assumptions. I should have added on that slide, getting up to 28%, that we're deferring some capital improvement projects down the road. That's how we're maintaining it around that 28% amount. Also, on a previous slide, it showed what our peer cities are. So the average is 38% across all the peer cities. So even if we decide to go with a 30% debt portion on our tax rate, it's so well below our peer cities, what they are seeing in their debt portion of the tax rate. The impact of increasing to 30% debt tax rate on the current rate, if we were to keep operations the same, which
Mr. Scott has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to finish up. I was just thinking, we have the fallback, I call it, that makes sure operations are still running. I would really love to see, for the citizen side, the utilities added into them, what it would cost to keep that fund balance to cover the citizens for 3 months or whatever it is at the same period of time. The utilities are paid for, because obviously, if there's going to be, if we fall back on that, there's going to be something seriously wrong. So that's just something I was thinking about when you said that. I think we should look at that.
Yeah, so when we get to the enterprise funds, that's part of what those fund balances are. In the event something were to happen, for instance, during COVID, and we had some ratepayers that weren't able to pay, the fund balance and those enterprise funds help the city navigate, through COVID. The third bullet down just shows the impact on the current rate if we were to increase the debt portion of the tax rate up to that 30% level. If we keep operations the same, that means that the overall tax rate would actually have to increase by about 2.5 cents if we wanted to just move the debt tax rate percent up to 30%. If we keep the tax rate the same, then it would be about almost a 2.5% or 2.5 cent decrease in operations. So that's the shift from operations to debt that it would take. And with a penny being $800,000, so that's roughly like $2 million that you would be shifting from operations to the debt side. Also, something that we want to include in the debt management plan is more pay-as-you-go funding. This is something where this is capital projects that we would fund with cash rather than issuing debt. So if we begin small, where we're coming up with some amount of money that we're going to move from the general fund into the capital project fund to cash fund projects so that it's not all reliant upon debt. So this slide takes what we've already seen up through 2024, and it just shows the forecasted split again, it's in that 27 to 28% based on all the assumptions that we've gone over up to this point. This is keeping the tax rate the same and issuing the levels of debt that was shown on that previous slide.
Mr. Locke, on those, you've got us at 29 and then 26, 27, 28, 26, 27. That doesn't change a whole lot. That's not really increasing the debt side.
Yes, ma'am. We haven't did anything to increase that percent. All we've really taken is based on those assumptions of what we already know we need for the capital projects in the next 2 years, and then constraining the capital projects from 2027 and beyond to just $20 million, holding it to 20 million. That would be the split. If we were to fund more capital projects and make that higher, say, take it up to that 30%, then the impact would be either increasing the tax rate by 2.5 cents or.
I get that part. Haven't we been keeping general fund at 10 million is about what we've been,
I'm
the
sorry.
CIP?
Are you talking about the reserves?
I'm talking about the CIP.
We were doing that, Mayor. We haven't been doing that lately just because, again, the needs we have are greater than the 10.
But we did that for a while, and this is just
You're
general
apt.
fund dollars.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
had
Yes,
utilities.
ma'am, you're exactly right.
But the reason we did that, and I'm glad we're having this conversation, because y'all have not come to us and said, oh, debt and, general operations, et cetera. We have not had that conversation I know since 2014. And, y'all had said, well, in order to meet the budget, it needed to be 10, and we said, okay, thank you for doing that, and that's where we went. So it's not like we had made that decision.
Correct.
That it looks like we're now being told was not a good idea, but that's just how we ended up there. But I'm glad we're having this conversation because it's clearly we need to have it.
Right, and I think, again, just with the different city managers and what y'all been focusing on, and so that's why we really felt like it was really important for us to really look at trying to identify what are the real reasons that we're having some of the constraints that we're having so that we can identify, bring those to your attention, and that way y'all can have the thoughtful conversation about where we need to go with things. So, so thanks. Yes, you're right. Y'all haven't been brought that information, and so we're bringing it up now.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go ahead and pause and have a break from here right now. So this brings us up to 10 a.m. How about we come on back and reconvene at 10:15? Does that work for everyone? Thanks. 10:10. Oh, I'm sorry. 10:10. 10:10. Because we had a 30-minute late start, exactly. Gonna have to get back those 5 minutes. Thanks. 10:10.
Or if you have one of those things too, I can. I'm gonna do what you did here. I'm this thing called a planner.
All right, it's time for us to come on back. All right, you're getting on, ready to come on back. All right, John is going to go ahead and continue the presentation with sales tax trends. John?
All right, so we left off with property tax, and we're gonna pick up with the city's biggest revenue source for the general fund, which is sales tax. One of the key indicators for sales tax growth is the rolling 12-month average. And to help explain what that is, using the month of January, or I'm sorry, December 2023 as an example, you see it's 3%. So what that's saying is when you look at all of the sales tax collected from January to December of 2023, and you compare that to all the sales tax collected from January to December of 2022, our sales tax grew by 3%. So each one of these months are doing that. It's looking back at the prior 12 months and then comparing that to the 12 months before that. So rather than looking at it from a month-to-month basis, because you can have volatility for different reasons from month to month, but when you look at it on the growth over a 12-month period, it takes all of that out and it really shows the trend with sales tax. And what this is showing us is, if you look at when we adopted and we're having the budget discussions, we were in that March 2023, so we're about 9.5% through August, it was 9.5%. So that's where it was trending, through that time period. And then if you look at the past 4 months, it just really started to decline. And we knew it was going to decline some because of just from all of the federal stimulus money that was pumped into the economy being spent. And, you read a lot right now about how savings accounts are coming down and debt, household debt is going up. That can only continue for so long. So that's part of the reason for the decline that we're seeing in sales tax. And year over year through December, we're at 3% compared to where we were when we adopted the budget, we were at 9.5%. This slide shows by the industry segment, it's a traffic chart that shows the year over year trend. So this is back on that year over year trend, and it's broken up on the biggest segments within the city. Retail trade and wholesale trade are the two largest segments. And you can see our retail trade in December was down 5%. Wholesale trade by far has seen the biggest impact. And wholesale trade are the building and construction materials. And with the impact of the higher interest rates, that's put a damper on construction. And so that's where we're seeing a lot of the decline. The city's largest taxpayer falls in the sales taxpayer, falls in the wholesale trade. And we're also seeing a big impact in telecom. These are internet providers, and as an example. And you can see that in November, it was actually down 72% year over year. This slide shows our top 10 largest sales taxpayers. Matthews Lumber is the largest. Since the individual sales tax information for each one of the companies is confidential data, the comptroller won't allow us to release it. What we do show is what the sum of the sales tax received from the top 10 sales taxpayers is and was at the same point last year. So last year, fiscal year to date, we received 2.1 million from the top 10 taxpayers. This current fiscal year, we've received about 1.7. So we are $400,000 less sales tax revenue from them than what we were at the same point last year. So that's a 20% decline. And altogether, these top 10 have made up 26% of our total sales tax collection through that first quarter. So they make up a quarter of our total sales tax, and it's down 20%.
I don't remember for sure or not, but did we lower our, what is that? We pay for advertisement and stuff like that? Did we not do the advertisement we used to do?
You mean the partnership with the outlet malls?
Yes.
We have lowered it over the time. I don't know if Ms. Ibarra is down there and is there, I didn't know if there was a microphone down there. I knew you were down there. I just didn't know if a microphone was down there.
So, ask your question again.
The question is, have we lowered our amount that we give you to advertise for outlet malls? Has that been effective?
So the outlet malls have one premium has chosen not to participate, so that was a reason that the amount did go down. We currently do have a partnership with Tanger Outlets, but it is much lower than the 150,000 that we did years ago.
Yeah.
But we do promote them, so it's not as if we don't have
Right.
additional. Yes, it is hotel tax money.
Are other cities seeing a recent downward trend?
Some are, on the statewide level, altogether, the sales taxes are up. So they're not experiencing at the same rate of decline as we are right now. They're certainly not as growing as much as what it has in the past. So the economy in general has slowed things down. Some of the cities that are growing at a faster pace are still seeing that sales tax growth.
Okay, so advertisement obviously is a huge factor in getting sales tax in as well.
But if others are not going down like we are, it can't all be, the COVID money was flowing and people were spending money. It's gotta be something here that.
Well, I'm sure it also depends on the mix of their community in terms of what they have that brings in the revenue. If they're as sales tax dependent as we are, then that is something that is going to affect them greater than if they're not as sales tax dependent. Some do have property tax that are their primary source of revenue.
My point was if sales tax across the state is not going down, then what's happening here?
It's the type of businesses, and when you look and see that the two biggest parts that are going down, and thankfully we have our budget team that is able to do this type of analysis. So again, thank you, council, for allowing us to have that. But the two biggest sectors that we're seeing a decline in is manufacturing and that wholesale manufacturing. So like the lumber, and if you look at who your top taxpayer is, that's a 30% decline. So it's not even the retail side. Then it's also the telecom. Those are the two biggest hits that we've taken. Retail's only been 5% decline. So those two, if we're so dependent on those two companies to provide a large portion of that, then we're going to see more swings. We have to have a bigger mix.
Where I was going with that is, are the dollars, do we have our residents who are spending dollars elsewhere? And that's where some of our sales tax dollars are going. That's the point I was getting to.
It could be, Mayor, and frankly, one of the things that I heard from one of our team members within the city, it was just that, hey, I go to other places sometimes because they have more choices than San Marcos does. And that's going to continue to be the case if we don't continue to try to bring things in that offer choices to our people
I'm
here.
thinking like Costco and Kyle. How many people that were shopping here at Sam's are maybe doing Costco now? So if we're going down and others are not or going up, I think maybe we can see what's happening. So now we can kind of figure out what we need to do.
Right, or the Sprouts and Kyle, or, even some of the H-E-B and New Braunfels. So those are all things that sometimes will drive people's spending patterns to other communities.
I seen the prices at Lowe's and lumber is decreasing. And I figured that'd be more people building and everything else. I'm surprised we haven't seen the trend doing better just for that reason. Getting back to, and I know none of us are guilty of this, going to the H-E-B and New Braunfels. But a lot of people in San Marcos aren't doing that. They travel. Just thought I'd bring this to the table. Thank you.
Yeah, they are, Mr. Gonzalez, you're right. And I think with, yes, lumber's gone down a little bit in price, but it's kind of had to because of the interest rates being so high. And so with interest rates being as high as they are, the construction industry for residential and some of the commercial even maybe not be as, they're not spending as much because of those interest rates being as high as they are.
Yeah, and to your point, the Matthews Lumber Company is the city's largest sales taxpayer, and it's where we've seen the biggest decline too. So it's just the types of businesses that you're generating their sales tax from. is, so if, in other cities, if they're not as dependent on the construction wholesale trade, then that's probably why they're not seeing as big of a decline as what we are.
What was that lumber?
It's a Matthews Lumber Company. It's the number one there. I'm sorry, man. Is it Matthias? Okay, Matthias.
We've heard different pronunciations, and so that's where he was going from. But I think, but we appreciate them. We're glad they're part of our community. But what it does is it drives home, again, we don't want to have all of our sales tax so dependent on one or two companies. We need to really make sure we have a stronger mix to diversify so that we don't see swings, if something happens in a particular sector. So those are the kinds of talking points that we just really want to make sure that we really drive home, and so that when you are talking with your constituents and the public hears this, that they can understand some of these dynamics that help to drive what our economy looks like, which then also goes into what comes in for taxing them if we're needing to be able to keep up with the services that they require. And it's not to say that if we have industrial or commercial development, that there's not some investment that the city has to make in infrastructure for things. I mean, we understand that does have a cost too, so I don't want to look like we're being one-sided on it. There are costs to that, but we can work through development agreements. There are tools that we can try to work on to try to make sure that we're trying to make the impact on our existing residents as less as possible.
Okay, if there are no further questions on sales tax, we were going to move into the operating forecast for the general fund. All right, we're go over some of the assumptions that are built into the forecast that we're going to share. And from the property tax perspective, it includes the reappraisal growth and new growth on the tax base value. It does not include any tax increment reinvestment zones and the tax value increase. So this was our original assumption. And on the next slide where we show the revised, I'll share a little bit of why we have original and a revised. So the original one, we were looking at a 10% growth in 25 and 26, and then and I think there's a typo there. And 27 would be 5%, and 28 would be 7%. And then you see the bullets, we discussed it earlier, the average taxable value growth over 3 years is 15%, and 5 years is 14%. So that's the growth in our tax base on average that we've seen over those time periods. We were also increasing sales tax by 2.5% year over year based off the fiscal year 24 budget. But those are the underlying revenue assumptions that are going to go into the forecasting chart. And on the expense side, for the annual salary increases for public and non-public safety, anywhere between 3 and 5% is the assumption. And that to allow for inflationary increases, 3%, all the operational expenses were increased by 3%. And so you see, first I'd like to point out in fiscal year 24, there is a planned use of fund balance. There was $5 million total of one-time expenses in the general fund. So that's why you see that expenses are higher than the revenues. That was spending that money in excess of 25%, our fund balance policy, where we intentionally moved some money to pay for the capital improvement program and also put some money aside for the new city hall. Then those assumptions take over for 25 forward. So you see in fiscal year 25, the green column were estimated to be 117 million, and the blue column is the expense column, and that's 115 million. So as you go through, it was showing that we were going to bring in more revenues than expenses. So we revised those assumptions just based on some of the information that we've discussed today and on some other factors. It includes the reappraisal and new growth. We did reduce it by $209,000 annually for the two properties, those student housing properties that Texas State's going to use for student housing. The total impact of that was closer to 500,000. At 300,000 of it, since those properties fall within a tax increment reinvestment zone, the general fund impact is 200,000, and the remainder of that will go to the tax increment reinvestment zone. We reduced the growth for 2025 to 6%, and the reason for that, now for the median home value, the research is showing that the total value of homes in that $300,000 to $400,000 range has decreased from January of 23 through December of 23 by 6.5%. So if the taxable value, what the chief appraiser uses to determine taxable value is market value. So if the market value on the core homes have decreased by 6.5%, then we're thinking that our estimate is also going to have to come down as well. So for 2025, now we're estimating 6% growth instead of that 10% that we saw on that original slide. Also on the sales tax, we are doing 2.5% based on where we're forecasting to end 2024 in sales tax instead of the budget amount. And that's just because we talked about the sales tax trend, and through the first quarter, we're off close to $500,000 of where we thought we would be at this point. Through the first quarter, we typically get about 24% of our total annual sales tax for the year. And if history repeats itself, then we would actually be $2 million short in our short of our sales tax budget for this year. And so what we're doing is being conservative and making sure that we're not inflating those revenues off of a budget that we may miss this year by $2 million. So those are the factors that are going into this revised general fund forecast. The expense assumptions were the same, only the revenues changed. And you can see when you go to 2025, instead of being to the good by $1 million, now we're short by $3 million. That is the impact. It's actually split evenly between property tax and sales tax assumptions changes. The impact of the property tax reducing from 10% to 6% was $2 million, and the impact of changing the way that we're forecasting sales tax because of the trends that we're seeing is $2 million. So that's why now 2025 looks like we're short just based on those assumptions. And as you carry it out in 2026, it's short about $1 million, and then in 2027, it goes back to the where we're bringing in more revenue than what we're spending, say, for 2028.
And so what this demonstrates is just that you approve a budget in October, and we use the best information that we have available to us at the time. But we also have to make sure that just because the budget is approved, that doesn't mean that all hands are off and we just go forward and spend whatever it is that you've approved. We have to make sure that we're continuing to monitor on a regular basis what's happening and then adjust accordingly. So those are the things that we've had to do this year. In this particular case, we have financial policies, we have safeguards in place. We have our budget team that is constantly looking at this stuff to analyze trends to make sure that, again, we're being responsive and we're being responsible in how we handle our taxpayer money in order to be able to respond and do the things that we need to do as a community.
Thank you. That does remind me of another point I wanted to make when we were looking at those revised assumptions. And that is because of our financial policies where we are about $500,000 short of where we thought we would be. Our financial policies lay out some steps that we take to make sure that that we create a soft landing for ourselves, that we're preparing for this. And so what we've done internally so far, we've paused our fiscal year 2023 capital outlay. The total amount of that is about $800,000. And so that's just step one. As we begin to get the more months down the road, if we're continuing to see that decline, then there's some additional measures that we can take. but just so the city council knows, those are the measures that we've taken so far. Okay, so that would bring us to our next segment. If there's no questions about the forecast, where we start looking at new property tax relief considerations.
And you may say, well, why are y'all talking to us about property tax relief when you just laid out this picture for us? And the reason why is just because that's something that you've asked for, and we wanted to make sure that we're being responsive to the things that you've asked for during the last budget process. But we wanted to also make sure that we balance that and that you balance that in your considerations of where we are financially and what those things are that we have that we need to be cognizant of as we move forward.
So there are a total of really three different property tax relief options that we'll share with City Council. There is a fourth, just where there's a combination of the three that we're going to present. One of the first ones that City Council had expressed interest in more information on was implementing a tax ceiling freeze. This is often referred to as the senior freeze, and this impacts residential homeowners that are 65 age or older, and as well as the disabled. And an important note with the tax ceiling or the freeze is once this is approved, it cannot be rescinded. State law prevents this from being rescinded. It's not like one of the exemptions where the city found itself in a position where it needed more revenue, we could decrease an exemption. We cannot rescind the tax ceiling or freeze. There's also some information in here about increasing the property tax homestead exemptions. This would impact any residential homeowner, all homeowners. And there's some information about reducing the property tax rate, and this would impact commercial as well as residential. So beginning with the tax ceiling or freeze, tax ceiling is a better way to think of it, because what it does is when an individual turns 65 years of age, the annual taxes that individual is paying at that time is capped at that amount. So it creates a ceiling. It can actually go lower. So if the city were to reduce its tax rate, or if the homeowner's value of their house decrease, it could actually go lower. It could just never exceed that ceiling that is established when the individual turns 65 years of age. The only way it can increase is if there's some improvements done to the home. If they were to add on to the house a garage or add an extra bedroom, anything like any kind of improvements can increase it. And as we touched on the previous slide, it's important to keep in consideration that it may not be repealed or rescinded. So we're going to show some impacts of the tax ceiling, and some of the underlying assumptions is that the average homestead assessed value will grow at 3.5%. The reason that we set it at 3.5% is the city is limited on reappraisal growth to 3.5%. So we just figured that was a good number to use, as a conservative number to use. And that the homestead count will grow by 8%. That's that same 5-year average that we were talking about earlier. So this is how it would impact an individual in the first year that it would be approved. So in fiscal year 24, the annual tax levy is $1,760, and that would increase in fiscal year 25, just based on the value of that average homestead increasing, to $1,832. So it increased by $72. So what would happen is, for that homeowner, if we had a tax freeze, their levy is frozen at $1,760. So that $72 would not have to be paid by that homeowner, because their levy is frozen at $1,760. I'm sorry, yeah, it was $1,760. So that's what it looks like for one individual. So when you look at all of the homesteads that the city has 65 years of age and older, this is the impact when you sum all of those together. So in fiscal year 24, the green line is the tax freeze levy. So it's the same as the no tax freeze. So you can see fiscal year 24, we're at 5.7 million. When you move to fiscal year 25, in the first year that it would be implemented, the impact to revenue loss to the city is about $200,000. By the time you get out to fiscal year 2028, it's $2.5 million and growing, right? Because as long as that underlying value is increasing, that homeowner isn't going to pay any more than that ceiling, that cap that was provided when they turn 65 years of age. And so that number will grow. So it's one of the important things to keep in mind with the tax ceiling or freeze. In the first year, it doesn't look as impactful as what it does when you get 3 or 4 years down the road.
It really grows exponentially. And Mr. Locke does have some experience with this from a community that he came from. And one of the things is it really does constrain our ability to grow. And we're going to look at kind of the demographics of our neighborhoods so that you can kind of see what that looks like within our community specifically. But the tax freeze is one of those that, as he mentioned, just that if you were to enact that, it can never be revoked. It doesn't matter if your economy changes, it doesn't matter anything. That is something that would have to stay in perpetuity. So just another consideration when it comes to looking at that particular option.
I don't think that's the answer, to be honest with you. Freezing the tax rate, that would be really bad for us in the long run. But growing our economy on layman's terms, again, getting businesses here that could provide more of the tax base that any residential community couldn't even come close. So I think that we need to focus on bringing that back into this community and not freeze taxes, which is lower the taxes by bringing in more income.
I just want to add to that the concept of we are open for business and a balanced property tax base that comes with that.
Just to be clear, y'all are presenting information on some things that we have brought up. These are not necessarily staff recommendations to implement, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And again, thank y'all for bringing this to us with all the details so that we can make a really good decision, because we talked about it a few times and decided not to. And anyway, thank you for having this discussion. And it's good to have the discussion now and not in September when we tended to have it.
Yes, ma'am, and it's also just helping to make sure that the council as well as the public, we know how data-driven y'all are and wanting to see the numbers. So if you see the numbers, then it helps to really tell the story a lot better than just saying, oh, it's not a good idea, or it is a good idea. So that's our hope, is just trying to provide as much as possible for y'all to really make informed decisions.
And another way to look at the $2.5 million in terms of the property tax rate with, in today's value, it's $800,000 the value of a penny. So that's roughly 3 cents on the tax rate by the time you get out to 2028. Homestead exemptions, the city already has approved homestead exemptions. We have 35,000 for age 65 and older and disabled, and 15,000 for all other homeowners. And if city council wants a new exemption to take effect for the upcoming year, so for fiscal year 25, that must be approved by July 1st. So that's just a date to keep in mind.
If you want to do it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. This is some information about the homestead exemptions. We already discussed about that residents that qualify for the senior disabled also receive the homestead exemption. So a senior disabled receives a total of $50,000. They get the $15,000 plus the $35,000. So in the examples that we're going to show, we're assuming that same thing would continue with each one of these increased exemption scenarios that we're going to show. So with increasing homestead exemptions by $5,000, that would increase the homestead, the regular homestead by 5,000 and the senior disabled homestead by 5,000. So essentially the senior disabled would be $10,000. And then, for the 10,000, it would be 20,000. So that's just some background information for the couple slides that we're going to see showing the impact of the homestead exemptions. For the underlying assumptions, also we're using the same growth rate of homesteads of the 5-year average of 8%, and that our tax rate is going to stay the same at 60.3 cents. So this is for the non-65 or older homestead, and it takes what the fiscal year 2025 average, the estimated average homestead value is the $353,000. And if you were to increase by 5,000 and 10,000, it shows what the overall impact to it is. The homeowner will already receive a $90 tax savings from the current homestead exemption. If we increase it by $5,000, they would get an additional $30. So you can see that the total homestead exemption would increase $121. And then we went to 10,000, it would just double. So it would they would have an additional $60 savings, and it increases to $151. This has those same underlying assumptions, only showing the over 65 and the disabled. And what this is essentially double from what we just saw. So we increase to 10,000 for the over 65, then they would save an additional $60. And if it increases to 20,000, they would save $121 in addition to what the exemption is already saving them, which is $300 is what it's already saving them. It would be a total of $422. So this shows what the impact of the homestead exemptions would be all in aggregate. So in fiscal year 24, as we saw on that previous chart, the current exempted value is 1.1 million, and that's the bottom row of that column, that chart as you're moving across, and that'll get up to 1.6 by the time you get to FY 28. If we were to increase it by $5,000, that's just increasing the exemption amount by 5,000. In fiscal year 25, it increases by 300,000, and by the time we get out to fiscal year 28, it's about $400,000 higher than what it is today. Or I'm sorry, what it would be in fiscal year 28. And then if we went all the way to a $10,000 increase in exemption, by the time we get out to fiscal year 28, the total impact would be $800,000. So that's $800,000 of less tax that the residents would pay, and that's less revenue that the city would bring in. These next couple slides have some information about where the homesteads are and the counts and the values of the homesteads. And there's a lot of information on the chart. I'll have to get a little bit closer to read it. But the darker blue colors have the higher counts. So the top 3 neighborhoods that have the highest counts of homesteads are Blanca Vista at 1,195, Kissing Tree at over 700, and Cotton Creek with 598. So you can look and see on that map how the homestead count is dispersed. The lighter the color, the fewer the homesteads that there are. This lighter blue amount also has, you can see, makes up for the majority the blues make up for the majority of the total homesteads. In total, there are about 6,700 homesteads. That's including senior and regular homesteads. About 5,000 of those are just the regular homesteads, not including the senior and 65 and older. This shows the same chart, only for the regular homestead, only it's showing it based on the median property value. And some of those same top cities with the count are in this the top cities on the median value as well. You have Willow Creek, and Kissing Tree, with a median value of Willow Creek is 693,000 and Kissing Tree 649,000. Right, and again, the darker blue colors are the higher median values.
And those are neighborhoods, so those are the neighborhood names who have the property values that Mr. Watt's going over.
Would you remind me again how many homestead exemptions we have right now?
6,700.
That's all I thought you said. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
You said over 65?
6,700 total, and 2,700 of those are age 65 or older.
2,700.
Yes. So this shows that age 65 or older. The previous one was just showing the homestead exemption. This is pulling out the 65 or older. And on this one, the darker purple colors have the higher exemption counts. So you see Kissing Tree is the highest with a total of 571. So of that 2,700, 571 reside in Kissing Tree, Blanco Vista, 256, and Willow Creek, 213. And the lighter colors mean there's lesser homestead counts. And this is showing that same over 65 exemption only by the median property value. So on this chart, the top two, you have Willow Creek at 687,000 has 200 exemption count, and Kissing Tree at 645,000 has 571 exemption count. All right, shifting from the exemptions, changes in the exemption for property tax relate to reducing the property tax. That's the third option that we were going to discuss. And obviously, if we reduce the property tax rate, it doesn't just give relief to residential, it also is going to impact commercial. So if we're targeting that relief towards residential, reducing the property tax rate affects both sides. For fiscal year 2024, a third of the tax base is commercial. So you can think of, in terms of savings, a third of the savings will go to commercial and 2/3 of it will go to residential. I think there's a slide that might show that coming up as well. So we're going to show two scenarios. One's decreasing the property tax rate by a penny and the other one by 2 cents. And the underlying assumptions is that on average that the net taxable values will grow by 7%, which is using those same values that we had on the forecast. It's just averaging them all together. So this is what it would look like to reduce the tax rate for a homestead. And if you did by 1 cent, the total savings that the homestead would see is $34. 2 cents would be $68. And for the over 65, it's a little less because they have a higher exemption amount. So the total savings for 1 cent is $30 and for 2 cents is $61. This is the slide that I was referring to that shows in aggregate what the impact would be to the city in terms of revenue loss. So the 1 cent reduction, you see that what's included in the box is residential, which is, I think what we heard from city council was being targeted for property tax relief. And that is about 2/3. So in fiscal year 24, for a penny, if we reduced it by a penny, residential would see savings of $554,000 and commercial would see savings of $285,000. And you can see how those amounts change as we move through the years. That would just double if we were to go to 2 cents. And for the current fiscal year, we were to do that, the total amount of less revenue brought in would be 1.6 million. Of that amount, residential would be 1.1 million and commercial would be 571,000.
When we were talking about homestead a few years before we actually did it, one of the things that we looked at was the $30 to the homeowner versus what the huge impact was to our budget. And so we decided not to for, I think, a couple of years that we discussed it, because I think that's really important, is what is it saving the individual taxpayer versus, and that's when we knew that we were, we're not able to keep up with our parks and all the other things. And so that's why we decided at that time that we would not do that, because we were seeing the $30 versus the aggregate impact.
That's a good point, Mayor. And this is a lot of information, and there is a summary slide that'll bring all of that together. So City Council will be able to see the impact to the individual homeowner, and then what the overall impact is when you add all that together to the city. Oh, here we go. Good introduction. So this provides both the fiscal year 2025 as well as the 4 year down the road look and fiscal year 28, because some of the property tax relief items grow exponentially like we discussed before. So taking the top one, the tax ceiling or the freeze option, in year one, it would save an over 65 or older $72. And the total cost for the city to provide that benefit is $200,000. When you get to fiscal year 28, it's going to save that same group of people, 65 or older, $336 annually, and the cost to the city in lost revenue is $2.6 million. So if you look down at the next one, which is probably the cheapest alternative of all of them, it is, yes. Increasing the exemption by 5,000 for a regular homestead would give them an additional $30 of savings annually. And for 65 and older, it would be $60, and it would cost the city $309,000 in fiscal year 25. When you look to fiscal year 28, in terms of savings, it's going to be the same because we're assuming that the tax rate is going to remain the same. The cost to the city will increase a little bit, and that cost increase is just assuming that more people are going to move in and be homestead owners. And so the cost of the city would be $392,000. So this summary slide just gets it all on one slide, so you can compare each one of those different options. This slide takes that lost revenue that was on the previous slide, and it just shows some different things, some impacts from that lost revenue. So if you look at in year one on the tax ceiling freeze, the total lost revenue was $200,000. It shows what the impact is on the tax rate. So if we were going to make up that loss by increasing the tax rate, that would be what we would have to increase the tax rate by. And it also shows what new development would be required to make up that lost revenue. So in order to make up $200,000, we would need $33 million of new development to make that up. And then to the right, it just has 4 different positions within the cities, and that's how many people that we would be able to add of those positions with that money. So in terms of the 200,000, it's 2 police officers, 2 firefighters, 2 heavy equipment operators, and 3 equipment operators. Yes, sir.
Make sure it's clear, that's assuming all that new development is not in the church.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, so if any of that development were to fall into a church zone, then that number would need to be higher.
And talk about, again, we give you a mouthful, we tell you a lot, but if this isn't impactful about the reason why you would need some higher development within the community, this is that slide that really helps to show what you need to break even in growth just to be able to keep up with the same service level that you have now and keep up with the same amount of revenues. So that was a very, very important slide that we wanted to make sure we brought forward.
My question is, when you mention new development, are we talking about residential neighborhoods or commercial
Well, when you look at the amounts, I think that will help to tell the story. The majority of this is going to require commercial, because residential development isn't necessarily going to be in these high dollar amounts that we would need to break even. So I think this helps to demonstrate the need for higher amounts of investment into.
Now, residential, areas don't bring as much. They don't even pay for themselves.
Correct.
Many years from now.
Correct.
Right?
No, they don't. And so really, your industrial, your commercial developments, they use the city services less and they pay more into the system. So that's part of the reason why we're saying that is probably a better way that we need to really start thinking about and looking at as a community.
I agree. Thank you.
And there was a number that I wanted to speak to with that. I was using the reducing by 2 cents in year one at 300 million is the required development to break even. It would take, if you use what the average increase on the residential side, whether you're adding a new house or making improvements, it was $300,000. So it would take 1,000 of those changes. So 1,000 rooftops being added in order to break even with the 300 million, as opposed when you look at the average commercial, it's 75 different commercial entities that would need to be added to get to that same amount. When you look at the average value of commercial enterprise.
I don't recall seeing it. Do we have a slide that shows the increase in tax base over the last 5 or 10 years? Just the tax base numbers.
We have a slide that shows net of the tax increment reinvestment zones.
Okay, good, thank you.
We've already passed it, so if it's something that you would like to see, we'd have to
No,
do it.
I'll find it, thank you.
And so just bringing your attention down to the bottom of the screen there, you can see that when you start to equate that lost revenue to the new development required, how much it grows for some of those scenarios, and how it equates to a lot of different positions as you look across there. So this kind of brings all of that information together that we went through with the forecasting and the different exemption scenarios. And it provides a little bit more information that we haven't discussed on the general fund. At the top, it shows what our estimated fund balance is, and it has the revenues and expenses. The budget for 24, for 25 and beyond is at those forecasted numbers that we went over. And so it shows what the ending fund balance would be, and then what our requirement by our financial policies, the 25%. So through that time period, we were forecasting that we would stay above 25% from a fund balance perspective, which is good. Then you see this available capacity in the center that has a square around it. What that is taking is total revenues less total expenses. And if it has parentheses around it, then it's a negative number. So essentially that would mean that you would not have any kind of capacity to add anything further that year, because we're already looking at having to cut or do something in order to balance that particular budget year out. So for those years in 27, 28, they're positive. So that would say that there is capacity. And underneath that, it's showing the revenue loss from the property tax relief options. So essentially what this would do is, like, for instance, if city council wanted to add the tax ceiling freeze in fiscal year 25, it would cost $200,000. There's not the capacity in $200,000. When you get up to 28, it would cost $2.5 million. So there's not even capacity for that, but just to show you in 28, there is $2.2 million that we're forecasting that bring in more revenue than expense. So you could add something in that particular year, and that's the intent of this slide. It just shows what we're forecasting and what the cost to the city for each one of those property tax relief options are.
And this is important just because as much as we would like to bring you property tax relief, and I know how much you would like to tell your community members that we want property tax relief, We're just wanting to make sure you understand why we haven't brought it to you in the past is because of these particular types of dynamics that make it very difficult for us to do that, given the way that our current service level demands are. And so, yes, we could cut services, that's always an option, cut services, cut programs, but then that has its impacts too. So those are the things that we just really want to make sure that we impart on you in regard to why we haven't brought those things forward, and make sure that y'all have the information you need to make your decisions as we go through this budget process.
Slide 45 has the tax base starting fiscal year 2025 to 2034. You don't have to go to it. That shows the future. What I was looking for was the past tax base changes.
Okay. We certainly have that information internally that we can send out.
That's how you figured out the second one?
Yeah. This last slide on the general fund are just some of the takeaways. We need to develop a long-term approach to balancing that operation and debt component of the tax rate. We spent a lot of time discussing the balancing act between the two. And when Mr. Condor discusses the capital improvement program, he'll also get into that tug of war too. Okay, he'll spend more time talking about it from the capital project side. There are way more demands than there are resources, and a reduction in revenue has to be balanced in some manner. So if we reduce revenue, there has to be a reduction in expenses as well, if not some additional development to offset that reduction of revenue. So we showed the slide that showed what it would take with the different property tax relief scenarios and new development. So new development can also offset the revenue reductions. Whenever we look at reducing expenses, especially in the general fund that is so service oriented, that means that it's going to impact operations, the capital improvement projects, and/or services. And in the general fund, the biggest expense is people, because it takes people to provide those services to the residents. April is going to be a key month. It's always a big month to get the preliminary roll. And I think this year it's even bigger, just given that what we're seeing, the median home values, being on a decrease. There's so many variables that go into what the actual taxable value comes out to be. And then the whole calculation is about a 10-page form. So it's a real complicated calculation to come up with, your new revenue rate and that sort of thing. So it's and I just say that because we're showing you the information as with what we know today. April is going to tell us a lot more, because they will actually see what they're estimating those values to be. Right now, we're going by research that we found over what those median home values are looking, and that there was that 6.5% decline. And also, it's going to give us a couple more months. By coming to April, we'll have another quarter on our sales tax to be able to see if it's still trending down, or if we are hopefully be on an upswing. So that was the end of the general fund. Should we move forward and go into the community enhancement fund?
Are y'all okay to move forward, or do y'all want to take a break? Lunch will be here probably, around 11:30. So if y'all want to go ahead and keep pushing forward? Okay, thanks.
Okay, our community enhancement fund is a special revenue fund, and it was made a special revenue fund to make sure that all the revenues that come into it are restricted for that purpose. It can only be used for expenses related to community enhancement. It was established to enhance the appearance of our city through increased litter pickup and beautification projects. The residential and commercial fees are the primary revenue source. And there's a lot of different things that the fee supports. Listed here are some of those: graffiti abatement, litter pickup, maintaining the public flower beds, downtown sweeping. There's additional I-35 mowing, as well as some code enforcement for unsafe structures and blight. This provides a little bit more information about what the fee covers. The community enhancement technicians handle all the graffiti abatement, as well as some abandoned homeless camp cleanup. You have Keep San Marcos Beautiful. The horticultural team, they maintain 90,000 square feet of public beds with this two-person team. Our agreement with the Easter Sales that takes care of roadway litter pickup, as well as that additional I-35 mowing and litter pickup at the river parks. And the code enforcement officers. There's two different code enforcement officers that handle unsafe structures and blight.
Is this the same as the beautification fund?
Yes, sir. It's same thing.
There's two different names for the same thing?
I think that when the community enhancement fee was originally formed, it was referred to as there's a different name.
We talk about, the original idea was to beautify and to do that, but this has been the name. But it's the same thing, like you said.
Thank you. I just thought that some of those funds were gonna go to, houses that were depleted and in bad condition. Is that still the purpose for that? Okay.
The general fund would handle that sort of thing, the general fund. The neighborhood enhancement team handles that.
So yes, we do have some ARPA money that's gonna deal directly with that, and those contracts are on Tuesday night, so.
One other question, when this happens, do y'all put a lien?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Do y'all put a lien on that property to get reimbursed for the money that y'all spent to demo that home, or?
Right, so in this, our general fund money, code compliance. There we go. In our general fund for neighborhood enhancement code enforcement, we do have money for that demoing, cleaning and stuff, and we do place liens on that, and it comes back into the city at some point.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
There is a reimbursement. Matter of fact, the reason I'm bringing this up is I got contacted the other day that their house burned down recently or last year. And now they're getting charged $11,000 for demoing that home. And I said, well, I don't know how that works, but I would find out.
Railroad Street, right? Yes.
I would say that's something staff can research and get back with you.
Thank you.
The next slide will show a forecast of the community enhancement fund. And this is just sharing the assumptions built into that. There was an impact of $11,000 to revenues due to the customer count from the sale of the two properties to the Texas State University. So the community enhancement fund will see $11,000 less revenue because of that sale. Revenues will increase 3% year over year, and this is just related to just growth, the general growth of the city. This is not from rate increases. And it's assumed that both personnel and the expense will increase by 3%. So those are the underlying assumptions going into the forecast. And so we're showing how we're going to finish fiscal year 23. We have the adopted budget for fiscal year 24, and then using those assumptions from 25 through 28, you can see just based on those assumptions that we are going to continue to use fund balance. So we're starting in fiscal year 25 with an estimated $660,000 fund balance, and by the time we get to the end of fiscal year 28, we will have about a $400,000 fund balance. So we'll use about $260,000 of fund balance over the course of those years. So there's a couple different funding options that we're going to present to City Council to consider. One is to, you could keep the community enhancement fee as it is and make no changes. Another is to fund community enhancement with property tax. That was one of the options that City Council asked about. Another is to keep community enhancement fee as is, and then you could transfer some positions from the community enhancement fee into the general fund. And specifically what the scenario will show is transferring 2 code enforcement officers to the general fund, one in fiscal year 27 and one in fiscal year 28. Yes, ma'am.
Just want to remind the council, this is that fee that is the same for each electric meter, basically. And the businesses, the HEB distribution center pays the same as your local produce store, is that correct?
Yes, the commercial has the same rate, just like all residentials pay the same rate.
But it's not a rate, it's a flat fee.
Yes, flat fee.
Because rate kind of implies the more they're gonna pay, but they're not. I forget what it is. It's less than $10 a month. And that, as I understand it, staff has looked to see how we can make that more equitable, and there's not a way charging it as the community enhancement fee. And I think that's an important thing to note today,
Correct.
that's why we're doing all this other, is we can't get where we wanted to get when we've had conversations before.
Yes, staff has tried to look into an equitable way that you could charge that fee. And that's really what it comes back to, that we can't charge more than the benefit derived from each one of the commercial entities. And with what this fee offers those businesses, we couldn't change the fee structure. So these are some other options that were presented to council.
Can't go by square footage of a building, square footage of the property. There's just not a way.
No, not because legally, the basis has to be the benefit that's derived, as Mr. Locke just talked about. And so outside of what you as council already did to restructure things this current fiscal year, where you changed the flat fee for residential versus commercial, but you were interested in going a step further and saying smaller commercial, medium commercial, larger commercial, and maybe even residential, but we weren't able to find something that would be an avenue that would allow for us to do that in a legally defensible way.
Oh, in the same way for the residential, somebody in a $150,000 home pays the same as $1 million home.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
And so, what the next slide and the subsequent slides will show is that there's reasons why a city does fees versus property tax rate, right? And so including the fee in the property tax rate, Mr. Locke's going to show what would it be if we were to eliminate the fee and just have that be in the property tax rate, and so that it's all inclusive. But he's also going to show that the fee that someone gets is probably less than they would if you were to raise the property tax by the amount that would be needed there. So like 1 cent or whatever. So that's something that we want to be able to demonstrate, just so you can see what those options and the differences are.
can somebody look up and remind me what those fees are? Sometime we don't have to stop discussion for it, but just a minute or 2 or 10.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess let's say that an apartment complex and they get individual bills for their electric and water and whatever else. That means we're gonna gain some more if we start charging them in the electrical bill.
If we have additional electric meters, for a particular development or whatever, then there's additional money that, yes, comes into community enhancement as growth occurs. So that is how that would happen.
Apartment complexes, it's paid by basically front door, not the complex paying one.
Because they're individually
We're able to
metered.
get charged per living unit.
Yes, so the apartments are the true kind of what you're talking about. They don't just get paid that one fee. So if they got 100 doors, they're getting charged 100 fees. So they really do pay a good proportion. That's why there was such a big hit for just 2 apartment buildings leaving.
Thank you.
This slide shows the impact of paying for the community enhancement program with property tax instead of through the community enhancement fee. And so if you look on the first column shows what the fiscal year 25 estimated homestead values would be. That is $338,000. And this is after you reduce it by the homestead exemption. And if the annual payment that that homeowner would pay with the community enhancement fee would be about $28. If we were to switch that to property tax, that same homeowner would pay $44 instead for community enhancement. So it would cost on an annual basis $15 more to that homeowner to pay for it by the property tax rather than through the community enhancement fee.
So that's the information that I was just asking for, and I didn't remember, it was 28, because we talked about it being monthly.
Yes, ma'am. So if we would divide that by 12, that would give us the residential amount.
But why would it have to be 44? Why would it have to be 1.3 cents?
That is that's the amount that it would take to cover all of community enhancement's budget. It's the equivalent of 1.3 cents on the tax rate.
That's what we need in general fund revenue
But
to
what on
bring
the
it
business,
in.
what about on the non-resident side?
They would also pay a piece of that too. Yes, that's a good point. This is just, but if we were to increase this is just a penny on the tax rate is $800,000, and community enhancement's budget is around it's over $1 million. So that's why it takes more than a penny on the tax rate to cover the expenses of community enhancement. And that's including what the residents will pay as well as what commercial will pay.
But if the whole point is that the residents are paying a higher proportion, and the businesses would pay more based on value of what they pay taxes on, why wouldn't that level it out?
The business makeup, if you remember back to the slide where we talked about the impact of reducing by a penny and 2 pennies, the commercial make up about 1/3 of the total taxable value in the city.
There's just not as many of those $5 a month. We talked about that back then.
Exactly, which was part of the discussion when y'all were looking at how to make that change, as part of this budget adoption process that we're currently in. There weren't as many commercial customers to try to raise that to a point that made enough impact.
Some of those are pretty high dollar though, and that's what I was thinking was not so much the number, but the value. And the budget you said is over $1 million?
Yes, ma'am. Let me go back and we
No,
can
it's
tell you
okay.
for sure. So in fiscal year 24, the adopted budget was just short of 1.1 million. Yes. So if you look at the break-even value of a home, it is $216,000. So if a homeowner has a home that's valued at $216,000 or less, then they would benefit from switching to it being paid by property tax. Any value over that $216,900, they're going to pay more than what they would pay through the community enhancement. The other scenario that we'll show is if we transfer code enforcement officers. What the scenario assumes is the first one is transferred in 2027 at approximately a cost of $78,000. And the second one in fiscal year 28 that has a combined cost of $155,000. And with that scenario, you can see that as we go out, we actually rebound. So by the time you get to fiscal year 28, we're bringing in more revenues than what the expenses are by the time that we get both of those positions moved out of the community enhancement fee and into the general fund.
And what, excuse me, what was the business fee? We have 28.20 for the residential. $5 or $6 a month, isn't it? Commercial. Okay.
We're trying to get that in. So these are the takeaways for the community enhancement fee or the fund. The fee has allowed the city to provide the additional services that we've talked about, the additional litter pickup on 35, as well as the additional mowing. And we've also added some animal-proof trash and recycle containers throughout the city parks with this fee. And that concludes the community enhancement fee. So where we begin to go next would be into the enterprise funds. If there are no further questions on the community enhancement fee. And it also looks like lunch might be here too. So. Is this a good place for a break between?
Time to set up. So let's go ahead and keep going a little bit. If we can get through as much of this as possible, so that we can take up with Mr. Condor, maybe a little bit after council get some lunch.
All right. So the last group of funds that we're going to discuss are the enterprise funds. And the enterprise funds are handled much like a private business, as opposed to our governmental funds that don't have to be handled in the same manner as a private business. And in that, it's because the fund charges user fees to fund the services that it's providing, so that it can be able to purchase whatever operational supplies or infrastructure that is needed to provide those services to the residents or to its customers. Just like on the general fund side, on the utility side, we also need a debt management plan. So this is something that we'll also be bringing to City Council for their consideration in the future. We've had discussions about getting our enterprise funds to a working capital days cash on hand of 90 days, which is essentially the same thing as getting to that 25% fund balance, just as we are with the general fund. With the utility funds, an important measure that is used is what's referred to as debt service coverage ratio. And what this ratio is you take your total revenues that you bring into the fund, and then you subtract from it all the operating expenses, and what's left is to pay the debt service on the debt that you've issued. So if you think about it in terms of your house, if you pay out all of your monthly bills, like the cable bill and your cell phone bill, and then what you have left is to pay your mortgage and your car payment. So it's kind of that's a way to think about it. And what the rating agencies would like to see is that at a minimum, we have to be able to cover that 1.2 to 1.3 times. So that means that whatever your debt payment is, you have to cover it 120%, the whole amount, and then have 20% fluctuation in case something happens with your revenue, you're still going to have enough money to pay your debt service. The rating agencies like to see us more in the 1.4 to 1.5 range, and what's considered strong is 1.5 and above. And somebody mentioned that 1.75 is the ceiling. I actually meant to take that off, so it's just 1.5 and above is considered strong. Trends are more important to any point in time. So if we're able to maintain a 1.5 over a 10-year period, the rating agencies would look at that as being very strong, because the city is making the rate adjustments that we need to maintain that 1.5. So trends are more important than just one snapshot at a point in time. And just as with the general fund side, we'd like to also designate some pay-as-you-go funding. Again, starting small, where we're just paying for some of these capital projects with cash and not totally reliant upon debt. Our first enterprise fund is the electric fund. It's our largest enterprise fund, and it counts for all of the transactions related to the electric utility. The primary revenue sources are for the rates charged for all the customers that receive electric from the city's electric utility. And it supports everything related to the electric utility. The forecast that we're going to show, these are the underlying assumptions that help build that forecast. That there would be no electric rate increase applied from fiscal year 25 and beyond. And that the only increase in revenue is just 3% year over year, just from the assumed growth in accounts. The operational expenses will increase by 3% in 25 and 4% beyond 25. And that the annual salaries will increase by 3% each year. Capital outlay is not considered for fiscal year 25 and beyond either. So if we were to issue any additional debt, that would be on top of the numbers that we're going to show here. So this is what that original forecast would look like. If we were to do nothing at all in terms of adjusting rates and just relied on whatever growth that we had in accounts, you can see we begin fiscal year 25 with a 15.6 million fund balance. And by the time we get out to fiscal year 28, we have a $5.7 million fund balance. So it would really spin down what fund balance we have in our electric fund. So this next forecast that we're going to shows has the same expense assumptions. The only change is an effective rate increase of 1.7% for 25, 26, and 27. And again, I want to touch on this does not include any new debt issue. So this is just being able to pay our current debt as well as maintain our operational expenses with these assumptions in mind. So with that 1.7% effective rate increase, we're able to stabilize that. So, using that same example, we begin fiscal year 25 with $15.6 million fund balance, and we finish with 16.2. So with those rate increases, it's able to meet operational expenses with recurring revenue. The thing that this does not include is any new additional debt being issued to cover capital projects.
I'm looking at the bottom row, and it says required fund balance. And that's our 90-day, and that number's more than the number right above it.
Yes, ma'am, all the way through, it's more. And this is, that's our fund balance goal for the electric fund, is to evaluate moving to 90 days. City Council recalls when we shared that when the electric bond rating was downgraded, that was one of the big driving factors, was our fund balance was too weak. So we're trying to get up to that 90-day point. I mentioned that debt service coverage earlier. This shows what the historical debt service coverage is. I didn't put, or there isn't a square around it, but you look at the furthest column over there by coverage, that really shows how many times we're able to cover debt service. And you can see that the electric utility hit a high of about 6% or 6 times back in 2015. And here in recent years, it's been anywhere between 1.5 and 2.6 times. And again, the legal requirement is 1.2. And our goal should be about 1.5. So this is some of the takeaways for the electric fund. create financial stability, and through adding that debt management plan, that's something that will help it as well. Looking at it long-term to see that it will take some rate adjustments in order for us to cover our recurring expenses with the recurring revenue instead of using fund balance as we go through each year. This bullet continued to address legacy cost allocations. What this is referring to is in the past, the city has charged expenses that are enterprise-wide expenses based on a concept of using a third to the general fund, a third to the electric fund, and a third to water wastewater. And that doesn't necessarily get to the benefit derived by each one of those funds. So what we want to do is clean that up so that if the electric fund is only benefiting by 10% of whatever that charge is, then the electric fund should only pay 10% and instead of the third. So that's what that bullet is getting to. Establish and maintain a 90-day fund balance. That's our goal to do. It'll take a lot for us to get there, as you saw by those slides. We would like to return back to where we were before the electric rating was downgraded to the BBB+, get back to that A- rating. This is, and I do want to make sure that we're clarifying that the city's tax back debt is at a AA rating. So we're only talking about the electric debt here. And we want to maintain a 1.5 coverage ratio. Also look at rates more long-term to support any of the needs and have more of that long-term outlook. And I think this might be a good place to pause, so I'll turn.
Okay, do we want to have a working lunch, like a 30-minute working lunch, or do we want to have 30 minutes just to ourselves and eat and come on back?
We may not want to do working lunch since we're live, and we may want to go to recess for that for a little bit. But then maybe come back, not so much 30 minutes, but maybe take, 20 minutes? And then we'll come back.
Okay.
So we can show we're in recess.
Sounds good. All right, let's go ahead and take those 20 minutes. What time are we at? What time are we? All right, we'll probably be back about 55 after.
You at least one person paid attention.
All right, now we're live again, everyone. It's about 1 or 2 minutes after 12. We're gonna go ahead and reconvene. John, you gonna finish us off?
Okay, we finished with the electric fund. Now we're moving on to the water wastewater fund of our enterprise funds. And our water wastewater fund, as you would imagine, accounts for all the operations of the water and wastewater utility activity. The primary revenue sources for the fund are the rates charged to our water and wastewater service. And it supports everything related to wastewater and water. All right, and the assumption slide that we're going to show, the forecast slide that we're going to show, these are the underlying assumptions. Just as with the other, most of the other funds, the annual personnel and operational expense increases are estimated at 3%. There's no water wastewater rate increase that has been applied. And capital outlay is not considered for fiscal year 25 and forward. And when we say that capital outlay is not considered, there's no new debt service being issued either for the capital improvement program. You'll notice in fiscal year 28 that when we look at the slide that expenses dropped fairly significantly compared to prior years. And that is due to a large maturity that occurs in fiscal year 28. And it also does not take into account any future Alliance Regional Water Authority debt issuances. So this is a look at the fund. And if you look at fiscal year 2025, we begin the year with an estimated fund balance of $19.2 million. And as we move through, by the time we get to fiscal year 28, we would finish with $24.4 million. The biggest reason for that, if you look in fiscal year 28, the operational expenses actually go down by over $1 million. And that again is just from that large debt maturity occurring. One of the things, again, I want to stress is this does not include any future debt issuances to support any future capital improvement projects that Mr. Condor is getting ready to discuss. In terms of how we would be doing in relation to our 90-day fund balance, we would stay over our 90-day fund balance requirement throughout the term of this forecast. This is what the water and wastewater debt service coverage looks like. You can see that we've actually added to it over the years. Going back to 2013, it was at 1.4, and by the time we got to 2022, it was at 2.5. So some takeaways with water and wastewater is the wastewater treatment plant does have, the current plant does have some improvement needs that are going to need to be addressed. We have the wastewater treatment plant number 2 that is going to need to be funded and constructed. And we also, just as with the electric, the water wastewater fund was the other part of that third that was discussed with the legacy cost allocation. So we're going to continue to address those. And the reason that we include that as a bullet in terms of council wanting us to look into ways to minimize utility rate increases when you have expenses that the fund should not be paying, and if we have an opportunity to get that out of there, then that prevents a rate increase to help cover those expenses. And we're able to get them into the fund that is actually receiving the benefit from the cost. The next fund is our stormwater fund, and it was established to provide for the planning, engineering, construction, maintenance, and improvement of the stormwater management projects throughout the city. The rates charged to customers for stormwater management are based on impervious cover, and that is the revenue source for this fund. And it supports all city-owned drainage infrastructure, street sweeping operations, the municipal separate storm sewer system program that's referred to as MS4, and the capital projects for stormwater. Looking at the forecast for stormwater, the assumption is that the general fund will cover stormwater capital projects for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, as it did for fiscal year 23. And that, again, the revenues and expenses both will increase by 3%. So with those underlying assumptions, this is what the outlook of the stormwater fund is. For fiscal year 25, we would begin with 2.1 million. And by the time we get to fiscal year 28, we would finish with 2.2 million. Without issuing new debt in this fund, to cover capital projects, it shows that just the growth in accounts is enough to offset the anticipated growth in expenses from an inflationary perspective. And again, just like the other two funds, this doesn't take into consideration any new debt issuances to cover the capital improvement plan in future years. So that'll be one of the takeaways for this fund, is whether or not the general fund should continue to use some of its capacity to cover the stormwater management capital projects. This is a look at the debt service coverage for the stormwater fund. It's not near as strong as what the other funds are. As we were at a 1, just barely covering debt service in 2013. In the past 2 years, we haven't been bringing in enough to even cover debt service in this fund. So some of the takeaways for stormwater is the current revenues are not sufficient to meet the capital improvement plan as well as maintenance needs of the fund. The forecast that was shown, again, just covered the maintenance activities, the operational activities. It did not include adding additional debt to the fund. We would like to continue to work towards building a reserve, that 90-day reserve in this fund as well. We're estimating that a rate increase of 1.5% will be needed in 26 and 27 as we begin to start funding the capital projects with the stormwater fee instead of the general fund, if that's the direction that we go. And that's the last bullet on there is just determining whether the general fund will continue to support the capital improvement program for stormwater projects. Next is our resource recovery fund. And this fund accounts for all the activities related to the solid waste disposal system. The revenue source for this fund is the rates charged to the customers for their solid waste services. And this fund provides support for residential trash pickup, recycling, and green waste pickup, multifamily recycling. We have recycling and brush drop-off, downtown trash collection, household hazardous waste, a reuse warehouse, as well as brush drop-off and mulch pickup. So when we look at the resource recovery's forecast, it has the same underlying assumptions as what we've seen on many of the other funds. The revenues will increase by 3%, and this is just from growth from accounts. Again, it's not any kind of rate adjustment, and that the expense side will increase by 3% as well. So for resource recovery, we would begin fiscal year 25 with an estimated $2.2 million fund balance. And by the time we get to fiscal year 28, we would finish about there as well. One of the considerations for this fund is that we've been trying to save money to help cash fund part of the household hazardous waste facility. And judging by this current outlook, we wouldn't be able to do that. It's enough to cover current expenses is what it looks like. It's not enough to also save money to go towards that household hazardous waste facility. And that's the key takeaway from this is the relocation of operations and building a new facility, which would include that household hazardous waste facility. All right, and I believe the last enterprise fund that we're going to discuss is the airport. And the airport was established to account for the revenues and expenses of the San Marcos Regional Airport. The primary revenue sources to the airport are the commercial and agricultural leases, the hangar rents, as well as the fuel flowage fees. And all this revenue supports all the operations at the regional airport. So as we look at the forecast for the airport, revenues are expected to increase by 2% a year, and expenditures will increase 3% a year. And just from those assumptions, you could discern that we're going to be using fund balance as we move because expenses are increasing at a higher rate than our revenues are. So this shows in fiscal year 25, we're estimating to begin with a 95,000 fund balance. And using those assumptions, we would actually run out of fund balance by the time we get to the end of fiscal year 28. So just some takeaways and discussion points on the airport. There has been a strong demand for airport access, facilities, and services. The base aircraft increased 21% over the past 2 years from 225 to 272. The airport has over 200 names on a wait list for hangars. Hangars are one of the big revenue sources for the airport. So new hangars would help generate more revenue for the airport. And then the 2023 takeoffs and landings totaled 93,000, averaging 256 per day. Do you have a question?
The 200 names on the wait list for aircraft hangars, isn't somebody building some new hangars?
Yes.
And and I'm sorry, I don't remember, how big of dent are we gonna make into that 200 names? And I realize their names can be on others and that might not be on. I realize there might not be 200 ultimately, but.
No, I think the layout that they're currently looking at right now will take care of maybe 10 of those people.
So why aren't we building more hangars?
I'm sorry.
You can answer me later.
Yeah, it's a complicated answer.
Just a couple more bullets related to the airport, that the airport development efforts are continuing with a master plan update for project and a specific needs assessment for the FAA certification approval. And the capital improvement plan is aligned with the anticipated airfield projects to accommodate larger aircraft at the regional airport. And that's the end of our fund overview. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to ask or answer them. Okay.
All right, let me make sure I can work this thing. Left, right. Is there a little pointer on this thing? Oh, that's not gonna do much. Let's see, Thomas, you might be in trouble, man. I got a little bit closer here. All right, how's it going? I know we all share lunch, so that's always a fun time to come on. Hopefully you got your sweet tea, and I've got some great artwork for you. So a little animation. So I think maybe you'll appreciate it, maybe you won't. I don't know. We'll find out. Here we go. So again, Sean Condor, Director of Engineering and Capital Improvements. What I want to talk about today, I want to hit the strategic plan. Real quick, I'll read the CIP. Something you haven't heard before, but it's always good to repeat some information. I want to hit all the things we did in 2024, recap several subjects, talk about the process improvement we're going through. It's one of my favorite word, process improvement. I like to use that a lot. Just hear the presentation. We're going to talk about funding the CIP projects, the challenges with it, start listing the significant projects, and then just go over some considerations for you. So I'm going to read this out because it's important. It relates to the strategic plan and how the CIP ties to it. So in terms of quality of life and sense of place, we ensure master plans align with the current comprehensive plan. We provide opportunities for public engagement to receive feedback from residents for CIP projects. We ensure CIP projects in downtown area are scoped to promote downtown vitality. And we look for opportunities to include art in CIP projects. In terms of the economic vitality, we make ensure the master plans align with the current comprehensive plan to promote responsible growth. For public safety, core services, and fiscal estimates, we ensure that models are coordinated with CIP and consider impacts of the city's budget. We do pursue grant opportunities on CIP projects and develop and implement the CIP's main infrastructure needs. In terms of mobility and connectivity, we maintain and coordinate the transportation master plan to ensure multiple transportation. We coordinate with Campo to ensure specific summer projects are identified in the Safe Streets for All program. In terms of environmental protection, we incorporate green stormwater, energy conservation infrastructure, and incorporate and anticipate future needs for the city to mitigate future risk. This thing's struggling.
It's working, just hold it closer.
Quit moving, right?
This close.
No, kiss it. All right. So the Capital Improvements Program, it's a multi-year financial planning tool used to identify and plan for major capital projects. Keyword, planning tool. Second keyword, multi-year. It addresses growth, transportation, public safety, and utility infrastructure issues in conjunction with goals and priorities as determined by the City Council. The adoption of the CIP and its first year of funding coincides with the adoption of the budget and use a 10-year projection. So we take the CIP throughout the budget, so you see it a lot of times interjected with the budget presentations. Before requesting funding on all projects in year one, we make sure the project is ready, make sure staff can handle the workload, and we make sure the city can fund the projects. In 2025, the ability to fund takes over, and we cannot fund several of these projects in the future. So let's do a recap from last year. Some of the challenges we pointed out were our debt models. That our debt does not fall off until 2029. So to bring on new CIP capacity, we're going to have to add debt. We don't take advantage of anything falling off. Construction costs have increased dramatically since COVID. Like I said, we're still sitting about 50% increase in 2019. We've steadied out or leveled off now, we can see. But that made a huge impact of what we could do 5 years ago. And scope creep, projects are becoming more complex and larger. CIP goals, we will present a realistic and feasible CIP. In the past, you look at the CIP, you know we're going to fund all those projects listed. So let's quit showing them the CIP. Let's put some forward that we know we can fund and we can do it. Change the message to the public. Timing is based off funding. I was at a public meeting earlier this week, and it's painful to tell folks we can't do this project because we don't have money, so I've got to push it out. It hurts, but it's the truth, and we got to make sure the public knows that. And we want to aggressively pursue grants and alternative funding on projects. We can't fund them, so what do? We can only increase rates so much. We got to look for some other funding sources, and grants is another opportunity to bring in some more money. And so we are aggressively pursuing those. Plan for a future bond election. You're going to hear that throughout the theme of this presentation. So that's just another way to bring in some additional funding source to fund CIP projects. Recap, John covered some of this, but I'm just gonna hit some of the high points. The stormwater was funded, last 2 years and this fiscal year, or 2025, with, the general fund. We did not have a rate increase. We're not anticipating one this year. The water, wastewater, and electric funds, just grouped them off for utilities, but the big thing there is we just issued $17 million of debt for ARWA last month. That's really impacting the water, wastewater fund. The rate increases were 2024, we did a 5% for all. I will note on electric, it's a 5% base, which effectively is a 1.9% effective. So out of a $100 bill, we're going to about $102 after the rate increase. For 2025, we're anticipating about 5% as well. That's basically the fund operations and CIP. One important thing to note is we've had to pull from reserve and fund balances to keep that rate increase to previous years. You know, you can only do that long. That fund balance is not something we dip into every year. So we want to quit doing that in the future. General fund, a bond election is required to fund the future CIP. The debt rate did stay the same in 2024, so it was at 15.83 cents out of 60, or approximately 26%. John touched on that heavily. If we want to start toggling that percent a little bit higher, help out CIP a little bit. Just some general assumptions: growth, inflation, operating costs, roughly about 2 to 5%. Those are kind of the typical numbers we see. I did not draw this, but it's my first piece of artwork. I want to talk about process improvement. Think about a sailboat. We're trying to go from A to B. We all know the fastest route is in a straight line, right? But it's not feasible. It doesn't account for adjustments. So if you sail, I don't sail, but I've seen pictures of people sailing. They go on a line. How come? You got to adjust for time. You got to adjust for the winds. Well, you got to fine tune. So you take some, as you get to your end product, you'll get where you want to go. It'll take longer, but it's just the way you got to go. And you got to adjust. That's what we're going to do with the CIP and the process improvement. It's going to be a multi-year process. It will not be perfect, but we will make changes. We will listen, evaluate, and adjust. Keep doing that until we get to where we need to be. So, process improvement, there it is again. My goal, our goal, the city's goal, everyone's goal, we want to present a CIP that is feasible and realistic looking past year one. How are we going to do that? We're going to clearly identify funding associated bond elections, and I'm going to show you how in a little bit. We're going to implement a web-based CIP, which we've already done. That's right, this is a recap. I'm sorry, we've already been doing this. We're going to continue to update and evaluate project rankings. We're going to move reoccurring costs into department budgets where it belongs. We're going to pursue grant funding, increase that focus on master plans. We're working on that debt strategy with John and his team, and we'll continue to delay projects that are bond election candidates. So just as a reminder, I state year one, I'm talking FY 2025 in the CIP. So the bond election in the past wasn't clearly identified. If you look here on the left, there's 2024. This is kind of your bond election projects. Every year we decide not to pursue, we just push those projects out. So what we've done differently on the right, we've got all those funding that's associated with the bond election. We shifted all to the right, so folks know if they're going to fund this project, these are the bond funded capacity of the funding of this project. So what we're going to do is reserving future capacity for the master plan. So when you look at the 25 CIP next month, it should be out in March, you're going to see a lot of projects fell off. Not because they're not important, because we can't fund them, but we got a lot of stuff here we got to do. So let's drop off that capacity. Let's get those master plans updated. Let's figure out what projects need to come, and we'll bring them back in. Yes, ma'am.
Are they actually dropping off the plan, or are we just kind of pushing them into a waiting room?
No, they'll be on the wait list. That's correct. They won't be presented in the 10-year CIP, but we'll be maintaining a list of all the projects that are always there. We will reevaluate each year to see have they met the qualifications to jump back onto the CIP.
Okay, and on the previous slide, you've got move recurring costs into department budgets where it belongs. Could you give an example of that?
Sure. The example there would be like the water department had a budget item for maintenance at lift stations, if you will. So they would fund that if every year is about 100,000. We took that 100,000 and say, put that in your operating budget. We're funding with cash every year anyways. So it didn't make sense to show it in the CIP when it should be an operating budget.
So these are expenses that we're already budgeting for?
There, yes, instead of being on budget and operating, they're budgeting the CIP portion. So now they're budgeting and operating and no longer on the CIP.
Okay, so are we looking at maintenance things? Several years ago, we looked at the CIP, and I believe I'm correct in remembering this, carpet for the activity center. And I remember Mr. Gregson going, we're gonna pay that for 20 years, that may not last 20 years. So are those the kind of things that we're looking at, is things that we know it's gonna need to be replaced? Year, I don't know, but is that something else that we're talking about putting not on the CIP anymore, recurring things?
Yes, definitely. You don't want to fund something for 20 years that won't last 20 years. That is a very accurate statement. I would say there's very few projects that meet that criteria that are in the CIP. To say that we actually look at specific, I'd say yes, we do, but sometimes the challenge you get is that even operating budgets can't. This one's dead.
Mabel's bringing you a better one.
All right. Second one, here we go. Did that answer your question, or do I need to dive in deeper there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good enough, just we can't cover them all, and that's okay.
And I touched a little bit on that subject here on the next couple. So just a spoiler alert, we're looking at about 60 million on 2025 CIP, probably about 42 million moving forward. I got a better breakdown for the own presentation, but the point is, you know, we need to get these projects in the CIP below this red line, or we got to move that red line up, which by toggling that split will allow that red line to move a little further up. If you haven't seen our interactive map, it is on our engineering webpage. The plan for the 25 CIP is to have this map updated to reflect the FY 2025 CIP when it's posted in March. Project rankings, we've always had project rankings for, I say always, we've had it the last several years. It's kind of a way for us to clarify if a project is a want versus a need. And the idea is to move low ranking projects to a wait list till they're ready to be brought back onto the CIP. It's just a way for us to kind of evaluate how important projects are. It's easy to compare a water project to another water project, but it's hard to compare a fire station to the park, to the Purgatory Creek. So that's where they kind of come and play and help those general fund projects to kind of prioritize those. Reorganized operating debt versus, or operating funds versus debt. Again, let's put it where it belongs. Let's quit showing on the CIP, let's put it in the operating budget. And so you saw a lot, I got the debt sale coming probably, I think in February. You'll see a lot of projects were canceled because we moved those costs from the CIP into the 24 budgets. Grant funding, for 23, we were awarded 1.8 million with 13 grants. The thing about grants is applications are limited by required match. So Purgatory Creek's a great example. $60 million job, we can't apply for a grant if they're gonna come back and say, your local match is 30 million. Well, I can't afford a 30 million match. So we gotta make sure that when we apply for these grants, we're seeing what's the match, when's the match due, how can we fund this match? And so one of the things on grants, we gotta make sure we know which grants should we strategically apply for. Because some grants, we have a higher opportunity or a higher percentage getting than others. Some grants, they want you to start with them for the design phase. Some grants want them to do shovel ready. So every grant's a little different. I get emails all the time, look at this grant, look at this grant. And so we got to look at it, and we do, but we've got to compare it to all the other projects and what comes with that grant. So with Sandra and her team, we had to do a good job of verifying those grants make sense and do a little evaluation before we apply for them. Master plan. So one of the big pushes is to bring the importance of master plans into the CIP. So this just lists kind of the key master plans, you know, the comp plan, transportation master plan, stormwater master plan, utility master plans. They're all either recently updated or in motion to be updated. But they all relate. You know, it all really starts with the comp plan. The comp plan tells us where we're going to go, where we need to put stuff. You know, we take that, we generate our master plans tied to the comp plan and the area plans, and then that fits into CIP projects or permanent zones. So they all related to make sure that we use those as we're preparing the CIP. So dive a little bit more into master plans. What do they do? They document the existing system, capacity, source of water, treatment, assessment, assess problem areas. It tells where the system's undersized. On the operation and maintenance side, they direct our area of focus. We know we have a problem at the wastewater treatment plant. We are nearing capacity. That those master plans guide us on where we need to do to address that issue. For planning, it's a tool to support future growth, provide those regional solutions. On the CIP side, we're going to use it to prioritize our projects, addressing gaps, deficiencies, and critical routes. Again, let's talk about waste. We have 2 critical wastewater projects that you're going to hear about repeatedly over the next several years. It's the capacity issues at the wastewater treatment plant, and then the wastewater line that goes up the east side of 35 from the airport up to the Blanco Vista Whisper area. Those are the 2 most critical wastewater projects and the 2 most expensive that you're going to hear about, but they got to get done. On the wastewater side, it supports impact fee assessments. We're going to be bringing impact fees this year for both water and wastewater to council, and we're going to make sure we touch on these big key CIP projects that affect the water wastewater funds. And we do expect the fees to go up, by the way. On the electric, storm, and transportation, we're going to accommodate required improvements through their developments when impacts reach that certain level. So sure, we don't have the impact fee on those, but we make sure the developers do those improvements with their development. So Casey Street, they built Centerpoint through their development. La Cima, they paid for the signal at the Rancho 12. So we do get the benefits of the development to make sure those improvements are made, but we've got to show them these master plans. Oh, the squeaky wheel. So what does a master plan do? It addresses the squeaky wheel. I don't know how many times it rains, I get calls from that one person about my yard's flooding, my project's been on CIP for 10 years, when will you get to me? Well, this one project will benefit one person, but the master plan will say, but this project will benefit 100 people. This one will do 200 people. So we got to make sure we're looking, we got to listen to that squeaky wheel and address it, but we got to listen, like the whole system, the whole picture. So we want a full system checkup. Let's look all around the system, up, down, left, right, and make sure that the project we move forward is going to have the best impact and the biggest impact to the residents, and not just stress that person that's calling every week because they're tired of their project not moving forward. You got my microphone.
A critical piece for that is we really want to make sure that council and the public understand where these projects come from. It's not, that we just kind of pull them out of the air and say, oh, we want to do something over here, or we want to do something over there. It's a very thoughtful and methodical process. And looking at master plans and really trying to make sure that we're doing things in a way according to what's been approved. Those master plans get citizen input. So there is an opportunity, citizens, what are the things that are causing them strife or problems at their homes? And so then those get considered, those come to council. Council obviously gets public input as well during your approval process. And then that's what we go forward in terms of the budget process and everything forward to bring those through to fruition. So there are multiple opportunities for citizen input into what is driving these projects and how we get to what is actually selected as what we bring forward.
All right. Some more fancy artwork here. Let's do a what if. Let's imagine the CIP is a funnel. Let's imagine these marbles are different CIP projects. We can put whatever we want in the top of that funnel, but we can only spit out so many marbles. We can only fund so many projects, right? As the projects move down through the process, our confidence increases in the scope. What do we need? The funding, how much money do we need? We get those cost estimates refined. The readiness, hey, we've checked box A, B, and C, we're ready to go. The community's heard about this project. They want this project. They're ready for it to move forward. And the more they hear about it, it's a benefit. We know these projects will help these folks, so we got to get them done. So just imagine the blue marbles represent projects we can easily fund. The yellow the marbles they're smaller projects. The bigger, but we can break into smaller ones, break those the smaller phases, or you know what? If we get those through, they're going to eat up a lot of that funding. And the red ones, those are your bond election candidates that we'll never be able to fund unless we do something dramatic. One thing we're looking at is whether or not we want to use all capacity each year or reserve that funding for future years. And so, again, this goes back to these blue marbles. We can easily fund those. A lot of times there's some projects we know we can't fund it, but we know it's important. So because we're just like, you know what, let's just fund what we can, let's just do what we can. So we get these other projects that maybe aren't as important, but we can fund them. They sneak ahead of because we can fund them. So what we want to look at doing is reserving some capacity. Let's just let a few through. But if we reserve that capacity, don't put all those, max out our debt capacity. What we can do then is we can increase our capacity. We get those red marbles through every once in a while. It's going to take some control. We're going to have to hold back on what we want to do, but we can fund it. But we've got to make a conscious effort. That's what we're doing, and be aware that some stuff's going to slip while we let these other ones move forward. So funding the CIP projects, how do we do it? As John's mentioned, debt issuance is the majority of how we fund our stuff. We do use cash and impact fees occasionally. Impact fees quite a bit. I'd say about $4 million a year, $4 or $5 million a year on average. Grant funding is coming on strong. And then sales of city assets, that's not typical, but it's done. You know, if you want to sell some land or you have a little extra water, you can sell that too. It's not something we count on, but it is definitely a small stopgap measure, if you will. So let's focus on debt capacity. How do we gain that debt capacity? Debt falls off, growth, which would be adding new accounts or your tax base, or rate increases, so either tax increase or utility rates. Those are your three ways you really get that debt capacity funding those CIP projects. This is courtesy of John and his team. So the budget sheet. Occasionally I try and pull them out like that. It's pretty rough to read. It's important. You have to see it. It's required. It says the information, but sometimes it's a little bit challenging to interpret. So I'm gonna try and interpret it from the perspective of an engineer. So, you know, I'm not in, at a public meeting I always hear, I'm not an engineer. I heard it about 5 times last night. And I'm not an accountant. So I can say stuff that's not accurate, but I'll do my best. So let's look at this top half. That's money in. You know, I don't want to call it revenue because it's not all revenue. There's some money in there. You got some of that fund balance, that savings money there. So that box represents the money in. What I want to do is pick a square. And this square represents 100% of your funding. And we're going to do the stormwater fund because it's easy. So that square represents 100% of the stormwater fund that we have to work with on a project. That value of that square is these two boxes added together. So it's about 11 million. 11 million. What I want to do is compare last year's to this year's, because I'm trying to get to the change. What is the change in last year's budget and this year's budget? You can figure it all out with this information, but I'm going to present it a different way. So let's say this green box represents all the revenue we received from last year's rates, previous fiscal year's rates. This little blue box represents previous fiscal year's fund balance, your savings from last year. So what's left? That top right corner, that's the change. What changed in our money from last year to this year? 2 things, new accounts, rate increases. So if you don't do a rate increase, obviously 0, but on average, we see new accounts and rate increases in the 3 to 6% range. Again, it's different for each fund, but it paints the picture that when you look at that box, a lot of the stuff doesn't change. A little bit changes, not a lot. And what changes is because of those 2 things right there. Let's talk about money out. This is all this stuff in the blue box here on the bottom. That's a lot more, it gets split up a lot more than the money coming in. Again, this blue box, think of it as 100%. It represents that dollar. It's about $11 million. Money out goes to previous last year's operating budget and last year's debt payments. So when we look at the stormwater, about half of our revenue goes to operating, half goes to debt. And then of course you got fund balance. You don't want to play with fund balance. Fund balance is really just, it goes from one to, it's just a savings account. It should just slide right over, it doesn't change. You dip in that fund balance, you're going to cause some problems. But what's left? That same little corner. You know what? It's got a lot more little boxes in it. Inflation, I don't think I've ever had a year where there's zero inflation, but it's a factor that causes our expenses to go up. We got to account for it. New operating expenses. We're growing. You got to expect to bring on new operating expenses. And then, of course, if your fund balance is 25% of your operating expenses, you're going to have to bring in fund balance every time you increase your operating expenses. And there's the CIP right there, new debt payments. That's how we fund the CIP. Again, these are some general ranges. Inflation 3 to 6 is typical. New operating 3 to 6 is very typical. John used those ranges a lot and what his stuff was. And then the fund balance is, 1%, 2%, and then debt's about 3 to 6%. What I want to do, I want to focus on those right corners, those changes, and talk about how they work, how they balance. So let's do a scale. But instead of starting the money in, let's start on the other, let's start on money out. Inflation. 3% is almost like the industry standard for inflation. So let's just say that we have a situation where we have 3% inflation, and we know we're growing, we're annexing, we're bringing people, so we're going 4%. Now, I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's just go with 4%. And fund balance, again, 25% or 4%, 1%. And then debt, 3%. Let's just say, you know what, we can only bring on the 3%, that's all we can afford. All right, so that's the money out. If you're lucky, debt falls off, but if you remember what I said earlier, debt does not fall off until 28, 29. So that's the additional expenses we're gonna have to bring online next year. How do we balance that? New accounts, hey, we've been growing. We should bring some money in. 6% is a good number, but if you ask the electric utility, they'll say, well, we can't grow, our area is bound. So electric utility might be a lot less than that. Is de-annexation stuff, that's gonna hurt us too. So we're gonna put 6% just for this purpose. 5% rate increase. Let's just throw that out there just because that's the number I saw on my slides. It makes the math easier and it all adds up nice. What do you got? 11%. So if you want to balance all this stuff on the right, you got to do this on the left. But let's say you don't want this rate increase at 5%. Let's say you want it at 0. What's got to give? Well, we can't control inflation. We have some control over operating expenses. We have a lot on our debt. We just say, you know what, we can't afford it. We're going to push that CIP project out. That tends to happen at occasion. And we just got to say, hey, we're either going to do it or we're not. But just an interesting back of the napkin calculations here. Remember I told you that that box was 11 million? So if you take 3% of that 11 million, you run through the math, you got 330,000. That 330,000 represents a CIP budget of about $3 to $4 million in the CIP. So when I talk about the stormwater fund, and I say it's going to take a 6% increase and a 5% rate increase, that'll get you about a $3 to $4 million CIP. If you say no stormwater rate increase, then I'm going to say if that goes away, then that 3% gets cut down to maybe 1.5%. Now you're looking at about a $2 million CIP for stormwater. So it just kind of shows, but you could argue, the counter argument would be, well, we grew at 10%. I said, okay, they grew at 10%, then you got more people coming online. That operating expenses got to serve those folks. So a lot of times the growth is going to be tied to the operating expenses to get those folks staffed up to handle that additional residents. I think I have one more thought that crossed my mind, but it'll come to me later. So, that's what it was. You could tie, push the wrong button. You could tie growth, new accounts, to new operating expenses, right? But at a certain point, this is going to die down. We're going to fully expand. We cannot go any further like the electric utility. So this 6%, that's a short-term growth number. In the long term, that could drop down to 1 or 2% once we quit expanding and quit growing. And so we got to keep that in mind for the future. I want to talk a little about impact fees, because we do, on average, fund about $5 million or so in the CIP with impact fees. In FY 2024, we've expended all those funds. We've got no more impact fees in the bank. So we're gonna start building that back up again. If you look back, this time went back to 2016, we've been averaging about 4.5 million since 2018. We had a big spike there in 21, 22. That's because of COVID. Everybody wanted houses. They wanted to get out of their old house into something new, or they just couldn't handle being locked up that much. So we've settled back down. We're back down about the $1.5 million range. So as mentioned earlier, we do have some impact fee studies in motion. Some projects are impact fee eligible. And so I want to touch, such as the Highway 80. I want to touch on that one here, because remember the two projects I told you, wastewater treatment plant and that east side water line? Well, that's the Highway 80 project. And that one's important because a lot of folks are tying that to the Access Smart Terminal, and sure, they're going to tie into it, but it's not for them. That's for everybody else in the city. And so if you get your bearings here, there's the airport, that little red airplane. That yellow line is basically Highway 80. That stars the existing wastewater treatment plant. We are going to put the Highway 80 lift station right there along Highway 80, pretty close to just past Old Bastrop Road. And so that project was identified in the 2015 wastewater master plan. And it's to address capacities on this part of town, the brown up here, the Blanco Vista, Whisper areas. They're the ones benefiting from this. And so, but it's a long way from the existing wastewater treatment plant all the way up to Whisper. And so it's actually going to take 3 projects to get that capacity issue under control. Those 3 projects are the new lift station at Force Main. That's the Highway 80 lift station project that you hear about. That's in design. We were about 90% design. We're hoping to go to construction next year or 2. But once we get that lift station, we still have to go all the way up here. That's that yellow line. We got to go all the way up there. There's 2 other projects. They could be 3 or 4 depending on how the costs come back, when it's all said and done. But right now, we know we're having surcharge in this area here in red. And so we know it's going to take, if you've heard me talk before, I always tell you it takes about 10 years from the time I start a project time it's up fully operational running. And so we got a long way to go to get up there. So we got a stopgap measure in place. We're going to do this Davis lift station kind of right behind the McCoy's building. That project's in motion. We're going to reactivate an old wastewater line that was, there actually used to be a lift station there back a long time ago. So that project will go to construction in 2025. That'll buy some time while we get the rest of this line built. One thing I do want to note on the Highway 80 is it's a $25 million construction project. It is impact fee eligible. We did apply for some Texas Water Development Board funding, and we just missed the cutoff. We feel pretty good about that funding, so we're going to go ahead and delay that construction just a little longer so we can try and get that impact, that Water Development Board money. All right, so let's talk about the funding of the CIP. Just to recap here, we can fund it with cash, impact fees, grant, sale of city assets, debt falling off. That will apply in about 3 or 4 years. It does not apply right now. Growth and rate increases. So for 2025, those are our numbers. We got about 35 million or so for the general and storm. Water, wastewater, we're about 15 million or so, but again, that's counting on some of those impact fees, about $4.5 million of impact fees that should come online. In the electric, that's assuming about 10 million. That's counting on that rate increase too. If that rate increase isn't happening, that's not 10 million. For 2026 and beyond, this is kind of how we're planning. It's about 42 million. Hey, there's that 2 million I talked about earlier. So that's what we're dealing with. That stormwater is by far the worst, the hardest project to fund. $2 million, just to give you an idea. The detention pond at Sunset Acres is about 2 million. The remaining work on Sunset Acres, I need about 10 million just to finish phase 3 and 4. Wallace Addition, we need about, I think that detention pond project is about 10 million too. So this stormwater cannot fund the projects that need to come out of it. The projects are too great, too expensive. And so we either slow down the stormwater project or we find another way to fund these projects. The increase in property tax rate, Don talked about that. Maybe we want to go to the 30 to 35%. So that will give us a little bit more capacity. Again, it's just a matter of That'll help the general fund, but it won't help the other funds. It's just a matter of if we want to support the storm with the general, continue moving forward. I will note, I'm sure y'all know that the general was, initially did support several storm projects in the past. And so we might need to start looking at that a little bit more. I just wanted to kind of connect my presentation to John, and if you remember, this is his tax rate split, the whole 50 down to 26. What I find is interesting is he read it as, the way I interpreted this is as we reduced our debt capacity, the CIP just didn't grow. If you look back there, we're doing about 50 million CIPs back in 2014. That's what we're doing now. So although we did that debt rate, so we were not increasing with inflation on the CIP. So $50 million CIP in 2014 does not do what it does in 2024. So again, reducing the tax rate, really, it just prevented growth in the CIP. That's really what we did. Of course, we bought that. It was the right move, don't get me wrong. I mean, you look at that, half of your money going to your debt's not what you want. When you buy a house, you don't want your mortgage, half your mortgage, or your income going to your mortgage. So where we need to be, I think like I said, we overcorrected, but we can fix that. But it's that struggle. It's that CIP operating budget. Who gets the money, right? So if you decide to get this 26 and move it up, you're gonna have to do something on this operation side that'll be the tough discussion that has to be had. So we're gonna get into significant projects now. It's basically gonna be projects focused on general fund with support from stormwater. Didn't really list the water, wastewater, electric, because we know where we need to go there. We have the master plans, we know the operation side, what needs to occur. This is where it gets real difficult when you're comparing several different departments or projects or types of projects on the general storm side. So that's where we're looking for council assistance on helping us prioritize these. Things to note, project timing is dependent upon capacity, bond election, grant opportunities, and growth of the city. So let's start with the airport. Again, I'm gonna go through about 5 or 6 categories here. We'll start with the airport. We have a master plan in update. It's fully funded. That will give us an idea of where we need to go, what improvements need to occur to get where we want to go with the airport. A few big projects are the airport railway extension 1735. We're looking at about a $5 to $7 million project match. We do show that in the CIP. The airport gets lots of federal and state money through the programs. The city does a 10% match, and so we're looking at about $1.5 to $2 million, and that is shown in the CIP. You want to make sure you take advantage of that grant money that we're getting, that 90% federal money that's coming in. The big one's going to be this guy, projects to accommodate larger aircraft. I say 100 million, we don't know what that number is exactly because there's some grant opportunities out there we're still pursuing, but it's a big number. But if we want to bring those larger aircraft, we're going to have to do something. And we'll have a better idea when this master plan's update is done, but we know it's a big dollar amount, but it's the only way to get those bigger aircrafts in there. Transportation projects, the big discussion's been up the outer loop lately. So that center point extension through La Cima. Right now we're counting on development to close that loop for us. If we're not gonna wait on development and we're gonna go a different route, we might have to have that conversation about putting in the CIP. The center point bridge over the railroad tracks right there by the outlets. You know, we're partnering with the county. They're on board to do a study to evaluate it, but eventually when center point comes down and hits down the road, those folks are gonna wanna get to 35. That railroad stops so many cars. We got to have a bridge to get over, just like we did on Wonderworld. That's about a $35 to $40 million project cost, not in the CIP, but we're going to pursue grant funding very heavily. We're going to work heavily with the county to try and keep this cost in the city minimal. But it is a decision. If we do, we're going to go after these projects and do grant. There's still a match. It's not free. There's still a local component we got to throw in there. Old Rancho 12 from Crack to Holland, about $8 to $10 million. That's been on the books for several years. We're kind of slow rolling it, hoping that maybe some grant money will come along. It's got a great bike pedestrian component that we think will fund. It's just a matter of, can we keep waiting for those grants to come online, or at a certain point we just have to make the decision and go because we can't wait any longer. Leah Drive, another project that's county partner right there by Sand. It's about a $2 to $3 million. That's our match, if you will, but we got to have that north-south connection there on the east side of 35. So people aren't just getting on 35 every time just to go from Sam's Club to the south side of the outlet mall or something. You know, we just got to keep that connection going. significant downtown project with the downtown reconstruction phase 2, which is basically that corridor there on LBJ from Hopkins down to MLK. It's about 13 to 15 million, and we just kind of put that on hold because there's so many other projects that we got working. But if you tell us downtown's where we need to focus, we need to know that. Hopkins Street, more to Guadalupe, that's right there in front of the HEB. You know, and we know we did all this great work on the south side, and we got all this work on the east side. There's that section in the middle there that we could fix up too. So we've got some preliminary design, but it's we do estimate about $11 to $13 million. We're marketed as a good bond election candidate just because it's not really need, but it just it depends how many you ask if it's a need or one. One thing I will note, a lot of these bond election projects, we are putting design money in the CIP because we want to make sure that when we go to the voter, we have a good design and a good cost. And so a lot of times if it's, that's gotten us in trouble in the past, other cities got in trouble because they go with an estimate, but then when they get into detailed design, they realize they really underestimate the settler. So we do want to make sure we show those design costs and get those design, at least something done before we go the bond election route. Significant flood mitigation projects, you know, after the 2015 floods, council gave direction. I don't want to hear about these drainage projects. We heard you, but it takes a long time to get these things moving, and they cost a lot of money. But the two that we've been working for recently are Sunset Acres and Wallace Addition. They've been in motion for several years. We're keeping those in motion, but we just want to confirm those are the top priorities. We still got 25 to 30 million to fund on Sunset Acres, and nearly the same amount on Wallace Addition. They still need to be funded. They're shown in the CIP, but we need that. We might have to break them up if they keep getting bigger, but we just want to make sure they're still a top priority. Purgatory Creek Phase 1 and 2, we got about 55 to 60 million. We just applied for a big grant on that one. We're hoping the 90-10 split if we can get it. We don't know that we can, but Purgatory's a great one. It's got a lot of components that's green grant opportunity. But at a certain point, if we can't wait any longer, then we might have to go another route. So it's shown as a bond election candidate, but as I mentioned, we are still pursuing grants. Bypass Creek, that's a big one too, about 135 to 150 million. For those of you in the Blanco Gardens area, the riverine is a interim condition, or an interim stopgap measure. You know, it only addresses the 50-year event. Bypass Creek is the ultimate solution. We got to do something that's on the east side of town, around the Gary Golf Course. It's basically making, I feel like it's a 200-foot or so channel to help those flows and avoid them from going to Blanco Gardens. It's a big one. That's not even showing the CIP, so we need, at a certain point, we're going to have to make a decision. Do we start getting serious about that, or are we going to focus on these other projects? Fire stations is another big one. You know, we're growing. When people come to town, we got to protect them. The number one priority on fire stations is going to be Fire Station 7 on the north side of town. You know, that's about a $12 to $15 million project. So we're going to start the design process this year to get a good number on the construction costs and make sure we get that moving. Fire Station 1, we just bought the land. Now we got to do the station. About 16 to 19 million. Fire admin and training facility 2, that's a 22 to $25 million total. And then a new station out at the airport, about 17 to 20. Again, as all the other ones are bond election candidates, design is in the CIP, but we did put the construction in the bond column. City Hall, 80 to $90 million. That's just the amount still need to be funded. What's interesting about that one is that we're looking at a public-partner partnership. So we're seeing if there's opportunities to help fund those without dipping so much in the city's funding. But it's, you know, we're going through the process. We don't know the answer to that, but it's a big dollar amount we need to keep out there. Animal shelter and household hazardous waste facility. That's about $11 to $13 million project. Like I said, funding is in the CIP. It will be partially funded by the Resource Recovery Reserve when we get there. Quail Creek. I know we just bought that land and now we're going through the master plan. What are we going to do with that site when it's all said and done? We don't know that yet. So once the master plan gets done, we'll come back and update this to reflect the actual dollar amount we needed. But we know it's not going to be cheap. Gary Softball Complex, that's about $11 to $13 million. Right now, what we're doing, we just started construction last month, and that's just to keep it moving forward. It's, I guess, to keep it alive. I don't know. So we still got, this is really where we need to go with Gary. And so that's an $11 to $13 million fund. So, bond election, right now, we've got about 200 million identified. About 170 to 125 of that general funded projects, and 25 to 30 is about stormwater. Schedule, if direction you're gonna move forward, in 2026, we'd want to update the design and costs. We'd look at a bond committee in 27 to finalize the project list, with the election in 28 and start construction in 29. So even if we got that direction today, we're still 5 years away from even starting construction on those projects. So considerations, what are your priorities in the next 3 years? You know, we've got Sunset Acres and Walls additions, is that still correct? What are some other projects that we need to throw on that list? Do we need to mess that tax split? Do we need to go up a little bit to that 30-35% range? I think 30% is kind of, I hear like is our goal. When do you want to consider a bond election? You know, 2028 is the earliest it can happen. Are we going to go later? And does the general fund want to continue to support stormwater projects past in 26 and beyond? That's all I got. Any questions? I need the money, John got the money. I was up on it.
Okay, how are we doing out there? Could we use a break? Yes? A march forward or break? Go ahead. Keep going. All right, let's do it. Okay, thank you so much, both of you gentlemen. Can we just give them a round of applause? There's a lot of information that was needed. Okay.
Information.
And to everybody who pulled data together for these slides that are very, very helpful for our decision making. So thank you all.
Okay, so what we're going to be doing now is working with the two sheets right here. The sheets, Council Vision 2024, budget priorities. And we're going to have a prioritization exercise. I do want to go over the topics to prioritize. And staff did a great job of putting the main ones on the first page. And we have single-use container ban, multi-year public safety staffing plan, municipal court relocation, employee benefits, merit compensation, downtown staffing, mental health diversion, homelessness. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it wasn't. Expanding eviction prevention services with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid. Animal shelter partnership with PALS, diversity, equity, and inclusion, cyber security, parks maintenance, economic development, water supply and growth, IH-35 beautification, the airport funding, stormwater fee, the facilities maintenance, Mitchell Center, property tax relief, the property tax allocation to fund the debt operations, utility rate increases, community enhancement fee, and of course, the future bond election. And we wanted to know, is there anything missing from the list? Probably? Yeah. Okay. All right. Do we want a couple of minutes to maybe take a look at it and review?
So when we're talking about prioritize, are we gonna end up with a list? Or are we gonna kind of group them into ones and twos and threes, or what's the expected end result of this?
Expected result is that we've taken a first stab at it to kind of tell you, okay, here's a list of the things that we've heard you talk about over time. Either council's identified, staff's identified, a little bit about what type of subscription, where it would come from to fund it, what we think the anticipated cost is, and then the implementation is where we're at. So we'll look at this in the next 1 to 3 years So that would mean fiscal years 25, 26, and 27. So that's what we're asking council, is to kind of look at this and see, do we have these in the right order, or is there something different? Last column, if you look on the spreadsheet where it says implementation year, that's where we were kind of prioritizing. Some of these are gonna have to be now. So you'll see 24, that means it's the current fiscal year. For example, the single-use container bank. So that would be one that would need to be prioritized in the current fiscal year in some particular way. The multi-year public safety staffing plan, if you'll recall, council did give money at the beginning of the fiscal year, but we also talked about trying to have some mid-year ads with the sales tax coming in the way that it did. That means that we're not necessarily at those in, but we're going to continue to monitor our sales tax revenues and see if we can be able to add those in before the end of the fiscal year, if we feel comfortable with that. The relocation of municipal court, we know that is something that is real time that we've got to be looking at. Council put some money in the budget for leasing. I know the judge has had some thoughts about wanting to purchase a building, so we just need to get some council direction on that. She feels like the debt payments can help, you know, if we were to try to support going out for debt and then being able to pay it off. Of course, the employee benefits merit compensation program is something that we had talked about with council, and you approved the budget and the compensation philosophy. So we feel like that's all of the fiscal years. Downtown staffing, the TERS board has said, you know, we like what the downtown temporary staff is doing. We're funding it. However, we would like to see that come out of city funding versus it being something that comes out of the TERS. So we've got to find a way for this upcoming fiscal year to fund, if we want to keep that level of service, and that's people who are going out and actually maintaining the sidewalks and things at hours, you know, maybe after bar closing time and things like that. And so if we want those basic maintenance needs to be upkept, then we're going to have to find a way to fund it from city funding versus the TERS. Mental health diversion, Chief Standridge has talked with the Criminal Justice Reform Committee about some ideas there and what he would like to do and see happen going forward, this group that he's working with. And so that there's some additional funding there. You've already funded some from the American Rescue Plan monies, but there's also some additional general fund that would be required. For homelessness, the Homelessness Council Committee has talked about wanting to add some eviction program services with the Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid. And so that was an $80,000 proposal to expand those services. And I did request participation from Texas State. And I heard from Mr. Algo yesterday saying that they could contribute $10,000 of that $80,000 to assist us. The animal shelter, one of the things that the City Council Committee for Animal Shelter has had, we went and did a tour, and there were some things that were brought up about, okay, how can we really try to get to the root of the problem? And one of the biggest issues is having a more consistent spay-neuter program in partnership with PALS. So that was one of the things that had been discussed, and one of the alternatives has been, okay, instead of doing CDBG funding, Community Development Block Grant funding, that is the annual allocation, and PALS has to request and compete for those services with other agencies that are requesting. Instead, we would have this be, sorry, I said the wrong thing. Human Services Advisory Board funding. Thank you, Mayor. Instead of them having to compete with other agencies, it would be a situation where the city would just outright fund them, because that's a priority to try to make sure we're getting our pet population a little bit more prioritized with, instead of having additional shelter expansions. So that was one of those items. Diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. This is, we have our diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator, Ms. Grisel, that is Carrie. And she is in her first year. Council has funded that position for 2 years with American Rescue Plan monies. And so the decision needs to be made whether we're going to fund her beyond those 2 years, or whether we are going to not do that. So want to have some of that conversation in regard to the efforts that she's been providing. And I will tell you that the efforts that council talked about, there have been some things that were, the position is really morphed, and it's not necessarily all just implementing DEI. There's different levels of that. You know, she's really helped us with even being a kind of an ombudsman or an ombuds person to try to help with people who need to be matched up to different services. She's been able to assist in that way. We're just in the process of hiring a communications specialist in the public safety area. And we did some hiring, and she was also on that interview panel, again, trying to work on bridging trust and healing with the community and trying to make sure we're looking at things through a different lens. So just wanted to let y'all know a little bit more about some of the efforts that she's doing, even outside of just some of the things that were originally thought of. Cybersecurity, we have really not prioritized cybersecurity as much as we should within the city. It's been one of those things that when you go to all the different needs that we have, cybersecurity has not been one that has been prioritized in the way that it should. And so we now have a cybersecurity staff person who has identified for us and done some risk analyses to tell us where our vulnerabilities are. And so now it's very difficult for us to not do something that we know about and that he's brought to our attention. So that's something that we really need to look at. I know we talk a lot about public safety, but there's also cyber safety that we need to make sure that we're looking at. Parks maintenance, we really want to make sure again that we're adequately able to fund and maintain our parkland. So that is something that is there, and that's something council's talked about in the past. Also, we've talked about economic development, and we've talked about the fact now we have Christian Smith, who is our economic and business development manager. Again, he's done a lot of great things to get programs in place for our community, the small business and minority business programs that council has approved. And so he's been working very collaboratively with Grisel as well, and trying to make sure, and GSMP, to try to make sure that we're looking at our economic development efforts. But there still are some things that we may want to do ourselves internally versus having those things be contracted out. So that's more conversation as well. Water supply growth, utilities. So we have to really be able to hone in on future implementation practices to secure water supply and process through our system. So the immediate next steps to be able to do this is to be able to look at the efforts that Mr. York talked about, and will be on your next agenda to look at trying to get some of that stuff moving forward for a new plant to be able to absorb the growth. I-35 beautification, this is something that honestly, when we look at our community and we look at, if you're driving through, we really want to make sure we're putting our best foot forward and that we're making sure that our community is showing its beauty even to people just passing through, so that maybe they'll want to stop here and shop here. Airport, we need to figure out where we want to be with airport. It's an opportunity for us to grow, and so we need to say, okay, is this something that we want to look at in the future for trying to make sure, it already is an enterprise fund, but what we would be talking about is if the council would be interested at a future time to be able to say, do I want all the sales and property tax that comes that is generated by the airport, do you want that to go back into the fund only to be utilized by the airport? And so that would mean, again, a general fund impact, because we'd be taking money from general fund, putting it in the airport. And these things are not necessarily things that we're saying we should do today, given our outlook, but we need to start planning for, okay, if it's not now, when is the appropriate time, if council's supportive of moving in that direction. The stormwater fee, we want to make sure, we've been using general fund to compensate for the stormwater fee just because we don't want to raise that fee. I know council has been very, very clear about not wanting to do that, but at some point we're going to need to figure out, what are the implications of us continuing to do that? And so when do we need to start looking at making some changes there one way or the other? Facility maintenance, whether we want to adequately fund our annual maintenance of city-owned facilities that we lease to nonprofits. So I know this is a thing that, we've been talking about with council, and Ms. Moyer and her team have been working with the different agencies, nonprofit agencies that lease our city facilities. Currently, the way that the leases have been structured has been more along the lines of very low rent. So, but with the understanding that they would then be responsible for the maintenance of the facilities. However, that hasn't always turned out to be to where they're able to keep up. They're a nonprofit, so it's making it more difficult. They're constrained too to be able to do that. And so it's ultimately a city facility. Does that make the most sense for us to allow our facilities to be neglected or to be not maintained at the level that we would need them and that we would require others to do within our community? The Mitchell Center is going to be another area that we really need to talk about with the council. The lease is scheduled to expire this year, and is it May? August. And so we're gonna need to talk with council about what does that look like? You know, where do we wanna go? What are your thoughts on how we go forward with that? And then, of course, with everything that we've talked about that you wanna do, where do y'all wanna go with property tax relief, given the conversation that we've had this morning and the options that we've shown you? We need some direction on where y'all wanna go, so we know what kinds of direction that we tee up for budget policy. And so that, and then we also use then to tee up with our departments, when we give them the direction to go forward in building their budgets. Also, that property tax rate split that we talked about, do we want to make any changes there in terms of how much goes towards operations versus how much goes to debt? And so there are implications of whatever the decision is, but we need to figure out where we want to go. Again, from a year-to-year perspective, there may be some pain trying to get there, but nonetheless, we need to see what's going to be the most sustainable thing going forward that's going to set us up on a better path, so that we're not having to come every single year and tell you, hey, we're in problem, you know, we're having this issue that we need to bring to your attention. So for our utility rates, we definitely want to know at regard to the rate increases that are planned for this upcoming year. There was the 5% on water, wastewater, and electric that have both been recommended. Where you want to go on the community enhancement fee with the information that we provided to you today as well in terms of your options. And then we do want to know if you have an appetite or if there is any interest from the council, given what Mr. Condor and Mr. Locke have presented in regard to looking at a future bond election. And we feel like 2028 is probably the earliest that we could do it, but we would want to make sure that we would even know from council whether you're even interested in that. So getting some direction there. The airport improvement projects, again, that has to do with the airport. So these are more your CIP projects that are on the second page. So this is just really pointing out some of those larger scale projects that we need to prioritize to understand how we will go forward in terms of trying to create the capacity for us to be able to afford to do the things that we and I know members of the community and our neighbors are looking at and are expecting to be able to have happen in future years. So those are the things that we put forward that we had heard from council, as I said, or staff has identified over the last year since the adoption of the current year budget that we're in. And so we really want to make sure that we hit the mark with the things that are the priorities that y'all have listed. Is there anything else that we need to put on this list that's missing that needs to be discussed by you and your colleagues? And then we would like to see you start prioritizing year 1, year 2, year 3, Mayor, to answer your question. You can either do it as 1, 2, or 3, or you can do it year 25, 26, 27, whatever is the pleasure of the council. And as I said, your staff is here, so all of these things, I know as y'all have your discussion, if there are technical questions or things like that that y'all would like to get more information, then please feel free to call upon any of us to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And we're also going to have Hayden in real time to pull it up so we can discuss it and make notes in real time as well. So do we want to start with, is the list accurate? Is there any modifications or additions? It's a large sheet of paper. It's blue.
It should be the large spreadsheet in front of you. And so just to let council and our team know kind of where we go from here is that That's really what we want to spend the majority of the visioning, is really getting this teed up then for budget policy. So we would anticipate y'all starting to talk about this today. I know y'all like to go home and kind of sleep on it and not make final decisions, today. So we would be revisiting this in the morning to kind of make sure, hey, is there anything that needs to shift if y'all don't get through it all? And then the end of our day tomorrow would be really looking at your strategic priorities within the strategic plan and determining, okay, now that we've talked about all of these things and y'all discussed some of the priorities that you have, how do the strategic priorities need to be modified, if at all, in order to reflect some of those things as we get into budget policy? Because budget policy in February will be y'all giving us actually specific direction regarding the upcoming budget and what you want to see in there, and have our departments develop their budgets based upon that direction.
Actually, I had a question about the mental health diversion, the BTAG program. I see here it's listed as a Hayes County Behavioral Threat Assessment Group. Is this going to be funded partially by the county as well, or is there a matching, or how does that work out?
The Hayes County Behavioral Threat Assessment Group, BTAG, was basically an initiative that we, the San Marcos team, initiated and brought on all of our regional partners to include the county. It's called the Hayes County team because it encompasses the entire Hayes County plus the university. It will have our component of ARPA funding, and yes, we have asked the county for additional funding. I'm not confident we will get money from the county, strictly because they have funded the behavioral advisory team to the tune of $185,000, plus they gave $45,000 for consultation and professional services for Evoke Wellness with the mental health court. So the county has done above and beyond as it relates to mental health initiatives. So I don't see them helping with BTAG. Chief Staff can comment further.
To some extent, I think each agency will fund certain components as they participate in BTAG, maybe it's software. If there are some personnel participating in BTAG, each agency would fund that on their own.
What I'm looking at is where we can get like most bang for the buck. I'm thinking of the little glass that each condor had and what's small. And what the impact is. For example, this mental health diversion, I think what impact, it's possibility to impact our whole community in one way or another. And so that's something that would put it really high on the list for me, is because it impacts many, many people, not just staff, but the people that we hopefully will be able to help. And so it's the impact for me, but also on some of these things, is it noted on here that we've got money that expires?
The ARP would be the ones that expire.
December of 2020.
We have to have them allocated by the end of this year, and then we have to spend them by 2026.
December, end of year, 2026.
2026, yes. And what might help, Mayor, is maybe Hayden, I know, Mr. Mingle, you have the spreadsheet that you have. So maybe if you would filter, let me ask the council if you think this would help. If we were to filter these priorities by 2025 first, and y'all can take a look at them to see, is there something there that y'all would want to fund first? That would be your top priority. Would that help to kind of help walk y'all through this exercise?
Probably, but we may need to hide some columns so we make the rest of that bigger, because I can't read that from here. Something else that I would put as a high priority would be working with PALS. Right now, I think our biggest impact for the animal shelter is to get more animals neutered so we don't have as many critters having critters. And that's a fairly small amount, again, with a big impact, or could be a big impact. So I'm just thinking in those, terms of things that big impact. And I know the mental health diversion, that's not a small amount, but still, I think that can expand. And it's got 347,000 for 3 years on here. The animal shelter one was a lot smaller. That was small, so,
Yeah, I guess
Step one, and then there's more past that.
I'm not sure how you did your Excel spreadsheet. I don't need $347,000. The ARPA funding is paying for your embedded mental health clinician. That's a lock. We've got to keep that because she's currently on our payroll. The additional dollars that we would be seeking would be something to the tune of, let's say, $50,000 annually to be in partnership with what the county is paying for our new partnership with Evoke Wellness, which is located in the city of San Marcos. That would pay for mental health clients who are suffering from acute psychosis to go to, and not to your county jail. If you would earmark that kind of money, because they earmark $45,000. I would suggest, if I could be so bold, maybe $50,000 for the fiscal year.
And the way that I got to that number, that 347,000, that's what was presented, I believe, to the CJR for all of the software and everything that was whenever we first approached you asking for a number for art, I think that was the total that was provided.
And I can anticipate as it relates to behavioral threat assessment group. Be sure you understand the behavioral threat assessment group is different than mental health diversion. The BTAG is identifying people who are at high risk of committing mass homicide. It's taking those persons who have posed a significant threat in the society and then basically assigning specific ownership for follow-up and case management. I would anticipate probably no more than $50,000 in needs, because they have now met and identified their needs, so I'm probably not gonna need more than 50, but that could come out of ARPA, not general fund.
Here's the problem that I'm having with this. Okay, here's where I'm having trouble, is this is vision. And the reason why this was created was to look out long-term. Then we've got budget policy, and this is almost like this year's budget discussion a little bit, is what can we fund now, what do we push forward? So that's where I'm having a little bit of trouble on what the expectations are and where we're gonna go with this.
So it's building for the next 3 years to prioritize. We're just starting with 2025, since that's the most immediate. But some of them will go 2025, 2026, 2027, some may even go
Yeah.
beyond that.
Usually we're vision, we're in concept, like the strategic initiatives plan that we didn't go over in detail or at all. So, yeah, I get the actually 2027, and then I see one 2028, 2030. Anyway.
We will go over the strategic plan after that. It's more about trying to make sure we're teeing this up for budget policy so we know how to approach budget policy. Like today, if you tell us, hey, we want property tax relief and we want it to be $100,000, then that's gonna drive what we bring to you for budget policy. Because we know then we have to be looking at assumptions that are cutting or not assuming any growth and things like that. So that's where all of this builds upon each other. And so we've kind of hit that fork in the road that we need some of that direction to prioritize. That direction without considering all the things that you said are important that we need to do.
Yeah, But a lot of this is new. And I don't know what's in our budget now that is competing with this, that maybe we need to be looking at some things that are not on this list that maybe, I don't know what it would be, but we don't want to do that anymore because we have these things we want to do. And that's not here for us. And I don't know how you possibly even do that, but that's not here. And I guess if we say we want to spend money on these things, that's a conversation that y'all will have, as to how to find the money. Okay.
If I look at this list and my first thought is, what do we have to do, right? Like, what is a necessity of something that has to be done immediately? And, the first thing that jumps out at me is the municipal court location, right? Our lease is gonna be up, they're not gonna have a home, right? And that's how I'm kind of started looking at this a couple days ago was, what do we have to do? Then my priority went to, what can we do that's gonna save us money, like something that's gonna deteriorate? The facilities, the infrastructure, those type of things. And then on to what can we do to make more money, to bring more revenue in, to do the things that we want, right? The things that we want ended up being farther down kind of my stack of lists, right? So I kind of went at it as, what do we have to do? What do we do that's going to keep us from having to spend more money on it in the future? What can we do to bring more money in? Then what do we want, right? And that's how I kind of just started. Now, I haven't gone through the whole list and done that, but that's how my 4 criteria kind of went in line.
And opportunity for future income. I see that we're talking about moving resource recovery out to the, what we call the 40 acres, I guess, basically, and with the animal shelter. So does that mean that the space where they are and others, a lot of people moved out to public services building, is there any viability in the sale of that dirt? I'm talking about what's on the opposite side of the railroad tracks from City Hall that's not usable for, in my opinion, City Hall project with railroad tracks running through the middle of it.
We're gonna need to have some discussion about that. I know that, one of the things with the 40 acres is because that is, in floodplain.
Yep.
And so with what we've just done to try to, and what we're working on, the council has funded to be able to do for Blanco Gardens. We want to make sure that we're being responsible in what we would be wanting to build on the 40 acres. And so we're kind of going to be at a crossroads, to be honest, Mayor, to really understand and evaluate, does the household hazardous waste stay where it's at, versus going there? And so we need to have some of those conversations, or is there an alternative site?
That's why I was surprised to see it here.
Yes. So we'll need to have some of that conversation internally too, to be able to bring that back to the council in terms of what recommendations may be.
So basically, we want to move it, but we're perhaps not fully sure where it would go at this point. We don't own a lot of places in San Marcos. Okay. I've always got to put public safety near the top of any list, but this is already in 2024, so can you just like put a plus or whatever on 2024 if other council members are in agreement with that?
If I hear council say, if there's any funding capacity for 2024, the remainder of 24, based on what sales tax due the remainder of the year, and you tell me your commitment is that you want that funded before anything else would be considered, then that's the direction that I need. And the rest of us need to know that that's what you want to bring forward. If there's no capacity throughout this year, then we'd be looking at, is there capacity in 25? So, and that would be one of the first things that we'd be funding with 25.
And that's understood, if we just can't do it, but it's still at the in the top group of my list, whether it's, we can do it now or October 1st or whatever, it's still at the top. Are y'all good with that? Public safety being in the top group? Okay, yeah. I'm just putting a 1 on that as far as a group. I know, we're adding another column, but still. So,
Public safety, Mayor. We talking also about the park rangers?
No, this is not the park rangers. I know that the park rangers are considered public safety as well, but this was specifically the staffing plans that council was trying to fund towards the police and fire. Thanks for the clarification, Mr. Gonzalez.
however, I would put the marshals in group one. Y'all good with that? So also the marshals in group one. Okay. But that has to do, that's under the single-use container ban. But to me, during the presentation, it was clear that we need help there regardless of the other. And so I was trying to be responsive to that. So, yeah, that would be group one also, which y'all have these as a first too, so that's great. But yeah, municipal court, who knows what we're gonna do? And I know y'all are working on it, but that deadline is creeping up on us. December 25.
The end of 25. And I think the thing with this is that we've looked at some lease property. There is a desire to maybe purchase something with general fund revenues the way that they are. That's where we need some help and guidance from council in terms of what your thoughts are. You know, I think there's, Mr. Stapp, I'm going to ask you to kind of talk a little bit about, because I know you talked with the judge a little bit more about what her thoughts are on it.
We're gonna try number 2 again here, if it works. The judge's preference is definitely to try and find a site now that could be purchased. She feels like leasing for the next 5 to 10 years is not a good investment of the city's dollars. But I also know that, you know, on some of the other staff's part, we feel like it's worth examining if the court should go in a new city hall building. So we don't want to dismiss that yet, you know, at this point in time. So I think we need to continue looking for leased space and sort of at the same time, keep an eye out for things that are available to purchase and just weigh those odds, weigh those options when they're identified more clearly.
Council, need to hear from y'all on this topic.
One thing, if I could add, while you're passing the mic, Mayor, it's entirely likely that the money that we've asked y'all to earmark for the budget moving forward, which is $292,000, 92 of which still goes towards the county lease. So really it's 200. That's probably not adequate. We're seeing, lease space ranging anywhere from $30 to $40 a square foot. And the space needed, that's just not enough. So we may need to, if we lease, that number may need to be adjusted.
Well, and if we lease, and there likely to be a lot of money on some kind of remodel to
Correct.
get a courtroom.
That's right. Some places will include some build-to-suit money in your lease payment, but some don't. It just depends on the
Well,
of the lease.
Depends on how long the lease you sign
Right.
too. And so I think the bigger thing is, do we want to make a home for them when we build a new city hall? Or do we want to go ahead and do something separate that will remain the same? Because I'm not looking to buy anything for just a few years, but we don't know when new city hall will materialize or what we want to do there.
That's right.
Didn't we say we wanted municipal court in with us?
We've talked about it ideally, just because I think it would help us with the security aspect of things too. Of course, 2 separate entrances, it wouldn't be something that they would use the same place for City Hall. But, and I think the judge, when I've talked to her, has seemed supportive of it. It's more about the fact of when is City Hall going to be built. That's more of her concern, is just that, okay, are we talking 10 years from now or what? And then by that time, we might have been able to buy something and have it paid off. So those have been some of the sentiments that I've heard. So just trying to be, trying to be good to her in terms of at least saying what her perspective is coming forward in terms of things she's told us.
So what would you like us to provide guidance on today? But we know that given the circumstances, you can come back to us and go, hey, this great deal just appeared and which would change what we're doing, but I think we're open to that too. So what do you need from us?
Just wanting to understand, is council pretty set on us trying to go forward with finding a lease and then trying to get them long-term City Hall? Or do you want us to really pursue trying to buy something now?
I agree. I agree with the mayor. I don't think, we should be buying anything right now. I like the idea of leasing something, and take it from there.
The other thing with purchasing something is it might be able, if 10 years down the road, if it was integrated into the future City Hall, it would be an asset that we had, whether we could integrate it into a future facility for something else or sell it as an asset, right? I could almost rather build up the asset class because of it. And I do like the way that Buda has everything at City Hall, including the municipal court, library, all in one building. It's probably, it's going to be maybe difficult to find that, but I would just as soon put the money into an asset potential.
But we would have to do that this year or next.
Yeah, and it's at the end of 2025. Yeah, it'd have to be quick, so we have to, it was literally priority number one on my list here. If I'm looking at it. It's the only thing on here that I really look at and say, we have no choice. We have got to find her a home. And it needs to be something, even if it's not 20-year permanent, it needs to be semi-permanent.
Thank you. So what are we doing in the meantime until we get Fire Station 1 built up on that property downtown? The open building that we have at the corner of MLK and Emily J.
We're still operating. We're still operating out of the downtown station.
Okay.
It's not ideal. It's got multiple maintenance issues, plumbing. It doesn't meet our current standards, but we're still operating out of that station until we build a new one.
I guess what I was just wondering is that building adequate enough to do any kind of remodeling under the, $92,000? I mean, is there anything we can do with that building since we own it and we'll eventually tear it down to build a new fire station? I'm just trying.
Oh, the building that's on the.
Yes, the building that's
No,
on the
that's-
now. Municipal court or anything.
It is just a shell, and we have slated to demolish that building later this year. So I don't think so. It would be a significant investment to do that.
Yeah, just looking for something temporarily until we finally find a place to. Well, I want it to be a city hall. That's just the way I feel about it. So I guess whatever we need to do, well, we don't have the money now to put it there, but. I'll come back.
So that's what you're saying, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, 1, 2, 3. The cost for something like that, I think, is going to exceed what we have put aside for that. It's very expensive. You probably got to invest us in that area and a bunch of other stuff, and you could be getting something that you're going to regret. We're going to regret later.
The other thing I will say is when we look at the new City Hall, we're really trying to look for something that is the people's house, that is something that really gives benefit to the community. And so we're looking for different uses versus it just being office space, for example. There are some constraints with what the legislature will allow us to use in terms of funding a new City Hall, but those constraints go away for different uses. And so a municipal court, Parks and Rec, any of those different uses that are other than just for like a city hall and library, those are the two instances. And I know if there's a public safety component, if there's a hot tax component, if there's different things, that can also help to offset the overall funding that would be required from general fund in order to make the financials work for a new city hall. So we're looking at those different uses to also help to make sure that we're trying to make that financial puzzle fit together, and municipal court could help because it's something different than a city hall.
What I've seen in the two council chambers that I've been in the last few months is they're multi-purpose. Sometimes the chairs aren't even fixed so that you just use it as a conference room, use it as a workshop room. Does anybody use their council chambers for municipal court? Just throwing that out there. Well, whoever thought of it had a very good idea to think about. Anyway, that's something else, but getting back to what Mr. Gleason said, he's absolutely right. We have to do something soon, and I don't want to go buy another building as much as I prefer to own than lease. At this point, I don't, but I hate that we're gonna have to spend a small fortune remodeling someplace that we go to also. I'm not talking about using our council chambers today. I'm talking about, but I'm talking about in the future. I don't know if that would work, but, just throwing it out there. Okay, so council, are we? Buy, lease, whatever. I think we're just gonna have to leave it to y'all to see what's out there, continue looking, but I hope with every day, as we get closer to not having a home, that we have a greater sense of urgency. Trying to find something. Okay. The next one on the list is to continue to be kind to our employees and to do what we need to do in order to keep employees. And so council, where are y'all on that one?
Now, that's also kind of in my mandatory. None of this runs without good employees, and it costs a lot of money to hire, retrain, bring people on, and so keeping your staff happy and on payroll for a long time, it's a benefit and it's a cost saving. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a necessity as far as I'm concerned.
I'm gonna ask each one of you what your thoughts are. It can be yes, no, whatever, but just get ready for the microphone on the next one. I'm supportive of doing things supporting to the staff and retain them. My question is, how do these benefits align with some of the feedback that was presented by staff in that staff survey? They brought up a lot of programs and comments that I had never even contemplated. Stuff related to professional development, upward mobility opportunities, remote work, and so on. And so I wonder how this aligns with the staff feedback.
So very directly, we are using the feedback that we got from the employee engagement survey as one of the bases that we're going to be looking at in terms of trying to develop whatever we were to bring forward. So that will be the first thing we'll look at. We're also going to have another director's team that was just like we were part of the compensation. So be part of that in terms of what they're hearing and why maybe, we've seen some people leave or turn over or difficulties that they're having. So we talked about different things. One of the big things that is coming forward is in terms of our retiree health insurance. So we need to look and see what that looks like. There has been a lot of interest in trying to have, because the way that our benefits work now, when you retire from the city, it doesn't matter how many years that you've had, you pay the premium for it, and the city doesn't necessarily subsidize as much as some employers do. So we've talked about trying to have something that is a sliding scale, if you will, based on the number of years that you provide to the city, so that can kind of reduce the amount that an employee would pay after retirement with the city for so many years. So that can help to incentivize them to want to stay longer with the city and invest their careers here. So that's one example. So we're doing some cost benefit analysis on what that looks like. We've also heard about daycare and that being a concern with childcare. And so trying to look at that very, very cost effectively and saying, okay, well, maybe there's something that people can qualify for. Maybe it's a one-time amount or something of some, that they get an allowance up to a certain time or something. So just trying again to make sure that we're doing it in a way that is fiscally responsible and doesn't have as big of an impact on the city budget long-term, and that's financially sustainable. So that list will be the first thing we'll look at. Councilmember Gotza, to answer your question, and then we will have more discussion. We also, as part of the compensation study that we just did, that we just completed, that was another portion of data that was gathered from our peer cities to see what they offer so that we know what we're competing against. And so all of that data will be put together in terms of benefits. So what I've told the team here is that what I anticipate is we're really going to be looking at the employee benefits this upcoming year. So anything we would do and bring you for this next budget cycle 2025 would probably be something along the benefits portion. The merit, that is something we will be working with the team also to try to develop a pay-for-performance program that would be formalized, ready to be deployed October 1st, but we wouldn't actually evaluate anybody on that pay-for-performance program until the following fiscal year. So that's what we're talking about right now. We would need to discuss and formalize that and bring a formal recommendation, but that's initially what we're focusing on and have as our goals for these upcoming next 2 fiscal years.
And we want these things like training, et cetera, maybe college courses, to benefit us, not prepare them to leave upon graduation. So anything that you've got that encourages people to stay, I think that's a good thing.
And we do have HR for like our tuition reimbursement. There are agreements that people sign that say you're going to stay with us for 2 years or something like that. And if they don't, then they have to pay back based on a pro rata amount if they do leave before that time is over. And we can look at that.
Well, I think San Marcos got some great employees, and I back up what y'all have written here. Y'all have some great ideas. We just got to make sure we go forward with them.
Oh, I'm all on board about ensuring that our employees are taken care of and that we retain the best that we can around the city. I want to make sure we keep our rattlers and our bobcats here, so I'm all on board on that one, sir.
And now we are to funding for the temporary maintenance staff. As Ms. Reyes talked about, they're being funded from the downtown TERS. It's 2 people right now. And our downtown shows that there's 2 more people because we've got 7 days a week, et cetera, coverage now. But we don't want to do that from the downtown TERS forever. And so that's what this transition is to the general fund. Will this still be the temps, even though it's paid out of general fund?
We would need to talk about what the cost, would be to make them
I'm not saying yes, I'm
regular.
just asking if that's what we want to do.
They would be, but what we could make them temporary if we wanted to, and we would just shift funding. But this funding does contemplate benefits and those kinds of things.
Same as all other employees. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I would say yes, because if we're going to hope that our sales tax goes up, stays where it is, our downtown needs to remain viable. And I think keeping it clean is huge to keeping people coming back from their homes to our home.
How long are those 2 employees? I don't remember off the top of my head. Are they funded through TERS? Do you remember?
It's on an annual basis.
So it would be through October of 2024 right now?
Yes, September 30th.
Yeah.
Yes.
September.
I'm fine with it. I mean, I think everybody has kind of noticed an improvement downtown. Those 2, those additional employees are making a difference. I would put this more in my want a little bit. But I do think the impact that they have on sales tax and then help making the downtown inviting. And I've gotten really good feedback from a lot of business owners. It just looks, it's nice to see people down there cleaning up, straightening up, whatever they're doing. And I know there's some talk of spending a little bit of more money on some, for some infrastructure for them to have some pressure washers and things so they can do some additional things themselves. So I'm okay with it, but this isn't quite as high on my list as the merit for the long-term employees that we have, but I would like to keep it in there if we can.
I agree with my colleagues here. It's important that we keep downtown looking as great as we possibly can. These employees seem to be doing a fantastic job, and I'm all about them going to full time. So I think we need to reward them.
I like it too, but it's not in my high priority list. And, that's why I'm not really there.
So would that be the maybe second group for you? Okay, and I'm not sure what we could do with one, but I would say need one and want the second one. It's kind of where I am on that one. Are y'all, Ms. Lisa and Ms. Mendoza? Okay. One, group two. And now we're back to, but understand that the mental health diversion and the BTAG are not the same. I'm not sure what's on the chart here. Okay. I think whatever we can do in that, and especially if it's down to 50, to me, that group goes in my group one. So yes, I think the mental health diversion is important. I just wanted to share or name something real quick. So I've toured a few diversion centers, with the latest one being in Harris County. One of the main takeaways is the importance of all stakeholders' input throughout the process, with an emphasis on pushing through uncomfy conversations with candor and allowing a space for critical dialogue. I think Chief has done really well bringing together stakeholders, and there's energy around bringing in more directly impacted individuals at like this level and the county level. So thank you for kind of spearheading, teaming that up to county partners. I just wanted to name that importance, and as long as that keeps on being the path, then I'm down to support anything related to that. I think that's the only way it'll be successful. So, yeah, I just wanted to share that. I'm just gonna say in my group one, whichever part it is anything that's helping with mental health, because that helps our businesses, that helps our residents, that helps everyone, especially the people who need the help. But there's so much around them that can be affected, that's gonna go in my group one, whichever one it is.
I concur with the mayor.
Yeah, I would include this with the public safety aspect of it, so one for me.
I love it when we all agree.
To save the city money, I would propose, Hayden, as long as this does not count towards the embedded mental health clinician, as long as she's completely separate, I would propose 50,000 for VTAG, one and done, and then 50,000 for the following 3 years, so a total net cost of 200,000 versus the 347,000. So I'm proposing that you would do 50,000 for partnership with Evoke Wellness, which would match what the county is doing, and we could really make some differences with our mental health clients versus incarceration. Thank you, Mayor.
I do hope that the county is going to, at some point, look at what they're spending on keeping people in jail, that money could be spent on providing services for folks. So I'm hoping that'll happen, but that's outside of us. Good for you. And something that is, the next item is homelessness. And we had an opportunity with the Homelessness Council Committee to hear about the expansion. I think we looked at 3 different levels. And what we're looking at is hopefully keeping people from being evicted and homeless. And so for the dollar amount that we have here, I don't know how many people that's going to translate into. Because a lot of these, again, looking for, how much do we get for $1? But that, again, it saves us money in a number of other ways. Hopefully, you know, if you're not homeless, it's easier to keep your child in school. I mean, it just spans out so broad across the community. So, I'll start off with that one. There are layers of that. You said the university was willing to kick in some. Ms. Garza, you're on that committee, so would you like to, anything to add? I appreciate staff, reaching out and exploring how we could expand on the current contract with the Austin Tenants Council. I think, it was a really good presentation and inviting Trala to the committee meeting kind of helped us kind of get a sense of what all they can help our neighbors with. I want to emphasize, in my opinion, I think Trala is an excellent partner. They're like absorbing the Austin Tenants Council, and they just have a track record of going above and beyond, even for folks who aren't necessarily contracted with them. So I think partnering with them is really gonna be a service to our neighbors. And yeah, that's basically it. I think our neighbors will be really happy to hear of this super needed community resource. And if we have to take some funding from the Human Services Advisory Board, because this is all similar, I would be okay if we needed to take 20 grand or something from the Human Services Advisory Board dollars, just upfront, if that's what we need to make this work.
Yeah, that was one of my thoughts too. I have a question. What is our contract now that we have with the Austin Tenants Council? Do we know how much that is, that value amount? It's only 10,000. I knew it was a small amount, but
It's not a lot.
yeah,
The difference with this is huge.
yeah. Because like you said, they have 3 different levels, right? And this would be level 2, is that correct? Level 3, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it too, but I really think some of this could come from the Human Services Advisory too. I would be okay and open if we need to help to get that funding. That would be fine with me.
I'm definitely open to different funding options, but I think this is a good program for us to go on. I do appreciate Ms. Garza's being at that meeting and really giving us a good idea of what's going on. So thank you very much, Ms. Garza.
And then we'll count on the 10,000 from Texas State as well.
I'm okay as well.
I appreciate everybody's energy and support for this. I just want to push back a little bit on taking it from Human Services Fund. I know we're kind of trying to, pull money from here and there, but I have been doing a lot of research on community interventions to crime and violence, and a huge finding is for a lot of crime, it's having those kind of wraparound services that reduces crime or prevents, I guess, what some might consider like crimes of necessity, right? Theft, etc. And so I think a lot of our nonprofits and like the human services funds, they contribute to that. So when we think about it in like a safety framework, the money from the human services funds is doing a lot to prevent crime. And so I know it's like, let's pull money from there, but in a perfect world where we had all the monies, it would be awesome to just keep the human services money there and find money from this somewhere else. Shake the piggy bank, I don't know. Yeah, that was sort of a last resort. Next, we've got animal services. And what I would like to see is the spay neuter program, as we've heard from our animal shelter staff, is and I was just gonna say, I would say this: if we could neuter every cat and dog critter in the city, we kind of would solve a lot of the problems there. And that money is money that, again, is well spent and is lasting. I personally would like PALS not to have to beg at the HSAB level for $45,000. I would like to see us just make it part of the animal services budget. That's my ask, is to just do it. And, so they know they've got the funding, they can get rolling. If we can rent them some space, if we had it, it would be even better, because I think that's one of the limiting factors right now, is space. But that's what I would like to see, which frees up some money for the other program, so.
I do think that we brainstormed some ideas as staff on a location that might work, that we might have available on our current City Hall campus. So that's something we can also talk about with them when we meet with the Animal Services Committee, Council Committee coming up.
As for myself, I would like to see Texas State contribute somehow. I think you said they weren't?
They were.
Oh, they were, okay.
Point, not to PALS, this will be to the Austin Tenants Council. That's where they're going to do that, the $80,000 that we just talked about. They're going to give us 10.
Yeah, okay, I was talking more about,
state.
that covers the neutered and
No, it's two different expenditures. The first one is for eviction services, so it's to help people who might be on the verge of experiencing homelessness, to help them get the resources that they need to try to stay in their homes. And so they'll give them some legal counseling and legal assistance and resources that they would need to guide them through that process. So Texas State is saying they'll give us 10,000 of the 80,000 that would be required for that. Spay neuter, we haven't asked them anything about spay neuter for cost participation.
okay, I guess I jumped track here, but yeah, okay, thank you.
And I know it might be a little bit of an ask of the university, but I think it'd be great to ask them to help contribute to PALS. And I do like the mayor's idea of it being more of a permanent funding source. We know our pets are never gonna go away. We're gonna see more students, more people come to town. There's more of a need. They do an amazing job. And how many students bring their pets here and take advantage of that? And so that might be something we could ask to help out with a little bit of that. And I think the Human Service Advisory Board money makes more sense to help humans with homelessness than it does with PALS. So I would like to see that potentially go into the animal shelter budget.
I'm definitely in favor of this sticking with the general funds. I firmly believe that if we get this program running correctly, that we will in the end save a lot of money, because we've just been wasting money year after year on the revolving door that we have for the problem we have. So thank you. I'm gonna put this on number one for me, or on my list of number ones.
So just moving it from HSAB to general fund, remember we get reimbursed for that and it's about a 50%, so a dollar goes even from the regional shelter. Are their partners because of the amount of animals they bring in? So we fund it up front, but then we get reimbursed, but it's about 50%.
Even better. All right, well, let's keep rolling, because we've got a long list.
If anybody has a comment or wants to add in, just let me know and I'll bring the mic.
I had a comment about the PALs. I agree with the mayor and my colleagues about money well spent for sure. Thanks to staff for facilitating the tour of the animal shelter. I think it was like super powerful to see and hear from the staff. And just generally the work being done. I just wanted to say I agree with shaking down Texas State for some money. That morning I had awesome conversations with several Bobcat volunteers. I mean, it was early, y'all, and it was cold. And they were out there, and it was really insightful to see or to hear how the students framed it. So I'm over here thanking them. And they're like, no, thank y'all for providing this opportunity for us to do our philanthropy, for us to, we're homesick, we miss our pets. So aside from the fact that students contribute a lot to the animal issue, I think we also provide a service to the students. And so I'm hopeful that we could frame it that way. But also there was an idea floated about working alongside the apartment, I guess the apartment managers or the apartment companies. Other university towns have done that, maybe asking some of those folks to sponsor like a clinic day or something. I think that might be like an imaginative, creative way we can, bring in some more money for that. So,
Will say is, of course, we'll ask Texas State. When Mr. Algo sent me the message, he said something along the lines is, as you know, we don't have a lot of discretionary funding that isn't approved, by the regents. But I've been able to find, this $10,000 to help, and I hope that the city sees this as our support and partnership with that. So we'll definitely ask. I just don't know, as far as if it's something that they would have to go back and ask for some funding from somewhere.
I think the apartment complexes that allow and encourage pets, maybe it would be better. And I think I have taken over Chantel's job just out of habit, so I'm gonna turn this back over to her.
Thank you. Okay, I think we left off, next on the list is DEI efforts. That's continuing to fund salary of the DEI coordinator the past 2 years allocated from the ARP funding. What's your comments on that, Council?
What I had said when it was proposed, and it might have been by me, to lower the original amount of the 400,000 to 2, because I said if we don't have this integrated into what we do in a couple of years, then that's not good. But what I was hearing earlier is that we're getting even more value from having another person in the city manager's office taking on that kind of in a way ombudsman role for a lot of our residents. For that reason, I could continue it just to have that role filled, which some of us have asked for in the past, and there wasn't funding available. So with that understanding, that's where I can go. But I still stand by, we need to have learned and be incorporating DEI into the concept into everything that we do, and we should be doing that here before another couple of years.
I'll put this in, again, that one category. I'm sure there has been a lot of outreach going on. The vision sessions that seem to be going well, and the outreach is beneficial. But it gets back to what do we have to have and what do we want, right? And it's one of those where I'm just going to put in that kind of one category, not in the mandatory category.
To me, as long as it's in 1 or 2, I don't really, it doesn't matter to me on that sense, since we have still till 2025, but I have a habit of going and annoying my neighbors. And anybody I can get a hold of in the city and ask them how they feel. And I have yet to get a negative response when I explain what the DIA coordinator does. Over the last couple of weeks, I have been very much aware of the expanded role that has taken on, and I am very proud to be part of a city that finally has something like this. And I think for a population of almost 70,000 people, it's well needed, and I'm very grateful. So I would definitely like to go ahead and extend it and make sure that the position lasts.
Let's go, let's go number 1. Let's go this way. I make it simple, number 2, Mayor.
I was the one.
Okay. Any other added comments? Okay, next on the list, cybersecurity. Oh, no, we do?
I'll put this one in kind of mandatory category. Anything that could potentially cost us a lot of money if something goes wrong is going to be on top of my list.
Being as if this is my profession, this is definitely number 1 for me as well.
Number 1, Mayor.
What's it gonna cost us if we don't? Don't wanna know.
I am gonna say, number one, have y'all ever been to the county's website? You go onto the county's website and you get pop-ups, like, it's like, it's bad, it's bad, like, no, like, what is it gonna cost us? That's gonna be embarrassing if we end up losing a whole bunch of money because we couldn't get proper cybersecurity software. That's embarrassing, so yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we've got a neighboring county that got hit with ransomware, and they said, we're not paying it, and went back and it took them months. I don't know if they're even finished yet to rebuild their system, so, yeah, we don't wanna go there.
All right. The next, we're dealing with parks and maintenance. Adequately fund annual maintenance of parkland and city-owned facilities on parklands to maintain safety, reduce the deterioration, and increase the life. Council?
150,000 would do it? I know, but I just would have thought that y'all needed more than that, so you're, okay.
And the question I had was, does that include the potential single-use container ban also?
I'm not sure where, I sent Mr. Meagle a lot of numbers. So I'm not sure if this is just parks maintenance or is this a number of the other things? Is this is like a part of the number that they sent?
It's just parks maintenance.
So it's just parks maintenance. So the parks maintenance, that does not include the additional crew for Easter seals for the single-use beverage container prohibition.
I'm gonna say it to you, Mayor. The reason why is we're gonna have to find ways to pay for this, and I hate to put our city manager on the spot again, and knowing that I voted for something and I have to go against the budget. I'm a two later in life, you could say.
I'm not sure what
Okay.
direction you're given, but I'm not sure what we've got from down here.
I'm a number one, if this includes, maintenance to a structure, it's gonna deteriorate, those type of things.
Our daily operations.
Daily operations. I mean, I hate to say a number two when we're asking you to do additional more work, and I'm gonna throw this into the single-use container ban, because no matter what, you're gonna have additional operational costs for that. And your daily operations could include maintenance and upkeep of something that could potentially cost us additional money in the future, so I'm gonna put it as a one.
As a word.
These are our parks. These are something that our citizens use every single day. I'm gonna have to put it as one just to ensure that as much as it costs and as much hard work as these will do, obviously we need more. So it's a number one thing.
Trying to look through this list to see what isn't the one. How many ones do we get? Do we need to start? No. Is this people or supplies? In this case, is there people in this? Just to get it done. Stuff. Okay. I'm not helpful at all because I have to sit down with this and ask lots of questions and I'm not prepared with right now. To Mr. Mendoza's point, our neighbors, our parks are one of the few free and really nice places that our neighbors have, especially since we like, child-friendly attractions here. But it's everything's a one right now, right? So it's
It would be helpful for me to know, like, ooh, how deteriorated are these parks, like, you know, but yeah, I guess it's like a 1.5, I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm not helpful, I feel like I just have more questions. Yeah, I was kind of at a 1.5 also, but I'm looking at what Ms. Garza said, is this one of the few things that are free. We hear from people, we need things for families. We need places for families to go that live in an apartment and they just need to get out and get some fresh air. Let the kids go barefoot in the grass or whatever. But I'm also looking at it from economic development and quality of life standpoint, is in order to get more businesses, they've got to want to live here, or at least their employees to live here. And this is one of our biggest draws that we have for that in our quality of life. The library, the parks, you know. And so that's, I'm gonna give it a 1 for that reason, because it's broad.
So you're exactly right in the sense that the parks offers a lot of programs and services. And I'm kind of smiling here because I recently read an article about our neighboring community to the south, the direct south of us, and how there's a lot of really great momentum going on there. But their mayor came out and said, you know, the thing we want to focus on, we have a lot of things going on commercially and things like that, and even residentially. But one thing that we really need to strengthen are our parks and trails and, you know, some of the areas that we have. And so it's just, you know, how we look to our neighbors to see, okay, what do they have that we don't have, and those kinds of things. So I agree, that's one of our assets, and that's one of the big selling points that we have, is because we have these natural areas. And there's been a lot of great due diligence in the past to make sure that those resources are preserved and that we're keeping those things for our families here to be able to enjoy.
And, you know, one of the other things when I look at our past strategic goals, it clicks almost every one of those, right? And we're going to be asking a lot that, you know, we're going to be looking at the master plan for the parks again. There's a lot of potential changes coming. We've got a lot of land to figure out what we're going to do with. And I don't want them having to skimp on anything, especially since we're asking an additional requirement of the single-use container ban enforcement to potentially be done through them. So yeah, it's extremely important on so many levels, and we need to support them as much as we can if we're just going to continue to ask more of them.
And I will say parks tends to be one of those areas, because it's a quality of life, that it's very easy to say. Sometimes it's a want versus a need. And I get it when it comes to public safety, you know, or parks. Sometimes that puts y'all in a very challenging position in terms of being able to prioritize those things. But one thing I will say over time is that parks does tend to be the one that tends to get overlooked. And they still continue to function and operate and do the great things that the community wants and needs in order to have a thriving community. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I know that they're the ones that tend to, you know, to not always get funded, because there are so many competing priorities that take precedence sometimes over that.
And we acquired park land because we knew if we didn't get it when the opportunity was there, that we wouldn't. And that was a, you know, lifetime decision, but we haven't added to their fee as we have added to their burden for many years. So it's time to play at least a little bit of catch up.
All right, thank you. All right, the next one, I just want to point out, this is the last item for implementation for 2025 on this page. And that's economic development, city manager's office, develop budget for more formalized economic development efforts.
Well, this one, I don't know necessarily that it couldn't be budget neutral. It's up to the council how we would go with that. But there are some things now that we have an economic and business development manager again, we've been able to say, hey, really like evaluate. How do we have the most beneficial program that really is us looking out for the interests of us as a city? And so we have a great partnership with Greater San Marcos Partnership, and not wanting us not to do that. We still need to do it, but there might be some elements. I know as Greater San Marcos Partnership has talked about sometimes about providing kind of a menu of options that cities would contract with them for. And so there might be a way to kind of negotiate what it is that we have them provide for us versus what we choose to do in-house. So there could be some budget neutrality there. It just depends on what direction that we take, and that the council would want to go on that.
I appreciate that, Ms. Reyes, because that was going to be maybe potentially one of my questions is that now that we have somebody on board, is there some way that we could potentially offset that from the GSCP contract and bring some of it in-house and do it more directly, although they may have some additional expertise and things like that and outreach. I would be completely open to that as long as it doesn't impact what GSCP already has kind of going. I would put this up in a very high priority, right? Like if we want to provide additional property taxes, if we want to pay for parks and public services, we need to bring in some additional revenue and do it in a way that we're out recruiting something we want to see, not something that just shows up and says, we'd like to be there and we feel like, it's the leftover list, not the top of the list. I want to see us move to the top of the list of companies and industries that want to move here so that we have a choice of who we decide to negotiate with or who wants to be part of our community. And I think having an in-house person kind of directly doing that would only help. It's not going to hurt anything. But I would be open to some discussion, but potentially help offsetting some of that cost.
In a case like this, I am always in favor of in-house over contracting over. We all know that GSNP is going through some changes. And my concern is every year that passes, we tend to get a little bit less, at least it gives a perception we get a little bit less important to them. I just feel that this gives us another notch in our belt to be able to go ahead and do what we feel as a city itself. As we all know how things can go in that direction, I think that's a good idea to have something in-house.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think if we can offset the costs like Councilman recently talked about, I'm good with it.
And when I say offset costs, with the contract, but I really want it to kind of be complementary. I think the two of them can provide some additional things and some different types of input. And it's not one or the other. I think they could complement, but we can definitely maybe negotiate and discuss if we feel like we have some budgetary constraints that we may need to do with them.
Yeah, and what I meant to say was take that part of the cost that we used to give them and throw it back in our bucket.
I'm an absolute yes on this one. I do think we can make it revenue neutral or cost neutral, and I think we should look at that. But GSMP's got the audience that we're looking at. I think there are smaller businesses that we can look at recruiting and coming here that we don't need GSMP for, and I've brought it up at this meeting at least 2 years. I think that's what's happening with our neighbors to the north, and that's why we're seeing a lot of things. And so I am a yes on this one because I see a return.
Okay, thank you. This brings us to 2:30 after, right on the dot. Do we want to break for about 10 minutes or keep moving forward?
Yes.
Yes? All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Thank you. All right, I think we left off on economic development, and so next up, as the councilman gets seated and the staff gets seated back. All right. We have water supply growth, utilities, hone in on future implementation practices to secure water supply and process water through our system, include immediate next steps city would take if council chooses to prioritize this item during the session. So water supply growth. Council, Mayor. Oh, hold on.
I have a question. Does this include, this is being recorded, so I can't say that word. The water, what we saw when we toured the, treatment plant, the,
Direct potable reuse, where the professor actually drank.
that's our water, yes. It's not a bad word, it's just in Spanish. Yes, I would have drank it.
This line item actually doesn't include direct potable yet. It's more specifically a conversation about, for example, you have a new wastewater treatment plant project coming up on your February 6th agenda. If we don't get that agreement signed, then we have a $50 million existing plant expansion that is in Mr. Conder's CIP. So we'll need to consider how we do those things. We have another tranche of Alliance Regional Water that we are working with our other business partners in that arrangement. So how we stage that in relative to our debt structure when that happens, and then when we start the phase 1C, 1D in say 2028, 2030. So those are kind of a more strategic planning of setting up not the 50-year water and wastewater supplies, but maybe that 10, 15-year vision is what we're looking for here.
Thank you, and that makes responsible sense. I was just really excited about the prospect of.
Cacao water.
Yes. Hey, water, we all agree water's gonna be gold, man, you know? We can sell that one to Kyle. Yeah, water's been the new oil for a while, and it will be gold before too long. Can't live without it.
What choice do I have on number one?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I want to compliment staff on this because, you know, this is one where I truly feel like we've done, the staff and past councils, and past community members and regional partners have done a great job of trying to set this up. I think if we say we have one plan that really is coming to fruition is the second wastewater plan is, you know, we've got the potential that we've got a water coming on board. Like, I think there's been a lot of planning done on this, and it's one part where I'm not as concerned 20 years away because we've done that 20 to 40 year planning, right? So, how do you say that's not a one, but it's one where I'm not as concerned about it. That, and Mr. Tyler, like I said, 10 to 20 years out, I think we've done, that plan is coming to fruition.
Yeah, and I think because this is a 2026, isn't it okay for this to be a 2? Because of the time frame? Okay, yeah, I'll go with a 2. A high 2.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. The next is IH 35 beautification, neighborhood enhancement. This is getting quote from Easter Seals for weekly litter cleanup and 10 extra cycles to mow. Current amount of contract is $156,430.
How many cycles did we start with on the Easter seals? Was it 10, and with community enhancement, we went with 12, and it was basically once a month for the right-of-way mowing?
I will have to.
Okay. Is that, how do you?
Oh, it was 10.
And so this is asking for more?
Yes. For 10 additional.
I don't want to sound snarky, but we need it. I think when it's dry, we don't as much, but
Greg, we're talking about the Easter Seals contract and the expansion. How many on the contract now versus how many we do?
So we take it from 10 to 1. So I believe it takes it from, we have 10 supplementary now, it would double that to 20 for this additional money. Because they basically have to get another crew.
There's a lot of entryway areas that don't get covered all the time, and so I will tell you, as far as like the things that we hear sometimes and some of the social that gets posted is about how not attractive things look. And so really trying to make sure that we're putting some emphasis on the beauty of our community and the maintenance that we would like to keep.
so would this include more often out on McCarty where we kept getting the complaint? And she was right. Okay. If we're doing more, again, thinking back to economic development, if we're doing more at our gateways in the areas that are seen and need to be kept nice, I'm good with that, because we're not, like you say, we're not doing as good as we could now. If it's just mowing everything twice as often, I'm not into there, because I'm not sure that we need that.
It's the idea of us really being able to expand and have more area that we can cover. So I think as long as we can focus that and that's the direction that y'all would like to look at, really those key corridor, so it's not like to just keep mowing the same areas over and over again. It's to expand so that we can cover more areas.
And that's the difference between the 265 and 156,000 current? And so that 10 extra time, is that an additional 260 or does it take it to 260? An additional 260. Just confirming.
Can we do half of this? Again, this says 10 extra cycles, which to me says whatever we're doing, we're gonna do it twice as often, and I'm not going there, but I will for the gateway thing.
Question, last time this went out for bid, were they pretty compatible, pretty close? Was there a significant difference?
Mr. Carter's right behind you. We'll let him answer that question, both of those questions.
For the first question, we just picked a number to double it. So you guys could say 1 more, 2 more, 3 more. We just need your guidance of kind of where you're looking to go for it. And Easter Seals is by far the cheapest we can do on any of our contracts. And we used to have 2, one doing facilities, and we rolled that one out, and Easter Seals took over because it was cheaper.
Well, that answers my thought. I'm good with it, Mayor. That's something that we have to keep up with. The entrance to San Marcos. I'm good.
Let's get some clarity, because I'm not good with just doing what we've been doing twice as often. But if we can focus on gateways, more public facing, and I think at the conference, near the conference center is a good one. I know it's kind of behind it, but still.
Yes.
I don't know what ways they travel to get there, and that stayed tall for a really long time.
It's more of those high visibility gateway areas, and that's what, the direction would be to staff, is that we would go forward and if the council were to approve this, or any amount, then we would go ahead and tell them that the focus would be those key gateway and high visibility areas, not just to keep doing the same ones that we're doing and have on our current cycles.
And I'll throw one more thing in there, and anything kind of along the drainages and along the river. The gateway areas and then also the environmental and sensitive areas. And I could kind of split the difference on this. That's a substantial jump. But I think if we do a few extra on gateway and some environmental areas, even a couple times a year, it's going to make a big impact. It'll help out some of those river cleanups and drainage cleanups.
Will any of these additional crews deviate from I-35? Will they be able to go to the neighborhoods that are around I-35 that need their alleys done? Will this just be only for I-35 maintenance?
No, you can keep it. It goes to that question of where.
I think it depends on what the priority is. If we're getting 5 additional cuttings, so if we say half of this, then it may not be to go far enough to be able to go really outside of I-35. So again, it depends on what gets funded, to be able to know and for y'all to dictate what those priorities are so that we know what y'all's preference is on that.
I figured you were meeting along I-35 and I was too. You know, we've got Cottonwood Creek where it crosses, we've got Perch where it crosses, we've got plenty of places environmentally sensitive right along I-35, that those in the gateways would be the priority for me. And whatever you need to make that happen.
Yes.
We've got gateways at 123 and 80 and 12 and all of that. I believe Mr. Mendoza asked specifically about alleys, that we don't want high creepy weeds behind people's homes. How much of that is the homeowner's responsibility and how much would be ours?
It's really the homeowner's responsibility. The other thing I'm looking at is just because how much does stormwater take care of any of those kinds of issues? Yeah. As long as it's not impeding drainage, that would be our focus, but really, otherwise it's going to be the homeowner's responsibility.
And hopefully people might, throughout with the mower, they might just go mow their neighbor's area.
So on the alleys, the city got into a practice, we were mowing a lot of property that wasn't city property. So we took about 2 years and we cut that back and we knocked about 200,000 off the mowing just for that. We do, if it's an area that's like real steep where somebody can't get in there, or items like that, then we'll mow it. But yes, the homeowner is supposed to mow to the center line if it's an alley.
I'm gonna be a 2 because at some point we gotta stop being 1s. That's all I got.
And I have seen the Easter seals drop off on the alleyway maintenance. You know, there were some areas in town, I think a lot of it had to do with utility access and things too. If they weren't getting mowed to take care of, you couldn't get down there for easement to work on anything. So I think that was part of it, but also there's gonna be some changes, including our neighborhood, where you're now gonna have drainage that was mowable, that now is not gonna be, and you're not gonna be able to get an older person down there to clean any of that. So, you know, things may change a little bit there, but I appreciate while it was done on Easter seals on some of the neighborhoods, why it may not be needed now.
I think we should have some exceptions for some areas. For an example, Sunset Acres, I always get calls about residents there. They got a privacy fence. Right behind the privacy fence is the drainage. And these people are elderly. And it's real difficult for them to get back there. And they're always complaining about homeless people being in the back and so on and so on. I wonder if we can do that, exceptions for people that cannot go back there and mow. They're just,
If it's a drainage channel, stormwater will clear it.
But are they gonna clear just the channel? Or are they gonna clear all the way up to the fence?
They will clear the easement of the drainage channel.
Yeah, I think he's talking about what's right behind the fence. Okay.
What I saw Mr. Carr say is that they do help. That there always are exceptions and they do try to help if they know about a situation. I will say that I see that a lot with our code enforcement, their code compliance team. And then that's on purpose because we try to get compliance versus enforcement. But they have a real heart for the community and try really hard to do things that go above and beyond. So I know Ms. Tamides and her team, and Shannon O'Brien, they really work really hard to, if there's something that's a need, they try to work, and if they have to do it themselves, they'll get out there and do that.
But
We have situations where they can take care of it, but it's this tall, or there's bamboo. And so we will go through and clean it down to the ground so that it's easier for them to maintain from that point forward. We helped elderly, disabled, and people. We take that to consideration, but it just over the years, it got to be, well, the city always mowed it. I would mow it, but they do it. And so we hear from them when they can't mow it.
Yeah. I'm good with this at a 2, but maybe like 150K, which might actually end up being, now that we've changed the scope. So you can let us know.
Yes, we can take that into consideration as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. Next up, airport funding. Do we move the airport to a true enterprise fund where all revenue, including property and sales tax, are directed toward the airport fund instead of general fund?
Do we have any idea what that dollar is? Because that's a hit to the general fund.
Staff has looked at the businesses at the airport and looked at their current assessed valuation, and right now it looks like it's going to be roughly around 300,000. So this ask is a 2026 ask, and part of that is related to the item at the top of the next page as far as the anticipated future capital expenditures at the airport of 110 million. That's a really, really big number, and I don't want that to scare you. The largest part of that, roughly 100 million, is associated with strengthening the pavement out at the airport. We have current studies ongoing, and again, another reason why this is 2026 is to allow those studies to wrap up in the next year. We have the master plan update. We have the Part 139 airport certification gap analysis, and then, of course, finishing up the pavement strength analysis. So as all that information comes together, we want to make sure that we can present that information or share that with council to get the context of looking at how we diversify maybe the uses at the airport. And then also there was a question about the hangars, and just want to make sure that that's involved in this as well, because when you look at a large number of 100 million, most airports with that type of work to do partner with the FAA at a 90%, 10% split, meaning that FAA brings 90% of that money and funds that. So, if you're looking at a rough 100 million, we would hope that through meetings with FAA, getting this on their CIP and maybe some lobbying efforts, we would be able to have FAA fund $90 million. There's still some additional funds left for us to invest. We are hopeful that with some private investment, and we're getting interest for private investment at the airport, that we get private funds to fund a portion of that, and then any remaining would be either city general fund or airport revenue fund. So again, it's all wrapped up into those moving parts. And then finally on the hangars, looking to optimize airport revenue, we want to make sure that we are optimizing revenue. With the current construction of hangars out there through the Don Jackson contract, council recently just extended that contract to allow them to finish up some hangars out there. They are essentially building it at their cost. It's private investment it's essentially privately owned hangars, and the revenue we're getting is associated with the ground lease. Where we get more bang for our buck for the land out there is when we own the land and the facility. So we're looking at some creative ways for the city to fund construction and to allow the hangar leases and ground leases to fund the hangar construction at a, hopefully a cost revenue basis. So that's part of that complication when Cassidy said it's a complicated answer.
So I kind of have two questions. Would this move potentially help us get additional grants? Would it help in the grant application process? Would that put us maybe in a better standing for that?
I think when you look at a city that can prove up that it has a source of revenue to support the 10% match, I think it does put us in a much better position. Certainly, if we get the grants, we have to come up with that grant match.
And then could it potentially help us with any debt service or bonds that we may potentially look to fund that? Would that be a better route to go? And could it help us in that process if we did want to fund some things in the future?
I think it moves us in the right direction to the extent that we have excess funds in that, excess revenue in that fund that could support debt service, then it would help, yes.
Okay, all right, thanks. I'm all for it. I think those two reasons alone, and then all the other opportunities, and then having a dedicated funding source out there as things expand and grow, I think is positive, and I'm fine with it for 2026.
And one caveat that I'll probably put to this is that I know it's 2026 that we're looking at, but because there is the general fund implication, maybe we can start looking at it at 2026. If we can do it all in 2026, then that'd be great. But if we have to do it over several years, just want to have that latitude and know that what are council's thoughts on that, just to try to make sure that we're, not having unintended consequences somewhere else.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that, especially with all the uncertainty in the economic outlook the next couple of years, and some of these projects are probably several years out potentially. So I'm fine with giving the latitude that sales tax revenues continue to come down, and you feel like you're short, that you need an extra year or so to implement that, but I don't want to wait too long because it could take a year or two to implement.
And that's what I'm thinking, is that maybe we start in 2026 and see what portion could go in 2026, and then, try to get a schedule there. So unless we have some major development or something that really helps to really put us in a good place in the general fund. But I just wanted to know if that would be okay with council, is that we look at it as a multi-year if needed.
Great, I have a question as well. And help me understand this. I thought we contracted that part out to a different entity. Yeah, recognizing that one kid. And also remember when we made the contract and I first started, they were in the red. And by the second or third year, they're supposed to be, are they there now?
Yes, in the last couple of years, they have gotten out of the red. Now, that's really on an operational basis. I think the mayor will be the first one to tell you that anything that we put into our CIP is over and above those expenditures. But again, the operational fund is now making a small profit, thanks to the great management that we have in place now. But again, they're kind of an extension of our staff. They're doing great, but that's on the operations and not the capital side.
And if we do build new hangars, who gets the revenue off of that?
Well, all the revenue that would come into the city. It's just a matter of how the city uses it to fund the management costs, which would be, with the Texas Aviation Partners contract, or expenditures for possibly capital improvements or what have you. So it's just a matter of, that's our decision on how we approach that.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm okay with it, the year that was mentioned. Yeah. Thank you.
I just have one quick comment. I'm perfectly fine. Look, if they're generating sales tax revenue and it's ending up back in the general fund, why doesn't it stay focused? And it's also an encouragement to increase some revenue out there, and it's going to stay there, right? Like create that source and say, we're going to have additional sales tax, but it's just going to go to the general fund. The future councils might give it to us. So that's a big reason for me, is if they're generating it, let's reinvest it out there.
About how much do we fund from the general fund now? For example, the airport master plan, that costs way more dollars than I thought it would, but I guess you have to have special talents to do that. And I know the FAA paid 90%. Who paid the other 10? And if it came from general fund, where I'm going with this is this might actually end up being not a big hit to the general fund because we're paying for some of that already. And so I would like to see it separate so we could easier track that, and be able to make reports and figure out what we're doing. So, yeah, I think this is a good idea, and whenever y'all can get there, I'm fine. I don't care. I trust y'all to do what you gotta do. It all sounds wonderful, but everything sounds wonderful. So it's hard for me to come up with probing critical question, because it's like, well, what do I know about running an airport? I don't. Like, this is a trust fund. It sounds like a good deal.
And the mayor's making a great point here is, I had never heard the sales tax revenues of what's being generated out there and what the true benefit to the community is. I mean, we kind of hear about what the overall economic impact is, but how much money is being generated out there and what kind of, and to be able to put that on paper year to year and then be able to dedicate that money out there makes sense to me. So I'm all for this, and I'm glad to see it happen. We can actually see what we're getting and bang for the buck out there.
And just for clarity, the number I threw out there, the majority of that was the assessed valuation, so the property taxes being paid at the airport as opposed to sales tax, but it's both, yes.
Any further comment? Okay. Next line item, stormwater fee, Public Works. Continue funding stormwater CIP out of the general fund, allowing us to not increase the stormwater rate, but reducing the capacity of general fund CIP. Implementation year 2026.
What are we looking at funding out of general fund, and what are we keeping in the stormwater fund? And I'm just gonna say, is it projects or is it people?
Projects.
And see, I personally, I would prefer that we pay the people out of general fund so that every dime of this goes toward projects, which is where we started. And the reason why we don't have money to do it is we started paying people out of there that, I'm just gonna say it, in my opinion, ought to be paid out of general fund if we're short. So that's just my 2 cents worth, but we need to do these projects as you, so politely but clearly noted at the Sunset Acres meeting earlier this week. So I think we need to do what we can to get these projects done because it's impacting people in a really negative way and not helping us either.
I think if I could add, something is, having been around and been part of the implementation of the drainage utility, it was initially developed for projects because the drainage utility, the drainage projects were competing with the other general fund projects. But we also were not doing all the maintenance, all the stuff that we have to do right now. We were not part of the municipal storm service where we have regulatory compliance. So I think over time, it has had to take on, just like we talked about with community enhancements, it has taken on that operational sense that has to be maintained.
And thanks for the kind of clarification on that too, because I can see at the beginning of this that it was meant for projects, but now the stormwater operation side of things has gotten to be a lot bigger than what it was when it started, and we're going to continue that expansion. I don't mind funding an occasional stormwater project out of general funds in those years where we have a good year, right? Or we have something come up that's unintended, or moving a project up that became a priority because it was on a 3 to 5 year and hey, this has got to be done now. I don't mind having that flexibility. I don't like to do it permanently. You'd rather find a permanent solution to these projects, but as we know, those projects tend to be the most expensive ones and the most time consuming and the most difficult ones to engineer and the impacted community. So, I'm open for flexibility on that one, just because of the cost associated with them and than maybe the need for them, for the safety of the community. So I'm a little open to this one, as much as I would like to see all come from one fund, or like, hey, this pays for itself. You know, this is a tough one.
Lori, I think you and I served in that board 12 or 13 years ago. And the intent was it was supposed to be for projects, and things happen along the line, but I'd rather see that money go for projects as well. And get the other money for employees from general fund or whatever you mentioned.
And I'm not opposed to general fund also going towards projects, so that we're clear, because we got stuff we need to get done.
Just like the mayor, when we just came from that meeting in Sunset Acres, it is very important to our citizens that they at least know that these projects are moving forward, or we're trying to do what we can to get it funded. So I trust our finance individuals to do the best they can and most efficiently to get these things done, but please just do what you can to get them done.
The thing is, this is costing our residents money and having to deal with, in some cases. And we just need to fix the things that Mr. Condor was so accurate in, and we didn't require a lot back in the day. And now we've got, and with climate change and 14 studies telling us we've got things we are dealing with that we didn't deal with back then. And so there's lots to be done, and I'm just glad that we've got regulations changed so that the new developments, we're not having to go in and retrofit anything. So however y'all do it, but I'm okay with general fund, because this is stuff that we've got to get done and came out of general fund before. So however y'all need to balance that out. Thank you.
Keep the fee as it is, and then try to figure out where we can make it work. Okay.
Yeah, but when we raise it, it's like a quarter, 50 cents a month. I mean, it's not huge.
You know, when we started the board, I think the majority of the people was under the understanding that it wouldn't be like a tax has been raised every 3 years or something like that. I know it's just a quarter or 50 cents, but you know, we're still in hard times, and I'd just rather keep it the way it is.
And I do think that this fee is one where the commercial side of things has a bigger impact. So I would be a little more open to some small incremental raises to that, because it is going to come from more of the manufacturing, warehouse, distribution side of things, and than it is the homeowners. So. No, just whenever you raise it across the board, they're going to have a bigger impact because their footprint is just bigger. So the impacts are going to be bigger more to the businesses than they are the homeowners. So I'm a little more open to some smaller, whatever, you know, we have to do some small incremental fees on that, or any raises on that.
Can you bring us some numbers on that, and I probably could change my mind and see how it comes out?
We can have more of that information for you at budget policy, so that we know, you know, because when we go through all of these things very specifically, then we'll have the data to do. But this helps us just to kind of know what y'all are thinking, so that we can try to get as much specific information to you for budget policy.
And of all the increases in fees and things that I have to explain to my constituents on, this is one they understand, right? We're going to do a project that's going to help your neighborhood or help your neighboring neighborhoods. You know, when we raise electric rates, they already got it hooked up, right? What did we change? What are we doing different? Well, if we're going to put a retention pond in Sunset Acres, we can say, this is what you're getting for your dollar on that. And it's been a little easier pitch to make on that than, well, I've got water, I've got a hookup. What are you charging me more for, right? And so this is for projects that they can see value in. So I think it's an easier pitch for us to explain to our constituents what this is going to mean, the value they're getting out of it.
Any other comments? Okay, the next line item, facilities maintenance, public works, adequately fund annual maintenance of city-owned facilities leased to nonprofits to maintain safety, reduce deterioration, and increase life. $100,000 was budgeted for this expense in the fiscal year 2024 budget. Staff proposes seeing how new lease agreements work over the next 2 to 3 years and reassess the budgeted amount.
This one we were proposing to be in year 3. Because again, we'll be able to see what the 2 to 3 year, next 2 to 3 years show us in terms of the budget and what the impact is for the lease facilities. So that's why we were thinking that year 3 by FY27 is when we'd be looking at having council look at this.
I'm in, and I like what you're doing with looking at all the leases, more consistency. I like all of it.
The question I have is, when you say maintenance, are we talking about HVAC as well? Years back, we talked about bringing somebody on board, and we could save a lot of money that way.
Mr. Avila can answer that.
Yes, when we talk about maintenance, that includes everything. Yes, when we indicate maintenance, we're including everything from HVAC to roof to the building envelope to the foundation, everything regarding the facility. And we did bring on an HVAC specialist. So we are saving a considerable amount of money because he's able to do a lot of the HVAC work that we used to contract out.
Well, great. That seems like you're on top of it. Thank you, Mr. Summers.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that too, and I like to see that we're gonna look at all these lease agreements and kind of at the same time and what that looks like, but stress if something comes up, and as staff always does, if there's an emergency need for something completely open, like this gets back to, this is a want, but it could become a need very quickly. And if it does, it's one of those we need to address as quickly as possible, but yeah, that's fine.
1,000% on board with this. We definitely need to look back at our leases and find out who is being a good renter. This is just a good idea. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next line, we have the Mitchell Center. Release land that the Mitchell Center currently sits on to the Boys and Girls Club. Releasing land reduces some flexibility for the city in regards to the Purgatory Creek project. Cost to purchase land, and this is implementation 2027.
And council, to clarify, that 80,000 represents what we believe we can receive from the sale of that property. The Mitchell Center currently sits on a large lot that backs up the Purgatory Creek. Part of that property includes floodway and floodplain. This proposal would be to relinquish or to sell the property to another entity and relinquish the property and receive the gains from that sale.
That's for the lot, everything, the complete lot, or are we talking about keeping any part of it?
The 80,000 is really just the lot. The facility, the building is in really poor shape. I do not believe we receive very much money for that.
But we're not keeping, easements, whatever we need for projects that we're working on, and we keep what we feel like we're gonna need and sell the rest.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
If this is the property by Valley Street, right? I think it's worth a lot more than that, than 80,000. Someone recently bought the Armstead Arms old apartment complex. How y'all came up with that number, no idea, but if we're gonna sell it, I really want to get as much as possible for that. Plus, let me ask this question. What let's say that someone buys it, what can they do with that property? Can they put apartments in?
They would have to follow the city zoning, requirements. I'm not exactly sure what it's zoned as.
Public now then?
I believe it's zoned public right now, but it would have to be rezoned.
I'd like to know that answer as well. Thank you. So,
If I remember correct, over half of that property is floodplain, floodway, over half. It's a pretty, I've looked at the map before, and it's pretty substantial. They're gonna be pretty restricted on what they're gonna be able to do over there. I'm open to the idea here. What kind of concerns do you think that it might reduce your flexibility if we keep the easements, selling that upper portion of that? What kind of restrictions would that put on if we do work on purgatory? Because you have it listed here that, you know, that there might reduce some flexibility. I just curious what you think that might be.
Yeah, what we would do if we were to lease land, we would preserve the portion that overlaps purgatory, which is, just look at the map, it's probably like 25%. It's the two corners that are closest to purgatory. It does not impact the building itself. But we would just, like I said, you carve off a portion of that parcel and leave it with the city.
All right, thanks.
Do we have any other options besides the Boys and Girls Club to purchase this item?
We will have to defer to legal on that. I believe that we may have to go through an RFP process for the sale of property.
I just had a lot of concerns from individuals in that neighborhood that they're just not very happy. And of course, this kind of changes it up if we're going to sell Mitchell Center, but they're just not satisfied with the way the Boys and Girls Club runs it as it is now. If this happens, we will officially lose the initial community center, right? I mean, in terms of private hands, they can do whatever they want to. They can turn it into private house or just not even use it as a facility for us to rent for our community, especially in that neighborhood that doesn't have many options. It is, but it's the historical significance of that building is rather important. Also, the first colored school that they believe what they call it as. The Mitchell Center, right? The one that's in. Yeah. See, I've been informed by so many historical groups that was a very important building.
There is currently no official historic designation for that building. However, we have heard the same, that it has some historical background. We will confirm that, and we can let you know.
Yeah, we need to, because my recollection is it was old barracks that was located on some city property behind something else we had leased out to people. And when the person who had the idea for all of this, and it was moved, I'm not sure who funded the move, I guess probably we did. So yes, we need to find that out. My concern is if we sell it to the people who aren't doing anything with it now and just letting it sit, why would we think anything would be different? So I have, my first reaction was no, because I just don't like selling city property because we don't have a whole lot of it. But then again, if it's more of a maintenance nightmare and we don't need it, then if somebody else wants it and we can make some money off of it, that might be okay, but we've got to get that historical part nailed down. So, and the surrounding zoning in that area is residential. It might be multifamily, but low multifamily, but it's not commercial business. I can't see that anybody would put anything huge in there, and it'd have to be a zoning change, I think. I'll have to look. So I'm a bit unsure, but I'm willing to let staff move forward and with more details. And of course, we all want the historic part confirmed or denied.
And question, with it being zoned public, if we do sell it off, can we do that without a vote, the voters? It's not parkland, it's just public. It's not dedicated. Okay, just confirm. All right, thanks.
But what I think is that we're gonna have multiple potential nonprofits interested in the city somehow disposing of that land, and whether it's by sale or by donation. And so I think that we definitely need to clarify the historical aspects for you all, but we'll need some guidance from you on the process that you would like to dispose of that. If it's not sale, if it's a proposal where various nonprofits could come in and propose this is what we would want to do on that site, whether there's value or not. So I'll let legal weigh in on that.
So what staff's thought on this is to bring this forward in an executive session at a future meeting to talk about where council wants to go, since it's about real estate, and just kind of get some idea about what y'all are looking at with that. So that's what we'll be proposing to do in the upcoming months.
Okay, any other comments? Okay. The next item is the property tax relief. This was discussed in the finance presentation earlier.
Is this about the homestead exemptions and various flavors thereof? Is that what this is?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thanks. I really appreciated all the financial data on what impacts each one would make, not just year one, but year 5 and 10 and 20 years out. I'm not gonna be for a freeze, probably ever. But what I would like to see is, commitment that every year this body and staff acknowledges that as long as there's an increase in an appraisal, that we should do something to help offset that and acknowledge those increases in property taxes. And I don't care if they're 5,000 or 10,000 every year, but I think every year we should do something as long as there's an increase in appraisal. Because it's gonna help the people who are on fixed incomes and the lower to medium incomes. And it's an acknowledgement of, hey, we know that your taxes are gonna go up, even if we don't raise the rate, to give some sort of offset in the percentage of increase. And so I'm always gonna be for that. I don't care if it's 5,000 or 10,000. And I would love to see it be 25, but the state finally stepped up and helped out a little bit with that. If that had not happened, I would be pushing for a substantial number. But we're all gonna see a little bit of relief from that, but that's gonna slowly eat away as appraisals continue to go up, because all they did was raise the homestead exemption, and they did do some school finance. So I wanna see it be 5 to 10,000 every year, as long as there's increases in percentage appraisals. If those go down, I don't have a problem with it. That's where I will stand, and that's where I will always stand. So working with my colleagues, I would love to see it be 10,000 for both, if we can afford it. And that's the number I'm gonna throw out now.
Okay, is that over 65 or across the board?
10 for both. That way, the over 65s would get both, right? 10,000.
For both or for each?
Want five each, and so that there would be a total of 10. Are you thinking 10 per?
I'm gonna throw 10 out each, but I'm probably gonna get shot down, right?
That'd
It would be
be
20 for the over 65s, which would be 2,700 properties, if I was correct on the number he stated earlier. And then the rest of them would get 10. So it would be 20 for the 2,700 over 65s. And those are the people that, if you're in a home that's in that 250 to 300, it's gonna make a significant difference. 20,000 is 10%, right? So
The only thing that I'm not real sure in terms of you tying it to if there's an increase in appraisals, how
I
that
don't
would
need to
work.
tie it to it. I'm just saying philosophically, right? That's what I would like to see. And I don't want to tie it to any one thing. I want to give everybody flexibility. We can't,
That's
but philosophically, that's what I would like to see.
Because right now what we're seeing is that appraisals are down 6%, home values are down 6%.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking the
Yeah,
question.
we are, and we don't have the full numbers on it yet, but we just implemented this for all homeowners in the last couple of years, right? And we didn't do one last year, right? When there was an uptick, so I know there might be a downtick this year. But we know inflation is really hurting people, and especially with these additional fees that we're talking about. It's one way that we can help out the people that are over 65 or on fixed incomes. So I would love to see 10 for both if we can afford it, and if we can't, then I want at least a 5 for both.
Before the meeting started, I was really all about the freezing it for 65 and over because that's the majority of people that I know. I do not see it possible ever, or not right now, not anytime in the future that we have the numbers that you showed to us. I also don't see us being able to go to 10%. If we are going to make any kind of, what, I thought we were going for 10%, 5%. We're going for.
It's a dollar amount. Which makes it.
I'm gonna go with 5.
That's better for different incomes.
And the reason that the dollar amount is more beneficial is if you have $1 million home or a $500,000 home, $10,000 or $20,000 off of that is only a smaller percentage of the value of your home compared to a home that's valued at $250,000 or $300,000. So homestead exemptions help the people with lower appraisals more percentage wise than it does. And it also doesn't impact the budget as much, because if you've got a $500,000 home, if your appraisal goes up 5%, that's $25,000, right? But percentage wise, it helps out the low to medium income homeowners and the lower valuation homeowners than it does the higher. It's a smaller amount.
The highest I'm gonna go is for 5,000 across the board.
Is that 5 for over 65 and 5 for the regular? So it's 5 each? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm always preach, let's freeze the taxes, but I'm gonna concur with you, because it's impossible to do that at this time and point. But I'm willing to go 10 and 10 there. That's a start, and like you said, it really helps the lower income, because they have the $100,000 homes, $150,000 homes. I'm okay with that. Thank you.
How do I say this? I'm confused as to why we're having these conversations right now. I feel like they're like budget conversations, and I feel very torn because I'm sitting here contemplating our goals alongside these budget priorities. And I feel like this is like a really important question to answer like 5 minutes of conversation. So I just wanted to name that. And to that end, I don't know. I think everybody's bringing up good points, but you can't make an informed decision from 5 to 10, just like out of nothing. I feel like I have to think more critically about it. Sorry, that's not helpful.
I agree. This wasn't what I thought we were making the decision on this at Vision workshop time. And is this one that we're going to revisit tomorrow morning? Because I do want Mr. Prager and Mr. Scott's input on this.
We'll revisit this whole list tomorrow morning, because actually, one of the things, of course, talking about property tax relief at any level and then having all these ones, we're going to need to look at what are your ones within the ones.
Right.
Because so we're going to need to revisit this a little bit and focus on some of those ones tomorrow. And so hoping that we have Mr. Prater and Mr. Scott to help us with that particular conversation as well. And it doesn't mean that this is like a one and done, that you make this decision and that's all it is, but you're helping us to tee things up for you to have more focused conversation for budget policy, because then we're able to look at some of this stuff a little bit more concretely with you at budget policy.
But are we being helpful because we're rating all of this as one, right? So it's like, I think the takeaway is that y'all's hot takes and findings like align with like what we think needs to be happening, like operationally. But aside from that, I don't know, I feel maybe it's just me, like pretty lost in the sauce in terms of like where this conversation's gonna end up, but I'm just gonna trust the process. I think it's helpful preliminary conversation, but these are like huge decisions. And yeah, I want to do them justice.
And I think if I can just take a step back and help to kind of give a little bit of insight into what we were thinking with having some of the budget is because I think what people sometimes may not realize, whether it's the public or council or anyone, is that visioning is tied. It's the first step in your budget process. And a lot of times we have been more along the lines of, hey, what do we want to be in 10 years or 15 years? But it's not necessarily aligned with what funding then you put. And so what's the purpose of having a vision and saying we want to be 10 years this particular way if you don't start to think about the budgetary things that go along to support that vision? So that's the reason why we're starting to have this conversation now. And then we're also going to talk about, okay, now that you've said these are all your priorities, what are the things you want to put in your strategic plan that support that? And then have budget policy be when you actually are putting together the concrete statement that says what your budget priorities are for the upcoming immediate year so that we can have those things to provide to our staff in terms of direction. So that was the thought process for us in terms of how we were bringing this forward to council. And again, just trying to make sure that we're starting to get things rolling from a budget standpoint. It can't just be we want these pie in the sky things without having the financial support to support these things.
I do see this as a little bit of a visionary discussion, right? And mainly because we don't have to make this a final judgment on this till minimum July 1st, but really up until for next year's implementation, for next year's budget. And we don't have all the sales tax in. We don't know exactly what appraisals are going to look like. And we'll have all that potentially before we have to make a decision on this. But a vision to me is, I would like to see this done every year, right? If it's feasible. And so this is one where I can kind of see into the future a little bit on this. I think that this is difficult and I think we're just throwing everything at you, right? But I do see this as one where philosophically I can say, hey, this is a vision where I would like to be, and that we don't have to actually physically make that decision right now. But we can tell you, we would like to do that if sales tax come back, or if appraisals are up higher than what we say, so.
Here's my concern with this one. And that is, y'all talk about wanting to do, good things for those over 65. But this is talking about the homestead exemption. Not everybody who's over 65 owns their own house. And whenever we do this, you know, you push in on the balloon here and it's got to bulge out over here, and that means the rental properties are gonna go up. And that means people's rent is gonna go up, plus the commercial. And the state of Texas legislature and the good people of Texas have given a $60,000 exemption increase on a taxing entity that their rate's not quite twice what we are. So I'm thinking I'm gonna say no for right now because of those things. Otherwise, I might be where you are with that, let that 5 creep up year after year. I guess I could say 5 for right now, but I'm 0 to 5. I'm not sure, because I want to give relief to the people that they just got a $60,000 relief. So that's where my concern is. I would rather give some more across the board relief to folks, and there's not a commercial exemption. I know there isn't. So anyway, that's where I am. And it's back to what I mentioned before, and Mr. Locke had a slide. $30 across however many properties, 6,700. If that's the 85 to 5,000. If I said percent, I meant thousand. And what we can do with that aggregate of the $30 for a lot of these things that we've all said we wanted, those are my concerns. Is it's not across the board as a property tax change rate would be, and folks just got a big exemption.
Yeah, copy paste what the mayor said. Thank you. I feel like we've had this conversation before about not everybody over 65 owning a house and all that. I appreciate the reminder. But this is a side note about the process. One thing that is, I'm just thinking about is, in the future, it'd be helpful if y'all like linked info snacks for each of these really loaded topics. Like, I've interned for like state reps and different congressional offices, and they usually make the interns go do that. I don't have an intern. I don't have any help. And so I feel, again, just really underprepared to have these conversations. So that would be helpful. And the Wi-Fi here, the signal's terrible. So earlier when I was like trying to look things up, like it's just not, even with my data plan with the city Wi-Fi, so.
Yeah, I've made a list of things, documents I'm gonna bring back with me tomorrow. And one of them is the rate increases for utilities, because we're talking about taxes. And as Mr. Gonzalez never fails to remind us, and thank you, what is that check that somebody's writing to the city? You know, what is that total? How much do we go here? How much do we go here? You know, 2% here, 3%. I think I heard that we're gonna need rate increases for a whole bunch of these things. That's what I was seeing up there, is in order to meet what we need, we may need a rate increase. So for me, I need big picture of all of these things that we're hitting people in the pocketbook. So there's that.
Okay, any other comments? All right, the next items also deal with property tax allocation to fund debt versus operations. Do we want to go ahead and tackle that or leave that for tomorrow as well? The descriptor is options will be discussed, well, it was discussed in the finance presentation, increasing the debt tax rate split by 1% in fiscal year 25, and it would decrease operations by $536,155. Is that a part item for tomorrow as well?
I want to talk about it tomorrow because I've got two folks not here. Now, my notes were, do we want to increase the debt percent of property tax to 30%, which is more than the 1%, because we're at 26, 27 now. So it's actually more than the 1%. Is the point of that 1% is 536K, so if it's 4%, it's 4 times that, okay.
And this could be one of those where you're saying, hey, we'd like to endeavor to get there. And so we would need to figure out how many years it would take for us to do that. But at least we would know philosophically, again, this is one of those vision things, because it is, do you want to be there? And so then let us figure out the number of years it would take for us to get there. And we just need to know if y'all want to go there. Or if you say, hey, no, I really don't want to have more debt, I want to stay with the split that we have, then that gives us what we need to go forward.
Well, I for years did not want more debt. And at the time, debt was really cheap. But still, at the end of a project, there's $100,000 that you pay in interest, which isn't going into services for our residents of our lovely community. So the problem is we've got things we need to do. We've got stormwater things that we've said we'll do out of general fund, et cetera. I'm good with going up 1% for, well, who knows how long I'll be here. 1% for this year. Look at the 1% and maybe get to 30. As much as I don't like it, we have a physically, structurally old community, and we've got stuff we need to fix. So that's where I'm going to be. It's the 1% a year, maximum of 30. If I'm still here in 2 years, I might say, wait a minute, no, that's enough. And that maybe not, but for now.
And don't feel like we have to be tied to 1%. It could be even that you give us general direction that over the next several years, you want to go to 30 to 35%, and we need to figure that out, because with all the things we just talked about, you know, we may not be able to have capacity anyway to do 536,000 coming out of the general fund. So it may be that we try to get 0.5%, we may try, you know, so again, we may try to work on what that looks like over time, but we just need to know philosophically that that's where y'all want to go in terms of trying to make sure that we're able to cover more debt, more projects that need to be done throughout the community.
To me, a big question on this is, I have no problem philosophically with increasing that percentage. It does look like we are operational heavy. The big thing to me would be the timing of the interest rates, right? When you take on that debt, and what does that mean? What does that long-term debt actually mean? And look to me like we should have taken on a lot more of that debt previously when, you know, when rates were basically nothing. And so the question to me would be as if there are 2 to 5 rate cuts next year, and if that continues on, is that the time to do it, right? As much to me, it would be like, when do we take on that debt? What does it mean long-term? What do we think rates are gonna do? Try to capitalize on that. No predicting it, but it would definitely be beneficial for the long-term debt.
What we've done in the past is when rates went down, we did a refinance. And one of the things that they did, which was great, is if we were, I'm just make this up, let's say we were 12 years into 20, we didn't do for 20 more, we did for the same length of time, yeah, just for the 8. And so we were able to do that and actually save a bunch of money back in, I guess, 15, 16, I think. So I think that if rates go down, that we can work so I feel sure our finance people will look and see what's advantageous to us. So
Yeah, that's something that we actively monitor. And anytime that we have debt on the books at a higher rate than what we can refund it, when the opportunity makes sense, we would bring that to city council for consideration of refunding those bonds.
Yeah, and I know you guys do a good job of that. I just mean it still costs a little bit of time and money to refinance those initial costs, right? And if you have a bond at a higher percentage for a year or two, that's still additional cost, right? It was just something we hadn't discussed of the timing of that. And I know it's more advantageous of when engineering and staff can get to a particular project as much as it is me trying to save a little money on a bond for a year or two. But it was just something that wasn't really discussed. And the question would be is, did some of these other peer cities like Georgetown know that the rates were basically nothing and take on a whole bunch of debt at that rate on purpose? And maybe that should be something as part of the policy of, hey, rates are super low, guys, maybe we need to fund a few more projects and take on some additional debt at that time. So it would be interesting to see if those peer cities are even discussing that. Is it worth staff's time to even have that part of the policy, right? And just philosophically.
Yeah, and we could go back and look pre-COVID, because that's when rates really started to come down, and see where those peer cities were at that time compared to where they're at now.
I definitely love to see that when you get that, Mr. Watt. Thank you. But right now, I am in favor of increasing it by the 1%, capping at 30 to see where we sit.
I don't mind, I'll have an answer tomorrow, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Gleason, where did you land? 1%? Oh.
Whatever, definitely need to increase.
Thank you. And the next item is utility rate increases. Options, it was discussed in the finance presentation as well.
I think that's going to be helpful if we'll just bring that rate and how we've changed the rates over the last 5 years in order for us to see. But I would like to see a little bit closer to what do we need to do to get to our 90 days, and I think it was electric. I'm looking to see what it is. What do we absolutely need to do? Because we all know stuff costs more, people cost more. But I'm hoping that some of that is, we get some relief through some growth, but then I know at some point the growth starts costing you more. So I don't feel like I've got, I know that we're gonna need to do it. I don't feel like I have enough to even start today.
That's cool, and we'll bring back whatever you need on that. Electric is a pretty easy conversation, right? For the last 5 years, we've been drawing down reserves. There's a bottom to that, and we need to start addressing it. We need to get our cash reserves built up to meet, our debt requirements, and that's a financial policy obligation that we have. We need to get to where we have enough cash left over at the end of the year that we're able to start cash funding things like small capital outlay and stuff like that, so we're not taking on that debt and paying interest on that, right? So each of those needs, and then finally you get to the big one, Mr. Conger's presentation today. All three of the funds are based on, we can't support city CIP without rate increases, right? I mean, it's just a position we just can't be in. So we can lay these out, in whatever format you want. And then that's not even getting started into the things like, electric having the low residential rates, but our growth is in residential, not commercial, right? So we can start off real simple and get as complex as what you want to do. But at the end of the day, you're going to see that you're going to see that we can't continue without rate increases. So it's a question of amounts and when.
And we're not seeking necessarily that y'all give us the specific direction of, yes, you're gonna do a rate increase or not, but just again, as Mr. North talked about, is just trying to understand what information you need, because we're gonna need to be able to provide some of that more specifically to you during your budget policy, because then we are going to need to know a little bit more definitively about what y'all are interested in and what y'all are not interested in, because that's gonna give us what we need to be able to go and develop the electric and water wastewater budgets, and bring those back to you during the budget workshops and different times through the rest of the budget process.
And I just wanted to do a quick time check. It's 3:54. We have 2 items remaining on this page before we look at the CIP projects. Do we want to go ahead and just get through these 2 and then call it and wrap up for today? Okay. So the next item then is the community enhancement fee. Options were discussed in the finance presentation. Number 1, keep as is. 2, remove fee and increase tax rate. Or 3, keep as is and transfer funding for 2 code compliance officers into the general fund over time.
I'll start on option 3.
I think I'm gonna be on option 3 as well.
Option 3.
Okay, thank you. And the last item for today, bond election, fund CIP, identified bond projects, including fire stations, park improvements, transportations, road, RR overpass, and flood protection, targeting a 2028 bond election, 17 to 20 million for planning in fiscal year 2025 through 2028.
I appreciate what staff has said regarding being fully prepared for a bond election, that we do actually know, have a better handle on what it's gonna cost. And the other thing that I would need assurance on is that we get the project started before the cost triples. we had one street project that we were reminded of, and I think it was 25 years before we started on that one. So we know the cost went up there. So yes, being fully prepared when we go out to the voters, having a bond committee to help us vet these things out, and then assurance that whatever passes, we're ready to roll. Because there's, the Hayes School District, they passed bond issue the same month that we did, same election, and they had that school built before I think we started on one of our projects. And of course, costs went up. So that's where I am on that, and I don't know if that's the answer that you want, but that's what it's gonna take for me to say yes. So there's the mayor, give me something that I can sell to my constituents, like, I will ride for a bond. I did it for the ISD ones. If I believe in it, right? It was an easy sell to do the ISD ones. I participated in their bond committee, and yeah, to the mayor's point, a bond committee, and then, but not of all the same people. Like, I just have to name that, like, the same people were on all the boards and all the commissions. I think we've heard their perspective a lot throughout the years, like a very intentional bond committee of, maybe some new cast of characters would be cool. Generally, we appoint the bond committee, and we can certainly ask for applications from our community, and we could take nominations from council members to fill that bond committee.
All right, thanks. I'm open to a bond, and I think 2028 is a good time frame. You're going to need several years to identify these projects, get them numbers on them. I served on the last bond committee, and I found it to be extremely fascinating. I learned more about the city than just about anything else I've ever done. We toured all the facilities and looked at all the needs and looked at the CIP books, and I thought it was extremely diverse, and I thought it was well participated by everyone, and I thought the outcome was great. I don't hear everybody is fairly happy with all the projects that were done. We got expansion of the library, and there was a lot of discussions on how you formulate the bond and what you put where. I thought it was great, and I'm super happy with all the projects they've done. So I'm open to it as long as staff can have these projects identified and lay out lots of options for the bond committee so they can have thorough discussions of what the community thinks are needed. Yeah, I'm open to it, especially since now we're going to be wrapping up the other projects.
I agree with all my colleagues here. I've been going to these neighborhood meetings since I was about 15 or 16. Every single one of these neighborhood meetings touches on my neighborhood, but all the ones I've attended to throughout the entire city, and especially in the last couple of years I've been on city council, everybody complains about the projects, how we've got 15 or 20 projects going on and nothing gets included in time. They tend to be in favor of a bond project as long as we have a council so we can inform them, and as long as we have transparency as to why we need it, why we haven't been doing this in the past, and we actually have a projection date to finish instead of having these people playing guessing games. So I am in favor of a 2028 bond election as long as, like my colleagues said, you guys can supply us with as much information that we need in order to ensure that our citizens, our neighbors, are fully okay with this cost that they will be taking on. It's very important that they understand why we're doing this and how it helps us in the future. It's just extremely important we have that transparency.
I got one more comment to the bond committee. It was extremely insightful, but it also gave me tools to explain to my constituents, what that meant or what they might be interested in, because it was a fairly thorough, long process. So I find the bond committees to be extremely fascinating, and they do work, because it gives, if the bond committee takes a buy-in in it, they're your vocal mouthpiece to help get it passed through the community. I think there were 30 of us last time. So it's especially as long as we can identify the projects and put real dollars to paper what it might cost.
The only thing I'm gonna ask is if you could, and maybe they won't tell you or not, but make sure that the school doesn't have their own bonds going on at the same time.
Yeah, and I highly recommend a bond oversight committee afterwards, because we did that with one particular group, and let me tell you, stuff got done because people were watching.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So just so we can set the stage for tomorrow, we will finish going through the project list and revisiting some of the items on the budget priorities. Then we are hoping to finalize the budget priority list and to review and finalize any strategic plan goals and outcomes and do some next steps for tomorrow.
And if I may, what we're gonna probably want to do, as Chantel just said, but I wanna go ahead and have us look at the number ones, if we can, and really prioritize what are the number ones of the number ones, so that we can make sure that we kind of get our focus. And so it'll give y'all some time to sleep on it and kind of think about it for tomorrow based on all the information we provided. The other thing is that, be thinking about what kind of information you would need for budget policy to be able to make more definitive decisions, so that we can start thinking about what type of information we need to prepare to help you. So that's something just to think about that we're gonna ask tomorrow. And is there anything we can do for you tomorrow to help you prepare for tomorrow? And as a reminder, we'll be going through the number ones of number ones, right? And doing that. Y'all can provide any input. Hopefully Shane and Jude will be able to join us too if they have any comments, that we can make sure and take those into consideration. Then we're also going to be looking at your strategic plan priorities to make sure that those match with what you're wanting to do, because this is operationalizing those strategic priorities by having a budget that's tied to those things, but want to make sure that the priorities are reflective of what it is that you want to be going forward as we look at the budget policy and enter into budget policy.
Somewhere on the slide, under considerations, we had what are your priority projects within the next 3 years, and specifically underneath with Sunset Acres and the Wallace Edition. Do we need to talk about that tomorrow? Is that on the CIP?
It's on the CIP list.
It was all, the list I had,
Yes.
the debt percent and bond election and that were all in one
Yes.
page.
So that'll be the CIP, and so Sean will be able to walk us through kind of a little bit more about what's going to help us get through the next few years, and then what could be some potential bond election projects that we would want to start looking at too for 2028. And again, it doesn't mean that y'all are locked into doing that, but it helps to give y'all some idea of what kinds of things could go on that, since there's been at least an interest that we can at least open the door and have conversation about it. Those are big neighborhood ones that we know the community is expecting, and we want to make sure that we have enough resources programmed to be able to support those projects. So those are front of mind that we want to be sure and keep front of mind for council as well, which I'm sure they are with the people that you talk to all the time. That was the other part of what I said, is that your strategic plan, that's what you're gonna look at in terms of, these is how you're gonna operationalize your strategic plan, but your strategic plan needs to make sure that it's reflective of the things that y'all are valuing and y'all wanna prioritize going forward. So yes, you'll have both of those deliverables out of tomorrow, is having a list, getting ready and teed up for budget policy, and then also having your strategic plan modified if there's anything we need to do with that. And that's also that visioning part. Oh, gotcha. That's all we have on our end. Want to thank y'all for your time, your attention. I know it's been a long day. There was a lot of information to absorb and that was shared. But just really want to thank council for all of your thoughtful participation. Staff, thank you for being here and participating. Mr. Condor, Mr. Locke, for everything you did to prepare the presentations, as well as Mr. Meagle for preparing for the day, as well, and Ms. Fontenot. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. That concludes item 1 on our agenda, but we are now to the question and answer session with the press and public. Looking around to see, is there someone? Mr. Baker, I will hand you the microphone, and you've got the usual 3 minutes to ask your question.
Thank you very much. I want to start by addressing the concern that I've already communicated with staff that this Q&A and the citizen comment were not posted for us to sign up digitally through the new format that had been identified. Instead, you had to kind of know how to reach out to email the city clerk to get this opportunity. I am curious if in staff and council's vision for this coming year, if you intend to move forward on a request I've heard from several community members about paying board and community members for their service and their expertise as expert residents in our community and neighborhoods. I also would like to ask city council if they intend in their vision to ensure that that our campaigns are run ethically. It is frustrating to know as a former city council member and candidate that our campaign finance reports are not looked over by the Ethics Commission unless a complaint is filed. I find that to be ridiculous and abhorrent. And if they were being looked over as they were being submitted, why is it that Councilmember Gleason's letter of admonition didn't come until several years later for the conflict of interest as it relates to their vote on the civil service contract? It is fairly clear that the Ethics Commission has been defanged by previous councils and are not being clearly led by our legal staff to ensure that they have autonomy to pursue issues as they arise. Instead, they seem to, and as to quote the former chair, Jonathan Waller, they were in fact instructed that they could not even help community members file an ethics complaint, and further went on to say at our Civics Club meeting that not only are they unable to help, but that a lot of complaints that were filed were actually thrown out because they did not comply with aspects of the city charter when it comes to filing those complaints. So a simple clerical error kept several ethics complaints moving forward. I have been instructed that now that I'm a citizen, I should be filing these ethics complaints and have been stonewalled by the current chair of the Ethics Commission, as well as I've been in communications with city staff regarding this issue for almost a month now. Their customer service says that it should be a 1 to 2 day turnaround to get some of these answers. So again, I'm asking city council in your vision to build trust with the community, which our 2022 National Community Survey indicated there is much lacking in that regard. If you will move forward to empower the Ethics Commission and make sure that they can be a resource to our city. Lastly, I want to ask if city council envisions the city legal staff protecting them or working for the citizens of San Marcos more, because it seems that there's a conflict of interest as it relates to these types of ethics complaints. Thank you.
I believe it was in this past year. Did we not get there on the changes that I had put forward to the ordinance for the Ethics Review Commission responsibilities that they look at campaign reports? I believe we did that. I don't know when they were to start, but it was in the charter. They weren't doing it. And the point that I was making is that one of them had to do with like the size of the campaign donation, because I know there was a candidate several years ago took one on his report and it was larger than the $500 that we had, but there was no one to look at it, and the Texas Ethics Commission doesn't care because it wasn't their rule. And so I said, is anybody looking to see following our rules? And I thought we did that. It was when we were reviewing for something else, and I don't remember what it was, but I could go back and look it up. And I asked that we add that, and I sure thought that we did, was for the Ethics Review Commission to review campaign reports, not for completeness, not for other things necessarily, but for somebody to be the ones that know this didn't meet our rules, and for somebody to know what's here so that its votes come through, et cetera, because like I said, Texas Ethics Commission, it's not their rule, so if a complaint to them wouldn't generate anything. I'll look that up. I'll let you know.
And we can look into that, Mayor, as well also.
Well, you response to my second question.
I can't answer that.
About paying for committee members.
We haven't had that discussion in a long time, so I can't tell you any more than that. Any further information by email? Any further answers would come by email. Is there anyone else here wishing to ask questions from the press or public? If not, I'll see, looking for.
Hi, I'm here, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that.
Wait, did they want to get the time already for my questions? I'm sorry, I'm always here. Why would you guys not think I would not be here to ask questions? I'll let her reset her timer.
Yeah, it hasn't started yet. Please proceed.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Coppola. They call me LMC. I'm an investigative reporter for the YouTube channel. What's Up San Marcos? We'll be dropping a video about this situation today, and we also have an exclusive about another situation up there at City Hall. Question number one is, why was this not live streamed for our disadvantaged groups? People like Mr. Callahan, other friends of mine around the community could not access it on the television. Question number two is regarding the CIP. CIP projects are needed because of development. Why not make the developers pay for the CIP projects? You have other communities where literally city planners will write to the development agreement, that they buy a fire truck. Blanco Gardens is an exemplar case study. The city staff told them the woods would increase the tax base. The woods flooded out Blanco Gardens, then staff do a CIP for Blanco Gardens, and staff do the CIP for the drainage, right? So why was this not identified in the presentation, that all of this quote unquote, we are open for business that Sean Condor is talking about is actually driving the reason for the CIP, which also drives utility rates up. He even admits things like Whisper. Planners say they're very far away. And so I'm wanting to know why you guys are not being transparent when you're opening up new businesses, that we, the citizens, are actually paying for the infrastructure for those developers. Question number three, why was there no assessment of past CIP projects or pain points or studies of past effectiveness? When you guys say we're open for business, once again, we, the taxpayers, are paid for it. The next question, I guess, is number four. Do San Marcos residents have to drive to Austin to get to the tenants council? If Texas State is chipping in, then that indicates that your former housing model, which you guys told us would drive down the property taxes, which has actually increased the property taxes, is actually causing us more money because of the poor, unsavory practices of these slumlords. So my question is, how many of them are Texas State students, and our local residents have to drive to Austin? The next question. You guys are talking about two corners close to Purgatory where it floods, and that's in an African-American historic district. Was the DEI coordinator consulted with this? And wait till I drop this information on the African-American community that Sabas Avila and his henchmen in this instance are coming for Dunbar so you can make money. Heads are gonna roll. That you're doing this to a traditionally African-American community, and they can't even see it on live TV. A lot of them don't even have access to computers, quite frankly. There's nothing in your last question, there's nothing in the presentation of the total drive-out cost. And this is something I've been asking for years. It's a false model of due diligence and transparency when you guys start fiddling with property taxes, bonds, electric utility rates, and then you've got CIP projects that we're paying for you guys to open business for places like Access. We're going to turn it into an armpit if you accept Stephanie's model of bigger, dense development in terms of well, my time's up, and you guys know I always stop. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos. And I'll stand by and wait for your answers. Manufacturing, industrial, that's the word I was trying to think of. I apologize.
think we could answer part of the one about the Austin Tenants Council, if people have to drive to Austin. Andrew, no?
It's hard to hear you guys, I'm sorry, the Zoom audio is really
Okay.
wonky.
So the first question was, why is this not live streamed? And it is live streamed on our YouTube channel. So it is being live streamed, but it's not on the city, it's not on the city channel because we're not in city council chambers, and Ms. Surley is getting the microphone to answer that more completely.
Hi, LMC, Lauren Surley here. We are actually streaming live on our Grande and Spectrum channels, which can also be seen on our website, as well as our YouTube channel. This is kind of the first time that we've tried it on our YouTube channel being off campus, so that is new, but you should be able to see it on air, on TV, and then also on our website. If those that have reached out to you say they can't see it, you have my email. Will you ask them to email me, or maybe you could email me and we can try to troubleshoot that for them?
Yeah, so are you saying it's on TV right now, Lauren? Because they're telling me they can't find it.
Yes, it should be on the normal government channels.
The people I talked to are sharp as a tack, and so they said definitively they could not see it. So, and I asked them quite frankly to reach out to you. So thank you for clarifying that. I don't have a reason to doubt you, but I don't have a reason to doubt my sources either. So that's kind of a confusing one. And I'm your number one fan. I gave you a shout out, just so you know, on Tuesday, so.
Well, thank you, but yes, they can reach out to me and we'll see if we can troubleshoot it for you guys.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Hi, LMC, this is
Do
Joe.
y'all have any questions, answers about the Dunbar situation with the African American neighborhood?
We're currently working on the Dunbar Home Economic Building, and we're currently correcting
I'm
the
talking
fact.
about purgatory, sir. I'm talking about the purgatory where you guys say could possibly be apartments, which is kind of odd. It's in a flood zone. And it's in an African American historic neighborhood. And I'm wondering why you think that's an appropriate monetary generating situation for you, especially when we have this big DEI coordinator push. By the way, there's going to be an exclusive on that.
So this is Stephanie, LMC, and I think what you're talking about is the discussion that we had about the Mitchell Center. It's not about the Dunbar Center, it's about the Mitchell Center. And so that is the Boys and Girls Club that is currently there on Valley Street. And so the information that we're going to share with council in an upcoming meeting is to discuss how they would like to move forward on that property when the lease is up at the end of August in 2024. So one of the options that was discussed was whether or not we wanted to go forward with releasing that property and allowing people to bid on that property. So that could be community groups, that could be anybody. And then the question was just asked what it was zoned by one of our council members, and they said that it was zone P for public. And so there was the concern of we wanted to make sure there were no apartments that could be built. There was the question that the council member asked. So I don't think there was any push towards putting anything in terms of apartments. It was trying to see how we could release it possibly to some of the groups that are interested in repurposing Mitchell Center.
Prior to
Okay, so Sabah said zoning, so does that mean that they cannot build an apartment complex there, Stephanie?
Correct. It's zone P for public, so we'd have to go through a rezoning process in order for that to happen. And so the council would have to have, and the planning and zoning commission would be involved with that.
Okay, that's a very helpful answer. I appreciate that. And I'll let the African American community know because we, and then I guess the one question, if y'all could answer how you're navigating the situation where the CIP projects are a direct result of some of us being open for business. It's being passed off on the taxpayers. And if you could consider having the developers pay for that infrastructure like other communities have, developers pay for even things like fire trucks. Like in other words, you're saying we need the money for the CIP, for the infrastructure, but the drive for the infrastructure are these manufacturing and quite frankly, these high rises, right? Like the fire guys and gals, they need like ladder trucks, right? And we're paying for that. Why don't you guys have y'all considered writing these interdevelopment agreements so that those of us who are struggling don't have to pay these high utility rates that you're configuring in this meeting today?
Good afternoon, LMC. This is Joe Pantalion, and I know that Chief Les Stevens wants to speak about the fire stations, but I just want to address the statement that all of the CIP is a direct result of new development. Based on my experience with the stormwater work, with drainage, and with water and wastewater, a lot of the CIP needs are related to the fact that older development that occurred before our current development standards that require detention ponds, that require water quality ponds. A lot of the older development was built without those types of controls. So with new development, we have development standards that require them to build detention ponds, to build roads, and to also pay impact fees from a water and wastewater standpoint to pay for their share of their impacts. I know that we are looking at for certain incentive agreements to add that, and we have in the past, and I think Chief Stevens will add some detail to that.
Good afternoon, LMC. This is Chief Stevens with the Fire Department. One example that we have recently completed that works the way you're describing is the fire station in the Trace neighborhood. The developer donated the land that the fire station sits on. They also gave $500,000 for the architecture and engineering fees. And then they paid $750,000 toward construction 2 years after the first C of O was pulled, and another $750,000 4 years after the first C of O, for a total contribution of $2 million plus the land. So we're doing that. We received the land from the developer in Lacema for Fire Station 2. And we just recently finalized the location of a parcel of land for a future fire station in the Axis development.
I think those are great examples you guys are giving, but we've got Sharon Mattingly and her crew are coming in to build a bunch of 7-story high rises, and that's not written in the development agreement. So I have always been very transparent about supporting Trace and Lacema as exemplar case studies of development deals. But I'm also talking about, the example I gave in my questions for the present public was Blanco Gardens and the high rises. And those are the infrastructure for we will need the 7-story ladders. So I would encourage city staff and the elected officials to demand those fire stations, those fire trucks, because I've given 4 speeches now supporting fire, EMS, and the police, right? And I want to apologize to Mr. Carr. I should have said cybersecurity, and that's now going to be the 4th of the 4 horsemen of saving our community, in a good way, the horsemen. So I think that's something you guys need to talk about. Those are great examples, but the fact of the matter is we need ladders to hit those high rises. And some of these other examples, we already had those retention ponds in place, like but those rules were in place during the Blanco Garden situation and during up the road from me, Capstone Cottage, which is why this whole area has the bad drainage. They cemented up those concrete caves. You guys have entertained a lot of my time this afternoon, and I appreciate you allowing me for the engagement. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Thank you, LMC. This is Stephanie one more time, and that is something that we would endeavor. And I know that when I was talking about the commercial and industrial and the need to look at that for true property tax relief, I did say in all honesty, it does mean that sometimes there's some investment that has to happen with that in order to accommodate growth. So I didn't want to be one-sided with that. But I do agree that we can look at the developers trying to help to offset some of those costs by doing development agreements and things of that nature when possible, and try to lessen the burden on our current and existing residential, especially taxpayers. So I don't know if you heard that part of it, but that was part of what we discussed earlier as well.
And impact fees.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, impact fees is another way that new development comes in and pays part of the share. I entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Mr. Mendoza. No, Mr. Villa. Aye.